I feel absolutely pepped. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings. For those joining us live on the YouTubes, welcome once again. Hope you're all having a fantastic time. I'm feeling properly pepped today for the first time in many, many weeks. So here's hoping this will be a nice, long, solid ramblings. Good times had by all. Namely me. And everyone watching, of course. As I said in the YouTube description, celebrity appearance? Unlikely. Good question answers? Possibly. Humour at Fleet's expense? Absolutely. Ah. Okay. So, if the battleships of Pearl Harbor weren't destroyed, it depends entirely on how. Does Pearl Harbor not happen and the IJN just declares war? Does Pearl Harbor fail? It depends a lot on... Chris, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. The Imperial Japanese Navy cannot reach California in strength. It just about managed to get the Pearl Harbor force to within striking range of Pearl Harbor and back again. Unfortunately, that was about the absolute limit of the Japanese fleet logistics chain. Sadly. So let's go with So, if the USN has intact, if the Pacific Fleet is intact for whatever reason, let me think. So that gives us a fair number of battle wagons knocking around we can use. So, it's easy to assume that the IJN has probably bashed the Philippines' head in with a sledgehammer. As per normal, and is looking to also capitalize on its operations in the Dutch East Indies and elsewhere. Now, the IJN also has a cordon of submarines around Pearl Harbor. A lot of those submarines were moved after the attack. If they're left in place when war begins, it's highly likely that the USN may lose or have to have salvaged some rather heavy and important fleet units, including carriers. Although, what exactly would happen with that is hard to say, because I'd have to look into detail on exactly what submarines were where, what positions they had, what spread of torpedoes they could possibly fire, and I don't have that information on hand right now, sadly. But suffice to say, long story short, you're looking at a more aggressive USN that when it comes to defending its basically holdings in the Central Pacific. Although you're looking at a USN that's also going to operate carriers and battleships separately, which may result in losses to IJN carrier aircraft if any portion of the USN battle fleet sorties without carrier escort. But this is me spitballing here. I need Dr. Clark, I need Drac to really make an affirmative ruling on that, because I don't trust myself as a source of information on that. I don't know enough about the USN's plans for a war if the Pacific Fleet is intact. I don't know enough about the plans, because we know they dropped War Plan Orange, we know that the whole fleet goes to Japan was off the table, and that they adopted the island hopping plan as their strategic doctrine moving forward. And it's hard to estimate how a fully intact standard battle line would play into that doctrine. Because having a fully intact standard battle line is going to influence members of the US Admiralty in a way that them not having it also influence members of the US Admiralty. And without more information that I myself do not possess, I cannot adequately feel confident in making a judgment call on that. This is what I mean. I like to give answers to questions, but I will stand up and say, look, I don't feel confident, and this is one of those. Beyond the very early aftermath of that hypothetical conflict, I can't say much more than that. Brackman asks, what are your experiences so far with Waves of Steel? I'm enjoying it. It's actually fairly fun. It's actually reminding me a lot of Warship Gunner, which I think it's probably supposed to. But it's proving to be quite a fun little experience. I'm having to readjust to it. I may have to start a new campaign. I feel like I've soft-locked myself in a way, although I may have to go back and do older missions again to get some new kit.
The reason probably likely it feels like Warship Gunner is it's a basically spiritual successor.
Yeah, I know. I figured as much.
Yeah, you are entirely right. It is exactly what you think.
Chris, could you make an auto-loading 16-inch gun? They already exist. The amount of automation involved in modern 16-inch guns of the kind we see on the US fast battleships, of the kind we're going to see on the Lions, etc., that is about as automatic as you can make that process and still make it safe with an ability to clear jams and/or deal with any mechanical problems within the turret mechanism. You can't make it much more automatic than that without it.
We have been over this before, and you can, but not practically.
You can't.
Don't come back here with
the. But I've done. I did some research in it.
Oh no, not the revolver again.
No, it's not the revolver. It's essentially there was a systems designed for the later designs of Lion class, and I think the US had this as well, of automating the ammo elevators in the barbettes to massively cut down reload time.
I mean, those are already fairly automatic. It's just a button press by the Iowas.
But it's a case of you don't even have to have someone press the button. It opens for itself and closes for itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
And sort of it deposits itself in the loading tray. Then it goes to someone activates the
fair enough.
gun ammo. But you can get battleship guns stupidly automated. They sort of die off when that tech starts coming in.
You can create a Des Moines-style autoloader for any caliber of naval gun up to 18-inch. However, for you to have an ability to go into that gun and clear jams, you're looking at a single-barreled turret that's about the size of a dual or triple mount, just to give the working room inside that if anything goes wrong, basically to allow for margins of error that engineers would be happy with.
Which is why if you look at stuff like the proposed 16-inch auto-loading turrets for the Abomination Lions,
and also those aren't even the full Des Moines style 9 yards either. This is just hammering home your point, Foxo. This is just hammering home your point.
Yeah, and it's a case of the guns have to be really far apart in the turret, so it's essentially a triple turret with 2 guns in. So it's technically possible, and you can get some that's very similar. It's just battleship 16-inch guns are sort of dying off by the time reliable autoloading tech comes in.
Why do you need a 16-inch gun at that point in time? Sort of thing.
Because
you're not really building new battleships.
There's a reason.
If you want, because it was proven, I think, in the 50s that yes, we can now make, because there's a plan to convert the Iowa to being fully auto-loading 16s.
And they just decided against it because what was the point?
and then someone went, that's cool. Polaris.
Yeah. There's a reason. There's a reason why when you look at the Soviets' plans to, because when the Soviets are looking at their post-war capital ship construction, and I mean true post-war, so the plans to resume the Sovietsky Soyuzes don't count. There's a reason why when you look at things like the Stalingrads and the Soviet post-war cruisers, you see a focus on very, very fast ships with high-velocity, smaller guns. The biggest you get is the Stalingrads with those very, very potent 12-inch long-barreled guns. You see a focus on the capabilities of the ship to move long range at high speed with some recourse to armor protection. The focus is on the ships as flag facilities and heavy surface assets, not traditional slugger capital ships, but more basically what the Soviet fleet has lacked for its entire existence, apart from and heck, even the Gangut's don't really qualify. True blue water, and by that I mean outside the Baltic or Black Sea, flag-capable, large assets of high speed.
Wouldn't it be Blackwater? Because Blackwater's open ocean. Blue water's stuff like the North Sea.
I think
green water's coastal.
I think blue water serves most people. I've never heard of black water as a term till you just mentioned it.
I've heard of it, but it's not common. I've heard of it.
Like blue water serves for the general public.
I think blue water navy usually refers to a large ocean-going navy.
Yeah, but I've heard Blackwater being used for ships that are designed to be in the center of the ocean, sort of.
Maybe. But I think, do you mind if we stick with blue water? I'll definitely keep that term in mind. I'm definitely going to go do some research on that, because if that is a term, I'll probably go and poke my nose down that rabbit hole and see what turns up. But yeah, like,
taking a Königsberg into the blue water. Oh dear.
Just make sure I've got that open so I can see if anyone does actually come up on YouTube. See if there's anything there. There we go. So there's a reason why you see the very capable Soviet 6-inch cruiser build-out continue to a rather... Everyone doesn't realize just quite how many 6-inch cruisers the Russians built post-war. They went on a run. They went on a run.
Called,
oh no!
Jumps to my mind. Mikhail Kutuzov?
Yeah, as Lukaku was saying, Sverdlovs, Chapayevs, and the vessels that came before them. They like not
Project 86. Yeah, the Sverdlov.
Yeah, like the Sverdlovs were just the last.
You've also got the Chapayevs.
Yeah, the Sverdlovs, the Chapayevs, and there was one class of ship before them as well.
No, there wasn't.
I'm fairly...
Before Chapayevs was Kirov.
I'm sure there was... Let me just get my Conways for the post-war period.
There's plenty of designs, but...
Yeah, let me just get my Conways for the post-war period. I'll be right back.
So get those questions coming.
Here we go. Right, Soviet Navy, where are we? That's the wrong book. Here we go. Right.
I think H-44 is the sort of last it goes to
wait.
in the H series.
Really?
And even that's really nuts.
Steady. Right.
Boo.
Let me just clear out my thing. Right, let's have a look then. That's Spain, not bothered about you. Malaysia, USSR, it'd be towards, because unlike previous Conways, it arranges it alphabetically by nation rather than by power ranking, which all previous Conways did. It does throw me for a loop at times. US, United States, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S. So S would be after UN. So no, it's Yugoslavia, United States. Is the USSR listed under Russia? It might be. Let me have a look. Problem with this book is it was printed in 1995, just after the fall of the Soviet Union. So I don't know if I'm looking for Russian ships listed under, under Russia or under. Oh no, they're listed under Soviet Union. Rather than I thought it'd be USSR, but apparently not.
I guess technically, if you want to be generous, yes, there's Admiral Nakhimov.
Let me...
Well, not Nakhimov, sorry, Admiral Makarov. I wouldn't want to use that ship. What's a hello, Meta?
There goes. All the Chapayevs are in service. Which is fine. Then, of course, there's the Stalingrad, which is an Italian Duke d'Acosta, but she's not really counted under this, so there's...
Wait, do you mean Kirsch?
No, I mean Stalingrad, apparently. Apparently, that's what she was commissioned as, apparently. Let me see. No.
Oh, no, because Sierra's Kirsch.
No, you were... No, later renamed Kerch. You were right. She was renamed Kirch. Now then, so...
I'm going to be honest, I'm in complete awe.
Oh yeah, because technically speaking, they're not actually called the Duke of Oster class. They're called
so
the
that's 5.
Underfieri.
So that's 5 Chapayevs. Most of them. It's 5 of them, and then where are we? So that's Kuznetsov. Don't care about her. Don't care about the Kievs.
Certainly don't care about you either.
Oh, come on, don't be that way. Stalingrads, so all of those were laid down, which is fine. So whether or not the Stalingrads are not small ships, 36,000 tons standard, 42,000 full load. Although most of that is their ridiculous speed. 35 knots.
Only a few, I think, Chris.
Flat out. They got the old battleship.
You got Giulio Cesare. You got Duca as the third.
This is the and of course there's the ship that Drac may be aware of. The Project 66 heavy cruiser that I keep forgetting existed, which was a 24,000 ton heavy cruiser with 9 228mm guns, which is a very strange caliber.
Admiral Kuznetsov ship killer.
Yes, although it's fairly apparent why they were cancelled. Because if you're building the Stalingrads, what's the point? You may as well build more Stalingrads.
If anything, I've got a question for Chris Westing. Did you assemble all of those with cardboard? Because if anything, those look very well put together. I'm impressed.
But just to hammer home the point here, which is what I was trying to get to, was the Russians planned to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 Sverdlovs. I'll take guesses. I'll take guesses for how many they actually commissioned.
16.
At least 2.
Zubikaku says 6. Foxo says 16.
Now, I'm not going to say because I've already got it. I've actually got that page currently up.
Scoot says 12. Now, no cheating. No cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'm just giving you a very vague answer. Deliberately vague answer. That's why I said
and let me just count up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, close enough.
Therefore, I win.
Including one which is actually
at least 2.
Including one which has actually been preserved, which is impressive.
And the funniest thing is, they built all of these mostly in parallel, and all of them completed at around the same time without much delays.
And wasn't that because of Mykolaiv? Being Mykolaiv?
Well, it also did take them like 11 years, but...
No,
yeah,
no,
it didn't. After Mykolaiv...
No, Dragon, it didn't.
The last one was being built in 1959.
No. All of them. All of the last of the Sverdlovs...
Samurai, can you stop posting memes into the questions chat? Because...
The last Sverdlov that they built commissioned in 31st of December 54. That was the last of them, and they were laid down. And they were laid down no later than Murmansk.
Fleet. There were still more. Like there was 16 cancelled ones, which I think that's referring to.
No, there were only 1, 2, 3.
There was plans to build 30 Sverdlovs.
Yes, but the only ones that were but there were only lists the ones that were laid down. The rest were never even.
I'm going off the ones that. Yes, there were.
No.
There was a number of them launched. Kronstadt, Tallinn, and Baryang, for instance, were still being built in 56.
Yes, I've got... The only ones I've got here are Kronstadt, Tallinn, Varyag, and... Sherbakov, and Admiral Konolov.
There's also Vladivostok.
Yes, that's fair enough.
And those are the rest wouldn't even give a name.
Yeah, those are all on this list, which I've already accounted for. But in terms of laid down, they laid down 21, and they laid down. As far as I can see, the earliest Sverdlov was laid down in 48.
Sverdlov herself was 49, wasn't it?
Yes, but there
You
is.
just said 48.
I did.
Yeah.
But
Which one's 48?
Dz-
Dzensky or whatever.
Yep, Dzensky. Yeah.
31st.
Yep.
Fair enough, yeah.
And then right on the heels of the Sverdlovs, you get the Kinder class cruisers, which are either cruisers or frigates. Yeah, it depends. You know, they're the Kinders that turn into the Crestas.
Yeah, but that's when you get to that. This is the missile age now, though, instead of actual gun-based.
Yeah, but still, it's like this is the Soviets didn't have a blue water fleet. I'm looking at the numbers of ships they're laying down and completion dates, and I'm like.
Also, personally, I wouldn't class Kinder as a cruiser.
I mean, it classes the Sovereign Menus as cruisers, so this book is very weird.
Yeah. Most people do agree with fleet that they are classed as cruisers. I don't class them as cruisers because you go from.
Puts the Udaloys as cruisers. The Udaloys are not cruisers.
Yeah. Well, you go from 16,000-ton cruiser to 4,400-ton quote-unquote cruiser.
The funniest thing is that
now I know technically
the funny thing is that the Slavas are actually smaller than most people think.
To answer Chris Westing's question, what if the Dutch battle cruisers were already built? Well, the Dutch would probably have several 100,000 extra square feet that they can exploit so they don't fall into the sea.
I'll get to that. I will very quickly just go back and read through the questions that I have. I'm just going to very quickly put my books to one side so that I've got space on my desk again. Right.
Right.
All
to
right.
answer Chris's question quickly, you
wh-
would get the Luftwaffe doing their best
go for-
off the rocket.
Wait, hold on, Fox.
We'll
Hold on. We'll get to that.
To be fairly, before that was Chris saying, did the USSR get a lot of ships from Italy? I think only like 3.
Yes, I don't think the US got much in terms of prizes.
I think that's actually it, fleet for questions, unless YouTube's got any more.
Let me just check. Rune.
On
Rune-
Soundguys about the same size as Scharnhorsts.
They're bigger, I think, a little bit.
Yeah. I'll quickly do some checking.
Rune.
It's like 16, 14 light cruisers. Is it really a blue water navy at that point?
Considering that light cruisers are disappearing from the other world's navies in rather large numbers, apart from
the Royal Navy and the US Navy.
And the
Like,
French.
the
French are doing their post-war cruisers.
no.
The ones the Grass was modified into.
Yeah, de Grasse.
Quickly acquire the come back here, you massive book.
And then you got the fact that they don't have any aircraft carriers, and aircraft carriers are a critical part of a blue water navy.
I would point out that yes, that's true, but it's post-war Russia. They're having to start from nothing, and then their plans got torpedoed by the death of Joseph Stalin. Sadly.
Sadly.
Without
Not
an
all of
aircraft
them,
carrier,
yeah.
you're not a blue water navy.
Yes,
in the
you
50s,
are. Foxo, are you telling me that Spain, Italy, Norway, Germany, Canada...
At the time.
Right, yeah, okay, Canada had an aircraft carrier.
No.
The Italians had aircraft carriers.
HMCS Bonaventure.
Yeah, but the point I'm
Yeah.
making...
Canada has aircraft carriers.
I think for the period, Foxo does have a reasonable argument, but as soon as you get out of that period, no. And I wouldn't necessarily say you have to have a carrier to be a blue water fleet.
I would say that as well. No, and in the late Cold War, you either need to have a carrier of your own or being integrated into a task group that has a carrier. Because in the missile age, a massive part of fleet defense to operate in blue water is aircraft.
The Russians make multiple attempts to actually fix that, but they get themselves shot in the foot by Kremlin politicking. The Russian Navy is... The Soviet fleet, basically from the end of the Second World War up until the fall of the Soviet Union, desperately wanted Kato-Bar carriers, but they kept getting torpedoed by... bear in mind, Foxo, you're entirely correct, but don't blame that on the Soviet fleet or the general staff.
I'm not, but my point is that...
And to be fair, they do get...
You can't classify it as blue water fleet because they don't have the elements you need for a blue water fleet.
I'll disagree with you there. I think the lack of carriers doesn't really... I'm going to have to disagree. I don't think a carrier makes a blue water fleet. I'm just going to disagree.
It does, though.
I
Also going back
I
to
just- I'm just-
Smith's point earlier,
like,
Sean-
before we-
Sean was a fair bit smaller than Star
before
Wars.
we get into another, this is going to be another one of these, Foxo.
If-
We'll have
there's
to
a reason
agree
why
to
I'm-
disagree.
there's a
Yeah,
reason why I'm
let's
trying to move
agree
on
to
here.
disagree.
But we don't have any questions.
We do.
We do.
There's a couple
Oh.
of them.
Yeah,
And
like
yes,
Alex-
I
there's
was a
also-
battle
there's-
cruisers. Fight me.
And there's also a few other points.
Yeah,
like
like-
Shan Horse, you could genuinely argue are battle cruisers. Dunkirk,
No,
you can
they're
definitely
not.
argue.
No,
You
the
can.
Stras, the
By other
the,
nations.
The Scharnhorst are not battle cruisers. The British didn't consider them battle cruisers. The Germans didn't. The French didn't. The US didn't. Nobody considered them battle cruisers.
The British did.
No, they didn't.
When you get out of
on this.
when you get out of what they called them for propaganda reasons,
No, they're not battle
which is
cruisers.
where the term pocket battle.
They're also not a battle. They're also
They
not battleship.
treated them.
Yes, they
They
are.
treated them like battle cruisers.
Compared to other nations, they're not battleships.
They are battleships. You can't just take them. You can't just take their classification and roll away from them just because you don't like the fact that they're not
Well,
equivalent to
no,
other
I-
nations.
Compared to
So
other
their
nations'
role
battleships, they
isn't-
are much
Okay,
lesser.
right.
Second
What's
line
the role of
battleships?
a battleship? What's the role of a battleship? To stand
Engage
in the
the other
line
main
of
battle
battle.
line.
And
The
I'm
Scharn-
sorry.
What's the
in
Scharnhorst
what
not
against
do?
what nations could the Scharnhorst stand in the line of battle against contemporary
Dunkirk.
battleships?
Dunkirk, but I personally don't class Dunkirk as
The
battleships either.
Scharnhorst can stand against Revengers. They can stand against any of the French
Hence,
older capitals.
contemporary battleships.
Well, obviously.
Like, if you have to go back in time 20 years to
More
find
than
a
20.
ship you can stand in the line of battle against, you
Fox,
are not a battleship.
that is bullshit.
I'm not necessarily going to agree with that.
That
logic,
is-
but I do
that
agree.
is
The fact that they were told
bollocks.
not right.
Yeah,
the fact they
yeah,
were told
because-
to not
no, no,
engage
because-
them
because
they
that-
were
by
there was
that
genuine
point-
risk of them being sunk.
Yeah, but by that point, you can call any of the battle cruisers battleships because they can stand against a pre-dreadnought in a battle line fight.
That's not the. That is cherry picking of the highest fucking order that you're
It's a
doing
big-
right there.
You guys are building
Is
up a bigger
it?
backlog than I do
Yes,
after a Vindaloo.
yes, it is because the Scharnhorst are battleships because
They're
the
not.
Germans call them battleships. I don't care what anyone else says.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's all that matters. That's all that
Counterpoint
matters.
then. Counterpoint. Vanguard's a fully armored battle cruiser.
Yeah. Until the British decided that she wasn't. Then she's a battleship.
Yeah. And Hood's a fast battleship.
No, she isn't. The British called her a battle cruiser.
She's also referred to as a fast battleship.
Well, then she's a fast battleship as well, and a battle cruiser at the same time.
But no, I would argue, while necessarily Fox's example is a logical extreme,
In more ways than
you
one.
can't necessarily just go off what a nation's called something.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Yes, I can.
Because that means if a nation calls a destroyer a dreadnought battleship, you start going held up a moment.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, but
But fleet-
that's an
fleet-
extreme
fleet-
example, Dragon.
but it's
actually,
the same.
yeah.
But it's the same logic.
No, it
It is.
isn't.
It
No,
is.
but yeah, that's how you get Japan calling an aircraft, a small aircraft carrier, a destroyer.
That's not. No, Foxo, we've had this
Because they
discussion.
say it's a destroyer,
We've had this
therefore it's a
discussion.
destroyer.
It's a.
But
it's,
no, I'm using
it's
it
a
to make a point.
mistranslation of the actual
No,
thing
but,
that
you
they've
know,
called
even if you
it.
take the other translation of it, which is escort, an aircraft
Which is
carrier is
Japanese.
not an escort. It's an aircraft carrier.
Well, it's not really the role
Which
the
is why
Japanese are.
you can't just go, oh, they call it this, therefore it's this.
It's well, to be
You
fair.
have to look at
to
it by
be fair,
role.
to be fair, most of this is opinion and conjecture anyway. It's not fact. I can sit there and claim they're battleships. You can sit there and claim they're not, and we can both be right and both be wrong.
I would argue they're not battleships primarily because their role was not to engage
It's
in
a
the line of
matter
battle
of
against
a-
other nations.
It's
that
not,
was
though.
a role they
It's
could
not, though.
fulfill.
It's not,
It-
though. If they do not fit the criteria to
They
be a
have fitted.
battleship,
They fit the
have-
criteria. They have.
They don't,
They have
though.
the armor to
They
stand in the
don't.
line.
Fleet.
They have the armor to
don't.
stand in the line. They do.
Alright, alright,
They
They
Plenty,
don't have the guns to
plenty,
stand in the line of battle.
plenty. Fuck's
have-
sake, man, calm down.
Right, because
Foxo, they have the armor
Would
to
they
stand.
sta-
Like, look at the
They don't have
beating
the
that
guns.
Scharnhorst. They
Yeah.
do. Those 11-inch guns are fucking lovely weapons.
They're
Good rate of
11-inch guns.
And so what?
They were pretty mediocre, Fleet, still.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
They
I'm
were.
sorry.
What
I'm sorry,
revisionist
but
British
when
crack pipe are you two smoking from?
the fact
They-
that 11-inch
they still
guns in World
do
War
damage.
II.
And
Right, they could still
like
do
the,
damage. There's
like
no
the first
denying
gen
that.
dreadnoughts called, they want their gun caliber back.
gun caliber means jack shit, and you know it.
No, it doesn't.
It does make some
No,
difference.
no.
Some
Gun
difference,
caliber is
but
incredibly
not as-
important because it
but
means
not as
range.
much as-
It means armor penetration.
Not in the Second
and
World
it means
War. Not in the Second
it
World
does.
War.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because,
I will point to
shell
the
weight-
Alaska's
shell
12-inch.
weight is energy
Alaska's
retention,
12-inch.
which is armor
Range.
penetration.
Alaska's
Deal with that.
12-inch. Alaska's
and you know the
12-inch.
best thing about that? Alaska's not a fucking battleship.
Or a battle cruiser by most people's designations. So
Yeah, she's a super cruiser.
Man.
Yeah, but no. But the point I'm
And I'm
making
sorry,
is her guns are still
when-
her guns massively.
also, Alaska's not necessarily meant to
her
engage
guns,
an
she's
enemy
got
battleship as a primary
she's got
role.
good 12-inch guns, Fleet.
Yes, and the
But they
Scharnhorst.
pale in comparison to the 14-inch gun.
No, they
Or
don't.
the 15-inch
No, they don't.
gun.
No,
or
they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They
They
do
do.
pale in
No, they
pale in
don't.
comparison to a US 16.
Because no,
No,
they
not to
keep
the US
up
14.
at short range.
Not to the US.
Yeah.
Yeah, but-
Fleet, for fuck's sake. That's a
Fleet,
pre-World War
14
One gun.
Yeah,
If you have to
going
go
back
to
to the 14
pre-World War One,
They're not pre-World War One necessarily.
the-
there were
the
later
American-
versions
But what I-
yeah,
but
the
what I
American
will point out,
14-inch that
uh,
was active service was
Was it?
pre-World War
Was
One.
it or was it
If you-
not still an adequate gun for engaging enemy capital ships, Foxo? Yeah, I'm
No.
right. Yeah,
No,
sit
no,
down.
no,
Sit
no,
down.
no, no, no.
Sit
Pre-World
down.
War
Sit
One
down.
14-inch guns.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry. That means that the guns on Schleswig
You guys have
and
domestic spats like this every week.
Schleswig-Holstein are anti-capital ship guns.
Technically
oh,
speaking,
hey.
they are, but they're just not very
Yes.
good anti-capital ship guns for the
Yes.
era.
Exactly. That's the point with the Scharnhorst. They're too fucking small at this point.
No, they're not.
World War One,
They're
they're
not.
okay.
No, they're
World
not.
War Two, they're too small.
They're not 11-inch guns from the First World War. They're modern, long-barreled
Yeah, no.
11-inch
As in,
weapons.
the
Right, they are-
caliber is too small.
No, it's
An
not.
11-inch shell
They are-
loses
they are
energy
modern guns.
so much
Considering,
quicker.
considering the fact that the alternative is jack shit.
Well, there was the argument.
Oh
about
yeah, no,
bringing
no,
them to
Fleet.
15
We're
when
not
they could.
Fleet.
Like-
We're not looking at what they could have built
But-
here. We're talking
yeah.
about the
As-
actual
as
guns.
the actual
Yeah, so
performance.
As the actual caliber
Just
of
'cause they've got
guns,
nothing-
they're
right.
too small to be capital
just because
ship
you've
grade
got
weapons.
nothing better to use does not mean
Yeah,
your
but that-
gun's not mediocre.
Because
yeah, yeah.
there's a
well,
reason
here's
that
the-
that caliber
yes,
was
but
left
then
in
if that's
before World War One.
if that's the case, it doesn't. If that's the case, then you can't say they're not battleships because of their guns.
You can.
No, you can't. They
You
are,
can.
they are
Because
they are battle.
They do not
they
fit the criteria
they
to
are
be a battleship.
they are battleships with small guns.
They are not.
They are battleships with small guns.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Because their role isn't to stand in the line of battle.
Yes, it is.
Which is the design. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
What battle line were they
It's
meant
not.
to stand in, Fleet?
The
Yes.
German one, because
Right,
there's
but
nothing
what
else.
German battle line are we talking here? Like what? As terms of what is the German battle line versus the British say battle line? What are the forces meant to look like here?
Whatever
If you
they
think about
could-
it realistically,
You don't
What,
just
the
get you don't just get to say they can't perform X role because the Germans don't have
Right,
enough
no.
ships to form a battle line
No,
dragon. That's not.
Right,
that's
Bracken,
not what I.
let's do
That's
this.
not what I said,
Right,
Fleet.
Right. Let's analyze this.
Please,
So,
please tell me, Fleet, when I said that is the exact phrase you just asked.
You said what battle line are they going to form up?
I'm asking. I'm not saying they can't do it because of that. I'm asking you what battle line are they meant to form.
Well,
So
one,
say we're meant to.
well-
so say we've got Scharnhorst and Gunneis now working together.
Yep.
Both ships are the same class.
Uh huh.
Even when both of them working together, if there's even two R class, they are told not to engage a line of battle because there is too high a risk of them being critically damaged or sunk.
Yes, that's because
This is
that,
comparing
and
versus
that
that's
holds the
older
smaller standards
battleships.
as
that's
well.
that's because
Now
Now,
compare the,
watching
now
the
say if there's
standards.
now say
What-
it's a 2v2 with King
Now-
Georges.
now at that point they are not fulfilling their role as capital ships. They are heavy surface raiders at that particular moment.
And
Hey.
guess what you call a heavy surface raider with admittedly very small but technically capital ship grade weaponry and battleship grade armor? We have a word for those, don't we, Fleet?
Foxo. Foxo.
I'm sorry,
What
battleship
was the
sized
fir-
vessels. Have
Foxo.
battleship grade
A large
armor.
armored cruiser, technically,
Foxo.
or a dreadnought
Technically,
armored
yeah.
cruiser.
This is not. No,
But no, right,
you've
basically,
completely missed the fucking point, you idiot.
No, we
But
haven't. No, they are
if you go
capital
off what
ships
she's
designed
saying-
to wage commerce warfare.
That doesn't.
Engage
That
enemy
is the
cru-
role of the battle cruiser.
That
They are
doesn't.
meant to engage
that
enemy
also,
cruisers and convoy escorts.
They're battleships that can do commerce warfare. They're not battle cruisers. They have far too much
They're
armor
not,
to be battle cruisers.
Oh, well, yeah, but
Later,
their
there-
primary
there's a
role
battle
is
cruiser, but they
commerce
actually have
warfare.
armor.
Their primary role is commerce warfare,
Yes, that doesn't mean they're
not
not.
to stand in a line of battle.
But they have a secondary
Therefore,
role
they are
to.
battle cruisers.
But they have a secondary role to stand as capital ships in a high line of battle should the Kriegsmarine need them to.
And so did
But they will
Tiger
be-
and Repulse.
They will also be.
No.
They are not intended to be the primary battle. Yes, it
Yes,
has Moe. I
they're
don't
not
entirely know
intended
why.
to be the primary line of battle. That was Bismarck and Tirpitz.
I'll just say this now, Zakaku, I would love to, but I feel like if we were to get 5 people in on this, it would become an absolute clusterfuck of points going absolutely nowhere.
We need to agree to disagree because we're
No,
not.
because you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not
You're
wrong.
No, I
actively
agree-
wrong.
I agree to agree to disagree.
You are wrong. They are battle cruisers.
No,
I'm
I
I
personally
think
more
hate
leaning
to
towards-
sully. I hate to sully my glorious battle cruisers with those German pieces of shit.
now you
No, I'm not
listen
gonna
here,
get
you.
But they are not battleships.
Now, as
They
someone who
are
actually does
battleships.
Like Gun Horse guys now.
They are not.
Let's agree to disagree and
Uh,
move on
no,
because
no.
we're not going to agree.
That's what 2/3? Yeah, I do lean towards Fox's point, but again, anyway, move on.
Where were we?
I don't count.
Yeah, like points
Nah.
can be made for both sides.
Our Dunkirk
Both
and
sides have what
Strasbourg
reason-
battleships.
That's
Well, no, I think-
that's actually
Okay.
a difficult one. That is a
I would
difficult
argue
one.
no.
I tempted to agree with Drax's line on this, which is that Dunkirk isn't. Strasbourg, there's an argument to be made that she is, but you can also lean on the side that she's a battle cruiser. But again, I'm still like, it's one of those things where I can lean either way.
Because personally, I make a distinction of
I
their
didn't know that was a thing you
modern
could do.
battle cruisers, which is sort of the downscaling of the battle cruiser idea, but they're still capital ships.
Where are we?
I think it's Clark's video and
Yeah, I do
Renata
agree.
Repulse.
I do agree with Moe. Technically speaking, the battle cruiser role has faded away by World War II, but in terms of role, you could still argue it exists. But
you have to
as an
remember
actual
that-
classification difference, it probably doesn't.
No.
Well, that doesn't fucking help us.
I've got a counterpoint. That's right. The battle cruiser role only really disappears once you get long-range projected air power through carriers.
Well,
And you
I would
don't
argue when
really
battleships
get
gain
that
the same
until
speed as the battle
43.
cruisers. I would argue when
But-
battleships can get the same armor and firepower, or battlecruisers get the same armor and firepower as a battleship. At that point, the battlecruiser is no longer its own distinct entity. It's more
Yeah,
now
but-
a role than an actual thing.
But you don't get that until the Iowas.
No, you get. I would argue you start getting that by Hood.
No. Consider that Renown is 31, 32 knots
Hmm.
when pushed. The Admiral
gee, that's a lot
Hood
of
is
helicopters.
if she's actually in good enough condition, is 32, 33. By Royal Navy's own
Kill
metric.
me now.
Repulse is rated at 29 due to being unmodernized. And I haven't gone over for a refit.
Kill me
Like-
now.
And
I'd love
as
to,
commerce
but I'm nowhere
warfare
near you.
vessels, they are
It's
still
illegal, I'm
relevant until you
And-
get the
and that.
long-range air power projection, where the carrier kills the battlecruiser.
Well,
Which
you
is very
make some
consol-
good points. Like the battle, there is still the battle where there is still the point where battle cruisers can be even faster than most battleships of the era. There is still the difference is negligible enough. I would argue
I'd
that it's
argue
more of a
not,
role than a
though,
classification.
because battleships have gotten faster, but so have cruisers.
Mm.
I think
I feel like this is. I feel like. You know what? I'll tell you what we'll do.
Literally anything
In fact,
else?
No,
We've
let
been
me
literally
no,
waiting, Brackman,
no,
for Fleet to move to the next question.
no. Let me
It's just not-
let me say this. Foxo, I would absolutely love to have a proper debate about this at some point. I think we should actually schedule this, get some arguments, and actually have a proper organised debate.
Well, I
Because
thought
there's
technically speaking what you just were doing.
yes, but there was a lot of shouting and talking
In which
over
there was a lot of
people,
shouting.
and
There's a reason me and Meta just stayed quiet. for
no,
most
but
of
like, thing is,
Yeah.
Foxo has really good points, knows her stuff. So do I, and I feel like that a actual proper debate would be something really and we could also like we've had similar discussions on other things. We could make a whole bloody episode out of it, and it's something that I think would be really interesting because there'd be a lot brought to light that people might not know. What do you say, Foxo? At some point in the future, I'll DM you about it, and we can arrange that possibly.
Also,
because
so,
I'd
here's-
actually really enjoy doing that. Because here's the thing: you'll notice me and Foxo may have been knocking seven bells out of each other verbally, but we don't ever degrade to insults. We never have.
No.
But also, just saying, I believe there's a grand total of 3 questions, Bill.
Oh no!
Despite-
Oh no! We've got more than that, Sunshine.
I'm not
Yes.
going to about people
Yeah,
actually posing questions.
So
There's
I've
the
had
See,
one of
Brackman-
my just for Vindaloo.
There's the
You
Dutch
see,
Battle
Brackman,
Cruise is the one we wanted to get
The
to.
issue of getting Drag and Clark in the panel would be the fact that it won't be a fun debate on me and Fleet's side because it's a lot like
called a
putting.
massacre.
It's a lot like putting some random conscript with guns against fully trained SES and SEAL operators. We would just get massacred.
Like,
There's a bit of a clear difference between the two of you.
the only way that would be interesting is if one of them came down on my side and one of them came down on Foxo's side, but we don't know if that would actually happen.
It's like
The
the whole
only way it
argument.
would
I'm
be
sure they've had the whole
interesting.
argument about the Congos and the debate between. I thought basically lie on different sides of the fence with the Congos.
Yeah,
I think
but
they
to
do.
be fair, that's because
You need someone like
Clark,
that.
if I remember correctly, Clark was a structural pluralist and Drac was a doctrinal pluralist. Puritan
Which
and all.
is
Yes, anyway, the
which
next question
means
will
that
Which
be
was-
which means that
which
they may
was-
actually come down on different sides of the debate, which would be hilarious.
Because Clark's idea is if it's built like a battle cruiser, it's got the same framing as a battle cruiser. It's a battle.
Right, okay, look,
Drag
park
is
it,
like
let's
it's
park it.
used
We've got
as a battleship.
we've got to fucking let's quickly
I said-
before
Like Meta wants
We
to
have
move on,
questions.
And the question was, what if the Dutch battle cruisers had? Been
I
built?
know, I was literally about to get to that,
I've been
Dragon.
waiting for this one.
Yeah, me first though. Chris asks, what if the Dutch battle cruisers were actually built? Okay, so, it depends on when and how. I'm going to assume by built, you mean built and ready for steam before the Netherlands falls. They wanted 3, so let's give them 3. So if they're built
maybe
and...
give them 2.
No, I'll give them 3. I'll give them...
Anyway.
No, they could afford it.
Fair.
Put it this way: a Germany going around hoovering up minor nations released a lot of purse strings within the Dutch government, shall we say?
Fair.
So if they've got all 3 and they're ready for steam, all 3 will get away. Because I'm sorry to say this, but if the Dutch if ships like Tromp can get away,
They're not going to let a battle cruiser like this fall into their hands.
no, and they're fast enough as well. They're fast, and most importantly, they've got a fairly modern and nasty anti-aircraft armament. Uniform
They
hunt.
just sort of leg it to Britain, I'd argue.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. They leg it to Britain. Although, to be fair,
Ooh.
they will only stay in Britain for so long as it takes for any fitting out work that isn't complete to be complete,
I'd
and
argue, would we potentially
for a
see
radar
the
fit.
Polish?
Pardon?
You know, the Polish operation to get basically their more advanced units out.
That's
Do
literally
you
what
think we'll
happened.
perhaps see
That's
something like that. Yeah.
that's literally
As
what
in,
happened with the
not
Dutch
even
fleet
be in
IRL.
ports-
No, that's literally
not
what
be in
happened.
the ports and when the Germans are invading. Yeah.
Oh no. The Netherlands version was the Polish version, but it happened immediately, like literally the second the Germans crossed the border. That's when it
basically
happened.
the Polish had the same, but the Polish ones were already out at sea.
Yeah, it
because
wouldn't
of
be
that.
that. It wouldn't be quite that, but yeah. The thing
I
that's
think they
important.
would realise this could be happening.
The thing it's important to bear in mind is that the Dutch are different from most of the co-belligerents at the time. they have large holdings to protect that are of strategic importance to the Allied war effort. So, I'm sorry to say this, but the Home Fleet aren't seeing any of those ships. All 3 of them will be transiting to the Dutch East Indies as soon as is practicable.
I'd argue against that one personally. Because they will want the refitting out work, which could delay time. And if they start noticing the Japanese getting aggressive, problem is, does the Dutch East Indies have the capability to sustain 3 1047s?
Considering considering it sustained a large chunk of the Japanese. Considering it sustained
the size of Java Harbour.
Yeah.
Also, would you necessarily want to immediately put them in danger of the Japanese?
It's important to bear in mind that, as far as the Dutch are concerned, like, here's the thing, Dragon. Abdercom fought to the last because the Dutch fought to the last. With everything they possessed, because that was their last major holdings. It doesn't matter whether the battlecruisers are going to be in danger. It doesn't matter. They have to go out to defend this last...
Your thoughts matter?
Don't look at...
sorry, I was just listening.
Yeah. Just because you were interested, it seemed interesting, so I was curious if you had a thought on it.
In all honesty, that was quite a while ago, but then it all devolved into a shouting match. I didn't really have many more thoughts to say.
A respectful shouting match. Me and Foxo will never insult each other.
Still a shouting match. As Moe's pointed out, has become a bit more common an occurrence.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you guys do this every week?
Hey, Spice of Life.
Only about the past 2 or 3, I'd argue.
Hey, Spice of Life. It's healthy.
People ask controversial questions about battle cruisers. And
I'm not going to
battle cruisers.
Also, to be fair, I'm always pointing out, you did directly call both me and her an idiot.
Yes, I will admit, I do get sometimes heated, but I just never more strong than that. Never more strongly than that.
I wasn't actually getting that heated on.
Oh no, Moe, you've been there when me and Fleet have started tearing chunks out of each other.
That wasn't even close.
Yeah, it's...
You're more turned up from Gas Mark 1 to maybe Gas Mark 2 or 3.
Get me kicked off this server if you're still a mod.
If people actually know what gas marks are. I realise a lot of people might genuinely not.
I know, God, that's a long... Do people even have gas? Like...
Yes, we actually recently, a couple of years ago, we reinstalled ours.
Yeah, same.
Can I make a comment about the Dutch question quickly?
Yeah, go on.
No, it was still on that one, technically.
Yeah.
Tangent.
So, something curious would be, I don't think they're all going to get out of the Netherlands, though.
Why? What's stopping them?
Because of how quickly the Dutch get overrun.
The
Netherlands gets overrun in 4 days. It takes the Dutch government armed forces, especially the Navy, about 3 to react, if I remember correctly. The thing is,
if they've got... It might take them 3 to react. That doesn't change the fact that it doesn't take... If they've got 4 days, it takes them 3 to start reacting. To white-hot all boilers on a large capital ship can take a day. To get enough to get moving takes far less than that.
So even Amsterdam and Rotterdam have fallen
also being
on
bombed
the 3rd
at
day.
this point.
But the bombing of Rotterdam, Rotterdam and Amsterdam have surrendered by the 3rd day.
Okay, well then let me.
It's why I genuinely think if the Dutch government now has 3 shiny new battle cruisers, they may consider. Right, tensions are getting.
I mean, to be fair,
about to snap.
I mean, to be fair, Dragon.
To be fair, immediately ready to steam, keep them at steam readiness, or
I mean, if they're worked up, if they're worked up, they're gone.
Definitely.
If they're fully worked up, they're on their way to the Dutch East Indies by the time the Netherlands is invaded. That's where they're going. That's where they need to be.
I'm assuming that they're probably not fully worked up, but sort of at the point where they are ready to sail. So they can sail safely without any problem. I can imagine if they can either have them at full steam readiness, so as soon as they hear the word,
or 4 to 8 hours notice,
invaded,
or 4 to 8 hours notice to get the crew back. But yeah,
I'm hoping that since they've got these shiny new ships, government will realise
the Dutch fleet isn't stupid. The Dutch Navy isn't stupid. There's a difference between losing some destroyers and losing 3 capital ships.
I will also point out, but even
if they have German power plants, it doesn't matter much. Sorry, it was just someone mentioned that. Yeah,
the Dutch have the issue of they're not expecting to be invaded. They're expecting Belgium to get invaded and it to be a reenactment of World War One. Like the Germans crossing the Dutch border is taken by almost complete surprise, as far as they're aware.
This is true, but if
the fleet's in chaos, the army's in chaos, the air force is in chaos, and the Dutch get overrun in.
I'm just theoretically, I would hope
yeah,
that someone
but
with high enough rank would just go, I'm not letting my ship be stolen.
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
can't
come down to that, and
if
they're not ready to sail.
Yeah,
because they're not expecting to fight.
Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, but there's a difference.
What stops the Allies appropriating them?
Yeah, there's a difference.
If they stop in the UK ports, surprisingly little apart from international relations.
And also, here's the thing: the British never take sovereign capital ships off allies and co-belligerents. They never do.
They have capital ships to take.
No,
Yes,
no. But
fair.
no. But the point still stands. That's basically saying
They didn't even have capital ships
technically-
from France.
technically-
By the time
technically-
by the time Free French got theirs, the Free French were a full government. It
Yeah.
wasn't. They never went to British hands.
And you also
like
remember
Baku.
that they appropriate Georgios Averof for a bit.
no, she's
Which
still
could be
Greek.
Yeah,
She's still
but
Greek.
they essentially go
But integrated into the Royal Navy.
Yeah, yes, but this is the thing.
back in a minute.
That's Foxo is correct.
They
but
didn't try to steal the French
yeah,
ships.
this,
Baku.
yeah,
Big
this,
difference.
yeah, this is the thing. If the Dutch government still has holdings in the Far East, I'm going to assume that all of them get away because I think, well, Foxo makes excellent.
We'll be generous.
Foxo,
We'll be generous and say they do.
Foxo
I personally
makes-
will only see maybe 2 of 3 though. I'm assuming because
the thing is,
they-
if
due to the
if
rate of
one
bombardment,
if one gets
one gets
away,
unlucky with the bomb.
if one gets away, then 2 gets away, then 3 gets. There's no reason for any of them. Either they all get away or none of them do. There's no middle ground, basically.
Well, I just basically go off the logic of if they are aerial attacked,
It's
one's
It's
probably
possible.
potentially going to receive damage.
it's possible,
There is definitely the possibility all 3 get away. There's the
but
possibility none get away.
it's
There's a
more
possibility only a number get away.
it's more likely
Either
that
way,
all
all
of them
can
get
happen.
away.
As I said, I'm going off the idea that the
A lot
people
of
in
this
charge
is
of their ship in particular are being
Yeah.
competent enough to see. Yeah, so we just got invaded.
yeah. No,
This is,
as soon
panic
as
everywhere.
I mean,
I'm not
Foxo's
going to wait for the government's orders.
yeah, Foxo is correct, but there's a difference between captains of destroyers and destroyer leaders waiting for orders, and seniority in
There's-
terms of
there's
skippers
probably-
of battleships. There's
If
an
if they're
entirely
in charge of a
different
battle cruiser. They're
Yeah.
probably either at least a captain or admiral sort of.
yeah. There's an entirely different level of willingness to take decisions that may not line up with the exactly written orders on that particular day.
Again, arguing they tried to sink them at port is also not quite right.
They've
Talking
got
about you're talking about Mirza Al Kabir. Sinking them was not what the British wanted to do, but it was the last resort after the 3 entirely valid other choices were refused.
and because the admiral in charge of the French fleet was an idiot. It's entirely on him. Mesel Kabir is
Genuinely,
entirely on
anything
him.
If any one thing went differently, especially with it would have entirely went differently, and Britain could have had a lot more assets potentially if they just went.
Or the
yes,
French,
yeah,
could have had a
I'm
lot
just-
more assets if they'd have sailed
Later.
to the French Caribbean.
or sail to the Americas. Like just sail to America and stay there because that was one of the options.
They don't even have to be interned. They can go and join
They were
Bern in the
genuinely
French
just-
Caribbean.
They were genuinely just not be in Europe. Basically, was the whole point. Right. Technically speaking, well, yes, there is nothing wrong stopping it.
There aren't any stupid admirals in the Dutch Navy at this point. Like, look at the character
I'm not gonna say
profiles
that
of a
'cause I
lot of the
don't know.
Dutch admirals. I mean, I've done a bit of reading on this.
Yes,
I mean,
it is
me
a
and Guy
novel
have done a bit
place.
of reading on this. There aren't really any Dutch admirals who would make the decision, we're going to keep our ships in port because reasons, or we're going to scuttle them.
We've not been told by the government to move, therefore we shall not move. No,
Yeah, there's no one
I'm
like
sorry.
that in the Dutch
The
Navy
Germans
right
are
now.
coming. I'm leaving.
But let me very quickly keep... So basically, now we get to the point of what happens with the Dutch ships. Well, on the one hand,
personally would
on
argue the
the...
British would make a very strong argument to keep them. with
the
the British forces,
they'd
one-
make the argument. The Dutch go, no, and then they sail. This is the thing, Dragon. Those ships were built to be the cornerstone of the Dutch East Indies, and the Dutch can quite reasonably argue that will send them out to the Dutch East Indies, and if shit hits the fan in the Mediterranean or Europe, or more likely the Mediterranean, you can call on some of them to help. But they are sailing to the Dutch East Indies, they are our ships, it is our last possession, and I'm sure you very much like the oil, rubber, and other materials it supplies to your war effort, don't you, Britain? Nudge, nudge.
I would also argue, though, that Moe brings up a good point of be under Dutch flag command, but overall under Royal Navy jurisdiction.
There was the Free Dutch Navy was not ever under. Some of it was, but the majority of large units were.
There's a difference though. Now they're
Dutch.
introducing 3 capital ships, and as much as the Dutch might want to defend their possessions to the last,
the
British will also go. We don't want you throwing away 3 very
it's
valuable.
Not, it is not Britain's choice. They can't just go around.
What if the 3 1047s were built, Sidious?
No. Okay, Fleet, I just gotta make a point here. Like, we know what happens to capital ships that are going to do something dumb and likely get themselves captured by a fortress against the British Empire in World War II.
But they're not going to do some. Going out to defend the Dutch East Indies is not dumb. You can't make the same argument for that instance as you can for Mezzel Kabir or Alexandria.
The Royal Navy might see it as a dumb decision.
Yeah, but politically, seizing the ships would be tantamount to basically declaring war on the Dutch.
Yeah?
It's not like they haven't done this before.
A, yes, and B, it's a case of... And that means what exactly at this point?
The loss of the
Because the Royal Navy are risking going to war with the French in the year before.
Yeah, Foxo, there's a difference between that and literally basically handing the Dutch off into the hands of the Japanese. Because the Dutch will literally sell oil to the Japanese if the Japanese defend the Dutch East Indies. So, yeah, well done.
Think about it,
but also,
if
the Japanese might just go, we don't want to buy it, we'll just take it, thanks.
It's also a case of, if the Japanese get the oil in the British calculus, that means... hey, there's less chance they get involved in the war.
This is you're basically no. This is completely. This is you're no. All of this is just no. None of the motivations here line up with any of the historical figures.
Right. The motivation.
You see, thing is, right.
But the British want new ships.
No, the British making a deal with oil with Japan is. Because it was legitimately considered.
Yes, but the difference is that that's not the British making an oil deal. That's the British basically... There's a difference between seizing... Like, the the Vichy French have bowed out of the war. They are no longer a co-belligerent. They are a potentially hostile power. The Dutch are a co-belligerent, fighting alongside the British Empire. One does not simply seize the 3 most powerful and expensive assets of one of your allies just because you don't like what they're doing with them. It is one thing to seize and deny assets to a neutral that could potentially become hostile. It is entirely another to rip ships out of the hands of your allies for no other reason that I don't like what you're going to do with your own ships. I don't trust you. That basically destroys any relationship with the Dutch government in exile, any relationship with the Dutch people at all. It's politically suicidal and militarily ill-advisable.
But is it better than saying we told you so to the same Dutch government if those ships then are sunk?
No, because this is just... That's not...
It's also not right.
I do see at least one or two going there.
We are on the extreme edge of hypothetical.
Yeah.
But remember, this is the British government that's scrambling for everything it can get its hands on.
Yes, I am aware of that.
However... They might take the calculus. It's better to risk pissing off the Dutch and taking their ships but they get 3 more fast capital ships.
Also, I'm still going off the idea that they still need fully finishing in Britain here.
It's not...
If they are fully finished, then the Dutch will probably just go buy and just cut the entire thing off. But if they do need to be finished in Britain, have any sort of final works done,
It's
the
not.
British might be able to make a reasonable argument.
They.
Now,
they
let me finish Fleet for a sec, because I'm good. I do see perhaps them allowing 1 or 2 to be sent.
Okay, no, RBG has made an excellent point that I hadn't considered. If the Dutch offers other capital ships to take... Sorry, if the British offer older but more powerful but slower capital ships to take their place, in exchange for the Dutch keeping them in Europe, that would be the compromise that might see the Dutch agreeing to it.
I would definitely, yeah.
Like 3 Rs...
Getting back to that in a sec.
Like 3 Rs in the Dutch East Indies is just a giant fuck you to the IJN, because now the Congos aren't even possibly peers with the 1047s if they were to begin with.
Yeah.
But now also you have much slower ships that are still mostly coal driven.
The Rs are all oil.
The irons are oil firing.
Yeah, there's no coal driven capital ships in the RN.
Yeah, that's the R class are Yarrow oil fired boilers.
They were originally they were they were supposed to be mixed. They were supposed to be mixed to be cheaper, but then the RN just said, "Oh fuck it, full oil firing. We may as well. We're building enough of them."
Yeah, it was considered, but then they built the boilers for the. And then the boilers for the Queen Elizabeth came in under budget.
Yeah, so they went, well,
fuck it.
Why not? It's the reason why the Rs are in this weird speed band where they're not quite QEs, but they're not quite the older generation of ships.
Yeah.
But yeah,
because by battleship standards, their power plant is fucking tiny.
Yeah. But so let's assume that 3R, because if you're sending 3R class out to the Far East, that basically means that, and you might say, well, what about the convoys in the Atlantic? That doesn't matter at this point. If you've got
1047.
Yeah, if you've got 3 fully worked up 1047s, you can operate them as a fast hunting group because they're quick. They're really fucking quick.
I do agree with Moe that I don't think they would want to do a 1-to-1 swap of Rs to 1047s. They'd probably do 2 for 3.
No. If you want the Dutch to agree to it, you're probably going to have to do the 1-to-1. Because you're going to have to offer them something that's going to really equivalent. Like, if you're going to give them reduced speed, you've really got to give them 3 ships. You can't...
Well, is speed something they're really caring about in
this
case?
The whole point of the 1047s is that they're supposed to be able to run from anything they can't fight. And fight anything they can't run from.
Right, here's a point. A part of the Dutch offer to get them subordinated to ABDA command under British control was the garrisoning of the Dutch East Indies, especially Java and Sumatra, with Royal British Indian Army troops.
Okay, so if they...
And we're talking, the British were prepared to send in 80,000 Indians.
80,000's not that much, in terms of the size of the island.
When you consider that the Dutch garrison was about 6,000?
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. But okay, so I think I think the agreement will probably have to be 3 Rs. Actually, no. 3 Rs.
4 Rs and a garrison.
No, I still say 3 because they can spare them. If they've got 3 1047s, they can spare them. All the QEs can go to the Med.
At this point, they can't though.
Yeah, they can.
Because this is
think about it.
No, this is a part where
Give them
this
39.
is the time period where the R class are still the main components of H and the Mediterranean fleet.
But they don't have to be. If the 1047s are here, they replace the QE's duties in the home fleet and possibly even the duties of Rodney in the home fleet as well, which means that you free up possibly Nelson, Rodney, and all of the QEs.
Rodney isn't in the home fleet though.
Well, look,
Rodney's
from the from the Atlantic and that theatre, you free up all of the 16 and 15-inch modernized capital ships for service in the Mediterranean. And that relieves the R. You don't need the Rs. You can keep 2 of the Rs around to escort heavily needed convoys. And that leaves 3 of them to go and sit in the Dutch East Indies. You've got, because one of the 1047s can serve with Force H. 2 of the 1047s can be in the home fleet. and that means Force H now has Renown and a 1047 for 2 fast capital ships, and the home fleet now has 230. They were designed for 34. I'm going to be realistic and say they got 32 to 33, but that still makes them compatible with Renown and Hood on a good day.
But that would be a scary sight. Renown, Hood, and 2 1047s sailing out.
Although to be
No,
fair,
the scary
although
The scary set will be Hood, will be Renown Repulse from the 1047s.
yeah, because
Hood doesn't have the legs on her anymore.
oh, the thing is, Foxo, it gets even better. Oh no, it gets even
then
better.
Well, if anything, it might give them a chance to let Hood finally get a bit of a rest.
Yep,
Because
that's
you've now
exactly.
got
Yep, there we
two
go.
new ships able to supplant this.
Yeah,
Hood
but
finally
the
gets a chance to rest her weary
issue is,
legs.
Hood having a rest is Hood falling asleep after being awake for several days on a caffeine high.
Yeah, but
She's
either
going to be out of action for a year.
yeah, she is.
Like,
Yeah, she is.
back
But
on
if
the
she's
broke for how much she's having to carry the Royal Navy's
No, but here's the
presence,
thing,
they're likely
if-
breaking due to having to sprint so much.
yeah, if
and
she
she's had so much caffeine, she'll end up in a coma.
if she's actually if she oh bloody hell if la da
How
dee
much
dee
AA
dee
does
do re
1047s at this point?
I think it's
In
5
It's seven twin 40mm Bofors, 8 single 20mm Orlicans, plus then 12 120mm, and then there is 6 120mm, which could theoretically, if they're being generous.
no they're dual
try and
purpose.
bargain.
No, they were designed to be dual
Are
purpose
they
mounts
actually
from the
fully dual
start.
purpose, these
Yeah,
ones?
yeah, they
Right,
were.
fair enough.
It was
It's not-
part of the design.
It's got it's got a lot of Bofors for what it is.
It's got a very
Yeah.
nasty AA armament for when it's designed.
Also, these are actually pretty good Bofors as well.
Oh yeah, these are the good. These aren't the stripped down ones for mass production. These are the good boys.
Yeah, we're talking. This is just come out of the Bofors factory in Sweden, and the L7, they're L70s, aren't they?
Yep.
Instead of the L45s.
No, they're L70s.
Yeah.
No,
which
sorry.
means-
No,
oh, yeah.
L60s. The L70s post-war.
I think they are.
Oh, they're the
Yep.
shit ones.
They're not. They're still. They're a battleship mount one, but not necessarily.
Yeah, no, it's
the 70s.
the L60s were pretty shit, which is why they were cut down to the L45s
You
due
wouldn't
to
do that,
reliability issues. And then once those get fixed in the late war, that's when you get the L70 and the L90.
Although to be fair, it wouldn't.
This is
it-
asking, would you see a possible option to make the upgraded to 15-inch guns turn
No.
them into semi-round?
No, that's
so much
not.
time, effort.
I would also point out that's not something that was ever considered for the 1047s.
And also, why would you? Renana Repulse exist.
And also, why would you? There's no need. They've got those really nice German 11-inch guns. But I'll not open
Right.
that can of worms again.
Yeah, I was about to say, skipping over that again.
No, okay. Can we at least agree? For 11-inch guns, they're good.
I don't think there's any disagreement on that.
Good, good.
As an 11-inch gun, they are decent.
Right,
An
yeah.
11-inch gun
But
on
my
a
my entire point
Anyway,
was
moving
they're
on.
good for 11-inch guns.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What?
No, it's all right. I've just had a slight moment with technical difficulties. We're all right now. There we go.
I'm always asking you, Foxo, what the hell are an L90?
Hello, Paul.
I can't remember its exact
On YouTube.
definition, but they were the ones created for the Swedish patrol boats, I think, or their asymmetric warfare craft in the 50s and 60s.
Wait, do you import from Chicago?
They're the big. They're the ones that look fucking derpy with their barrel length. That are in the patrol boats.
But
They're
basically,
fully radar guided.
yeah. So basically, I think we're all in agreement here. We're looking at the ships serving mostly in the Atlantic until the
I'll
Pacific.
try and find it for
until-
you. They've got a different destination.
Until the Pacific War kicks off, then I'm sorry to say, but the Dutch are immediately going to demand that they sail for the Far East.
If they have sold them,
No,
There's good reason.
who said anything about selling them?
well, if they've exchanged, the problem is if they've exchanged, then the British
No,
will just go. "Well,
no,
what about the ship we
no,
take?"
they haven't exchanged them. They've just said, look, well, thing is, by 41, things will be somewhat different.
Abby, shove it up your mute ass.
Wow,
Anyway.
that's aggressive.
Yeah, they've been having a bit of a splash for the last few weeks.
But
And I'm
yeah. So I'm like, thing is, it's one thing to so let's see, where are we at in? So you've got Hood. If Hood's in for a year, starting in the middle of 41, she'll probably be out just after Bismarck does her funny. and Bismarck will be put down with extreme prejudice because of, well,
Bismarck
what's
doing her
up
funny with 4 fast capital ships is
Yeah.
concerning.
Like it might be King George V and Prince of Wales being the 2 battleships, and then instead of the 2 cruisers coming along for Denmark Strait, you've got them there as well, but you've also got a 1047 or 2 also with the British force for maximum overkill.
It could be potentially 4v1.
Or alternative,
Sort of
oh no, it could be even worse than that. It could be just King George V and the 2 1047s, with King George V basically plastering Bismarck, and the 1047s first working over Hipper in extremely short order. Sorry, Prince Eugen in extremely short order, and then just plastering Bismarck with 11 inch AP.
No, what I see is either KGV and one on the 1047s raking over Bismarck and one on it, or even potentially KGV murders Eugen while having basically the Royal Navy would probably want to keep 2 capital ships focused on the enemy capital ships. My thought.
This is the thing, yeah, probably.
Isn't that the doctrine of have maintain
yeah,
basically 2-to-1 ratio?
Yeah, it depends. It depends how they fire. It depends.
Like if they had what's called the cruisers, the cruisers would likely target Eugen.
Yeah.
And the 2 battleships would have targeted Bismarck.
Got a quick thing for Moe. Quick correction. I got my gun calibers mixed up.
Yes.
I got the 57mm long gun mixed up with the versus 40mm.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
but yes,
correction.
so
The L90 is the 57, I think.
but where
That's
where
still
was
a very
I?
derpy long-looking barrel.
Yeah, where was I? Oh yes, the whole thing with so basically Bismarck. So as I was saying, so by December 41, Bismarck is killed.
Bismarck has a bad day.
Yeah, Bismarck is killed. The Scharnhorst are basically non-functional in Brest, being continually repaired and bombed. Tirpitz is barely in service and is sitting in Norway doing not much. The Hippers are either in Brest or in Germany proper. The Italian fleet is either dead or crying in a corner because it's looking at all the QEs plus Rodney and plus Rodney and Nelson, which is just an overwhelming force to deal with anything the Italians can sort it with. That's not even including the fact, and that's even without any form of Taranto at all, which will probably still happen. Which means you're looking at, and with more of the KGVs coming into service, if the Dutch go, Britain were very worried about, if the whole rumour about, the attack on the Dutch East Indies comes down, and the Dutch go, look, Britain, we'd like to send our ships out. The strategic situation is such that Britain can actually go, okay. And it's actually, and it's actually in their interest to go, okay.
As Rikaku earlier mentioned, Force Z2 Electric Boogaloo. If they do a sort of thing where they rush capital ships down, I don't think it's necessarily Force Z. It's a proper, actual battle fleet. They probably could at least choose to divert 1 or 2 cruisers, a small squadron of destroyers, and these 1047s. Basically, basically a full task force that could potentially be done.
And of course, you've got an extra spanner in the works for Japanese planning that they've got to send a force that's capable of dealing with the Australian Navy.
And if they'd already previously sent down the 2 Rs.
Yeah, 3. You've got to deal with
3, we'll say, yeah.
You've got to deal with 3 Rs, whatever escorts with them, probably 2 destroyers, 2 flotillas of destroyers, probably some older cruisers, and the Royal Australian Navy, which is probably also there as well.
Yeah, I'm potentially seeing something like Leanders or Arathusas.
Yeah, something like that. But again, that means that the Japanese have to basically wait for the fleet that's gone to Pearl Harbor to come back, because they're going to want fleet carriers for that operation.
All of a sudden, the Japanese have a very bad presence of potentially of 3, we'll be generous to say, 3 R-class, 3 1047s, 2 squadrons of destroyers, a squadron of light cruisers,
possibly a Dido or 2 possibly a Dido or 2
else from what
they can't afford the Didos. They can't afford the Didos.
Why not?
Med.
Well, yes.
The Med's still the priority, and Didos
are
the main escort elements for the convoys.
Fair enough.
Med.
Probably some of the older anti-aircraft cruisers
Either way, oh god, the horrifying thing of if they decide to send a tribal or 2 down just to basically do raiding stuff down there.
Oh no, there'll be a flotilla of tribals. There will be a flotilla of tribals.
Flotilla.
No, I don't.
Being a leader.
Right, the issue is there's not a flotilla left of tribals, because Cossack and Tartar get sunk in 40. Let's have a look, because the tribals, they fight well, they just get mulched in the early war.
Like, I don't think you see a full squadron, but I do see one or two basically acting as leaders.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You can form a full squadron. They've just got to work with
but would
not.
you want to send a full squadron of tribals?
No, Dragon. It may not arrive as a full squadron of tribals, but you pair them up with the destroyer leaders of the Tromp class, and suddenly things look a lot spicier.
It won't surprise me if you're gonna have to fight the Channel and Channel Fleet tooth and nail to get the Tromps and the tribals off them.
Possibly.
Because they are the ones that are looking at E-boats in the Channel and drawing their 4.7. They're going, bring it, bitch.
So by the even 1st of January 1942, Britain's already lost 5 tribals.
Honestly, if you've got that concentration of force in the region, I can see the British coughing up a fleet carrier to work with Hermes for that level of force. It's worth coughing up a fleet carrier.
I could see them maybe sending one of the. I could see maybe one of the oldest ones.
No. Right.
I don't mean like a full actual fleet carrier. I'm trying to remember. Which one survived?
They don't have any spare. Because Illustrious and Victorious are fucked, and they're in America for repair.
I'm
Hermes is too small to be a.
Well, Hermes is already over. He's having a problem. Eagle is basically relegated to transport.
Hermes is probably with the fleet there's probably 2 fleets. Hermes is probably with the fleet that's centered around the R class to provide them some form of fighter cover. Because she fits well with their speed regimen. The 1047s are. Let me see what carriers does the RN have in 41?
Well, it's more of a case of arbitrary. If they're asking for their ships back to help them, I don't think the British will necessarily allow these 3 ships to go without some extra teeth.
Because
at this point, this would make the actual Far East an actual combat zone where the Royal Navy could potentially now reasonably engage.
Yeah, there may be a chance to actually, especially with the USN on the other side with their carriers still extant, there may be a chance to actually, if not stop, but at least check the Japanese before they've taken everything.
Well, this is the whole point, of now. Basically, the point is Britain had these extra units to be able to work with. They're not sending necessarily.
There is one option.
Bismarck and Eugen will be sunk. Hood will still be around.
Fox, so there is one option for a carrier.
I still think they might send I still think they might send Furious.
That's what I was going to say. HMS Furious. She's fast. She's just about fast enough to be operationally viable with the 1047s, and she's not she's not important enough that the loss of her may sting too much.
She's also in repairs until late 41, so she takes damage in excess.
Late 41.
It depends when they move.
When does she come out of those? Let me have a look.
If I remember correctly, she gets. The reason why she falls back in excess is because she gets hit, or her engines just go bang.
I'm just looking now. Give me a second. That's all 41. January 41. July 41. August 41. Feck. No, she's
Pennsylvania, arriving 7th of August, 7th of October, 41. Did not return until 42.
Yeah, if she's in for a refit, yeah. So it's not repair, but it is refit, and you can't just pull a ship out of refit. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Ark Royal is gone.
Implacables don't come on Glide until 42.
Also, you're not sending an Implacable. They're too valuable.
No. Yeah, no. An Implacable is what you would send if any were available, but they're not.
Yeah. Yep. And you're down to 3, possibly 2 armored carriers, because the Illustrious she's alive. Technically. Because
you've basically your options are formidable and indomitable. Victorious, indomitable, and formidable. Sorry, is that it right? Yeah, those 3. Depends what they're doing.
Yeah, with most of a lot of British carriers got quite heavy damage at that point. By this point,
the British don't have carriers to spare, because formidables operating while damaged. Victorious, Illustrious is out of the question, and the Royal Navy still needs carriers for its European theatres. It's like, if this was 42, I would agree with you, they'd send a carrier. But this is the Royal Navy's worst point for carriers.
The thing is, Foxo, if you've got an actual chance of just about checking the IJN, you might be able to. The med is going to need its carrier. That's not up for debate. So Force H and the carrier in the med can't. Yeah, there's 2 in the med, and one of those is badly damaged. That leaves 1 carrier with the home fleet.
No. Illustrious has rotated out of the med to go to rotate in America. So we've got 3 armored carriers in service. 2 of them have to be in med, because you're not going to leave Force H and the Mediterranean fleet without carriers.
That's what I said. You might, especially in late 41, there is an argument that can be made, although it's an uncomfortable decision to make. The home fleet is unlikely to see active carrier operations for the short term, for the next 2 to 3 months. There is an argument to be made that you could strip the armoured carrier from the home fleet and send it to the Far East.
You probably wouldn't want to, though.
You wouldn't want to, but you can.
Again, personally, if there's the choice of strip the home fleet of its armoured carrier or sail them without a carrier, they'll probably go... send them without a carrier.
Problem is, I can see arguments for both sides, and I don't feel confident calling it either way.
Because the only thing I can see them is going, fuck it, Unicorn.
Unicorn doesn't exist yet.
Does she not? I thought she was fight.
No. Commissioned 12th of March 43. 43.
Oh, 43?
Yep.
Yeah, then...
Because RPG's pointing out, why would Britain send this extra fleet? Because they're still having trouble with elsewhere. Yes, you've still got the troubles elsewhere, but now you've actually got a chance to defend your Far East territories, and also, you would otherwise, if you don't help those, 1047s, you've basically just sent 1047s to die.
Whereas if you've got six, if I can actually think for a second without losing my marbles.
Can I just answer Abby's question why I was in the fleet? Because after Cape Matapan, the Royal Navy does send quite a large fleet to the Indian Ocean.
You say you don't allow the 1047s, but as the argument is, you genuinely might not have a choice if we're going off fleet's thing of where they're still retaining mostly operational independence. Like, they work under the RN, but they are not the RN.
They work with the RN. Yeah, they work. Yeah, the Dutch fleet. They work with the RN extremely closely, and we see this in Abdicom, but they are not flying the. They're not the RN.
To be fair, you say about flying you're about to say flying the White Ensign. Most of the fleets under Britain didn't necessarily fly the White Ensign.
Yeah, I know, but look, just...
But, yeah.
Indian
Ocean is a short and painful experience, yes, but now you've got a far more capable presence.
Yeah.
And again, you're not just going to send these ships to die.
Yeah, also RPG,
and it's a case
RPG
of
in the med...
is operating beyond the Andaman Islands, which is closer to Malaysia than it is India.
Yeah, and I will point out RPG. Yeah, you've got two QEs out of action in the med. Yeah, things are desperate, but you've also got all of the QEs in the med and Rodney and Nelson.
Yeah, remember this is after Cape Matapan, and the Italians.
I'm sorry, if Nelson...
They're not coming out again.
Yeah.
They're not coming out again for a while.
Oh no, if Nelson and Rodney are there with Warspite and some of the other faster ships, we've seen what Nelson and Rodney can do if they really crank themselves up.
Right. Yeah, but Nelson's not going to be there.
Nelson and Rodney will be in the med. There's no reason for them not to be if you've got the 1047s to be...
If I remember correctly, Nelson's kept around the home waters for if Turkish decides to...
In case Bismarck class comes out.
Yeah, but they've also got they've probably also got more of the KGVs now. I get what you're saying, but you've also got enough KGVs now that you, especially if you've got the 1047s to lift off other duties.
But by 42, you could potentially be seeing Hood's back in service with a refit.
Oh no! By late 41, she's back in service. That's if she's
no.
I'm saying early 42.
Yeah. But by the Royal Navy's own estimates, it was 42. Hood's that broken down.
Yeah, fair enough. But
Hood was built for 34 knots. She struggles to do 28.
she'll do 32 when she comes out of refit, basically because they'll be looking to simplify her engine plan and just, focus on achieving speed reliably rather than. Oh no, they'll go expensive. She'll be seen as something to work with the new.
Not expensive.
Yeah, they'll go extensive because they'll see her as something to work with this new Vanguard project they've got coming down the line.
Remember,
if we've got Hood back in the home fleet by 42, Renown's still around. You've still got Repulse. You've
but
basically got the
RBA,
3 battle cruisers.
remember,
You've now got 6 battle
Renown
cruisers,
was done
effectively.
under peacetime conditions, and 2, Renown was delayed repeatedly.
Same thing happened to King George's.
No, Renown, they sort of ran into the issue of the things we're meant to mount here haven't been produced yet.
Yeah. But very.
No, you can't really even rejoin. You're right.
But very, very quickly. So just to, so we're getting no carrier. Now this can be this can be now if we're operating in a defensive role, aka we're looking to deny the Japanese access to the Dutch East Indies and Malaya. Provided that the the Dutch, and others actually all talk to each other and their respective air forces in theatre, given the way that the Java Sea, etc., is ringed by islands with air bases, you should, in theory, be able to have some form of rotating fighter cover over any fleet sortie. Again, this is if the respective arms actually talk to each other. Moe, they will. Not enough has changed for the IJN to not try Pearl Harbor. Because, bear in mind, until the war starts, the 1047s are still happily on their European duties. They don't move until the Japanese pull the trigger.
Yeah. I just got to point out about ABDA command. They'll still have to deal with motherfucking Thomas Hart, the American Admiral.
Maybe not, because if you've got the 3 Rs already out there, and then the Dutch are
probably sending a British flag officer.
Oh no, you've already got one. You don't have a force centered around 3 battleships in theatre without a ranking admiral on the scene.
Yeah.
And then of course, you've got the Dutch will probably have one of their admirals coming out with the 1047s, and he'll be leading the fleet centered around the 1047s. So you're not looking at ABDA command being one force like it was historically. You'll have multiple forces that will work together because they'll have multiple admirals leading each fleet. So the thing is, admirals who are leading fleets can work together quite well. If you've got the horrible mess that is ABDA command, where multiple admirals are trying to assert their authority over a single task force, things get messy. If you've got 2 separate task groups, and presumably a third, which will be the traditional ABDA command force with the cruisers, the American admiral can have that one if he wants. The Dutch admiral will be flying his flag on one of the 1047s. And bearing in mind, the thing is, these 1047s will probably have seen plenty of action, and will probably be quite worked up. They'll probably also have British radar fits by this point.
No.
And more...
No.
Why not?
The Royal Navy doesn't even have enough of those sets to fill out its own new build capital ships. The Dutch aren't getting them.
Why not? They're very they're very valuable assets to the RM.
As you just said, the
they
Royal
don't
Navy
have
does not
enough of
the
them.
KGBs initially. I think it's more.
Yeah, it's like they're scraping it together to fit one on how.
If they have them available, they probably would. The problem is, they're currently going, where the hell can we get more of these at the moment?
Because if HUD's still around, HUD's going to need one. And HUD's going to take any priority over the 1047s. And part of the reason I think it's how it's slightly delayed is because hers isn't ready yet. Cause they're pretty bespoke units for the KGVs.
Yeah.
And it's just a case of the Dutch can scream and beg for them all they want, but the Royal Navy's going to go KGVs, HUD, Renown.
Because
they're the better combat units.
Yeah, but thing is now, so we know what's out there now. We've got a force of, let's say, I'm going to be realistic here. We've got, bearing in mind what can be spared, we've got 3 R-class with presumably older cruisers or possibly diminutives. So perhaps Exeter and Exeter perhaps leading the heavy cruisers of those R-class, which is just her, and then a bunch of other diminutives with those ships, and some of the older British destroyers as well. The 1047s are coming, and also Hermes is with the R's as well. Because she's there anyway. The 1047s are coming in probably with a pair of the old C-class cruisers, as in the AA refits of those C-class, along with possibly a bunch of Arethusas, and again a flotilla or two of older British destroyers, and probably as many, or all the flotillas of Dutch destroyers that are in RN service. Basically, the Dutch will say, look, we'll leave you your ships if you let us take ours, basically. Since the Dutch did build some, not modern, but still somewhat capable escort destroyers, especially for working with the 1047s in the pre-war period. Which means that we're looking at a commanding theatre that has 3 slow capital ships, 1 slow carrier, a bunch of older cruisers and destroyers with that, and then you've got a fast force with 3 fast capital ships, no carrier, but AA cruisers, but 2 AA cruisers, a bunch of other light cruisers, and a bunch of destroyers. Those 2 forces mesh quite well together because you've got the IJN have a similar problem. They've got, if they want to bring down a large force, they've got to either choose to bring down just Nagato, just the Nagatos and the Yamatos if they want a faster group that does 26 knots and above. If they're happy to accept a speed of only 24 knots and above, 24 knots and below, they're looking at all of the capital ships they can bring down. But it depends on whether or not they will be willing to do that. And also, are they willing to risk the Yamatos? Possibly not. I think you're looking at the Japanese also doing a split task group. You're looking at a carrier task group with the Congos as escort, and then you're looking at a battleship task force with perhaps a light carrier or 2, which is centered around the Fusos and the Iseis. And at that point, if they're choosing to commit that much to that region, that gives the Americans time to shore up their possessions in the Pacific. Wake Island might not fall, but it might. It's hard to say. You know, it's going to massively change the Pacific War, and beyond the deployment of forces, that's about as far as we can actually go without, because the Pacific is so large a theatre navally compared to the others we've talked about, and it's harder to plan out exactly what the differences in composition might do. It's far easier to plan that out for the Med. I think we'll have to leave that there. But it was a good interesting question, and I've been happy to discuss it. And where are we now? Let me see. Where? Oh god, we are miles back. Here we go. What kind of battlecruisers would you build in the 1950s if missile development did not result in any workable designs until the 1960s? You're looking at things like the Stalingrads. Large ships with not much armor, 12-inch guns, give or take, or auto-loading 8 or 9s. Heavy AA battery, and very quick. Any objections or comments on that?
Kinda.
Pardon?
Kinda.
Go on then.
I still think if you're looking for, given it's the 50s, and if you're looking at it, and people are still building battleships.
I mean, the thing is, the Stalingrads were 50s ships. That's how I know what the answer is.
Yeah. If others accept the Soviets are still building battleships. That's what I meant.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was, what kind of battlecruiser would you build in the 1950s if missile development didn't result in any workable designs until the late 60s?
Yeah, what I'm getting at is, like, this is more of a question for the question answer. Do I have to assume that everyone else is also building them? Or is everyone just ignoring them?
You want to keep an eye on that because I'm trying to keep up with where we are questions-wise and not lose myself.
Now that I'm back in. Yeah, because she's got a fair point there. If everyone else is also still building capital scale vessels which are gun-based, you've then got the question of that changes things, because what are you expecting to fight?
I mean, if everyone's building things like Stalingrads, then you're probably looking at something.
My problem with that is
Yeah,
you've already got
No,
a
you
scaling
didn't.
down
You
of
didn't
capital
let.
ship
You
development
didn't.
to a degree.
You didn't let me
Go on.
finish.
Go on then.
If everyone else is building something like Stalingrad, then you're looking at what you're looking to build is basically that ship, but with slightly bigger guns and slightly more armor, so that it can resist the guns of the ship it's fighting and catch it.
So you kind of end up back at the bed development of a fast battleship.
Yeah.
Because someone's going to figure out, oh hey, I can armor my ship against 11-inch guns.
Yeah, I know, and that's yeah. But if we're assuming that this is the start of a new thing, and no one has built there's no first ship off the mark, as it were, that everyone else is following. If we're the first ship off the mark, it literally is Stalingrads or ships like them.
I can't see Stalingrads.
No, I see. Right. It depends on the nation in particular.
Well, we did see
France,
Stalingrads.
I don't. Yeah, we would see.
Yeah, but we saw Stalingrad because of the very specific situation the Soviets were in.
We would probably see Stalingrad and Kronstadt.
Kronstadt.
They are two different
the Kronstadts are the pre-war. Stalingrads.
But they would probably still try and get them done.
The Kronstadts were long gone by the 50s.
But
and they're also
and
they're also radically obsolete in terms of Stalingrads are basically Kronstadts for the new era. Especially you also can't complete the Kronstadts.
When are we actually starting? Because if this is starting to be known sooner, like battleships aren't fading, or is it a case of that we've got to say exactly 1950, and it's just started blank from there? Because how I'm seeing it, what are the forces currently already available? Got the Iowas. The question is currently, if you were building a battle cruiser for the 50s, because missile development hasn't occurred, how would you build it? For Britain, you've got Vanguard currently still in service. For France, you've got Jeanne d'Arc. America, you've got the Iowas. Do you actually build a new battle cruiser for this age?
Well, you see, the British would, because the British would want a replacement for...
I don't see them dropping down. I don't necessarily see them dropping down to 12-inch guns.
The British would go back for 15s.
No, the British would probably reuse the 14s from the KGVs. Scrap the KGVs and reuse the 14s.
You've got Vanguard not 15s.
Yes, but here's the thing: Vanguard as one ship will take a very long time to draw down the reserves of barrels and ammunition for the 15-inch. There are more 14-inch barrels and more 14-inch shells. There is a much larger reserve that will last far longer. So you can build multiple ships and still not draw down the reserve in a major way.
Yeah,
it means
but the British are wanting to draw the 14-inch ships out of service.
How many of these ships do you think Britain would build as well?
It's the same thing with the... I
don't see them building that many. I see basically getting maybe 2 or 3.
Which, in that case...
the ammunition...
The problem is that you'd have to... The 14-inch is the newer gun.
It is, but overall...
They're not going
to... 15-inch will still do what you need at this point in time.
Yes, but so will the 14-inch.
It's also a case of... It's not like the British don't have more modern 15-inch guns.
The problem that we've got here is that the British will want to keep...
It's a policy-defying question.
The British will want to keep costs down. Best way to... Some of the longest lead and costliest items are guns. They have a bunch of 14-inch guns just sitting there.
They've also got more 15-inch guns also sitting there.
Not as many.
Yes, they've got enough.
They still have a lot.
Got a lot.
No, Foxo, it's not about having enough, it's about the level of stocks.
There's another thing you're forgetting here, Fleet.
What?
You've now got you say have 2 or 3 different ships with 2 different ammo types.
That's
now.
not a,
So you have
that's
to have an entire production line.
that's not a problem.
You would still need a
They didn't produce new ammunition for Vanguard at all, ever. They just drew down the 15-inch stocks. They will be looking to do the same thing with these ships. Vanguard needs the entire stock to have any chance of long range. To have any chance of staying in service long term.
There's still like over 10,000 rounds of 15-inch ammo at this point.
And how much will that degrade if you've got 5 ships or 3 ships or 4 ships?
Yeah, but this is why I said, how many ships are you building here? Because
it doesn't.
It does matter.
Any number greater than 1, there is no reason to use the 15-inch.
You just said Britain wants to keep costs down, to be honest.
Indeed, they do.
And they do. So they're not going to be building an entire new line, because Britain's bankrupt at this point, to be honest. They're still recovering. It's why you have the 1948 and 1949 cruisers are just straight up cancelled.
And this is the 1950s, but the Marshall Plans kicked in.
When in 50 are we talking? It says 50s. Why I kind of wish Bracken actually would explain a bit more.
But
it depends on when also.
By 52, the British are no longer bankrupt. They're just exhausted as fuck from war.
But the question is, would they necessarily want to be building a new large number of? I still only see 1 or 2 capital ships of these.
Like I said, I only see 2, and I see them using 15-inch guns because the British didn't like those 14-inch guns. They're not bad guns. They just didn't like them.
Since when? I thought they were quite. They weren't happy with the mountings.
Oh, they were perfectly adequately. They were perfectly adequate, but they just were not what they were after. Because they did want the 15-inch gun. They wanted the 15-inch 50.
Yeah.
No, they wanted the 15-inch 45.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is...
The problem is, just finish a pair of lions. It's not a case of finishing a pair of lions.
There aren't any.
The British are never going to finish the pair of lions.
Those lions are gone. You're not finishing anything. Are they not?
It's also the point that the lions are not the ships we're looking for here. You're not looking for a full scale battleship like Vanguard. You're looking for something with perhaps 6 guns in 3 twins to keep costs down. You're looking for something that's very quick. You're looking for something that has plenty of room and space for upgrades in the future. You're not thinking in, as in, and I'm just talking generally, not to either of you. You're not the RN isn't looking at a
it didn't go to the 50s RBG.
The Royal Navy's looking for a designer battle cruiser. It knows that works with guns. It knows it works.
Brackman initially asked it.
Has experience with.
Better building new capitals.
So they're going to rebuild the renown.
Right. Yeah, but what are we talking? When about in the 50s? Are we talking
so we discussed last week why that was a bad idea with Dr. Clark.
Oh no! I'm not talking about rebuild renown.
Oh, you mean build
a ship that's like renown.
Like 3x2 sort of thing.
That's what I said. Yeah, 3x2 is what you're looking at. So
you're starting from 1950.
Honestly, you might see. So you might see them all forward to save weight, and also free up the aft space.
Cursed, but
no.
Also, the reason why I don't see just quickly because Mo and RBG are still saying lions. Keep in mind, for the lions, they only ever produced 6 guns.
And I would point out lions
only produced 4 gun barrels.
The lions are entirely too much ship for what we need them to do.
You're not getting that at this point.
But
I don't think.
The reason,
as much as I'd love to see lions,
I
just don't think you'll see the lions being built.
If you look at ships like the Stalingrads, one of the reasons why they're so farcically big is not just the speed, it's because they're looking to space the main guns away from the superstructure as much as possible to reduce the effects of blast on the ship's electronics. If the British are building new ships, they can either have the tonnage balloon a lot more to something like 30 to 40,000 tons, since they're using 14 or 15-inch guns. Or they can group the turrets all forward and get a lovely blast and shock-free area to the aft of the ship, where they can mount a lovely tall mast with lots of fancy electronics on it.
Isn't the big thing about why the Stalingrad's turrets are so far apart because of the earlier airborne anti-shipping missiles?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Because by minimizing the blast effect on the turrets and superstructure themselves. Because if you've got a bigger target, you minimize blast. Because blast is partially calculated to just the mass of an area of the ship it's hitting.
Not so far as I'm aware. That may be the correct, but so far as I know, that's not something they were planning for. But it could be.
The issue running into is
now,
I'm
Moe,
not
that is
particularly-
something I do agree with you. Like, we're not right. So I agree with Moe that I don't necessarily see the Royal Navy wanting to scratch build new ships. I don't see France wanting to build new ships.
The question, the question
got
was new
the Alaskas,
ships.
and they've already kind of.
Thing is, Dragon, that's irrelevant.
I know
because that's the question.
It's context.
Yeah, but the problem is
if you are trying to build if you're wanting to build one, are we saying any particular nation? If we're just imagining if we're just going for no nations in particular, probably a renowned style ship. Smaller number of heavy main duty guns, but still enough to get the job done.
Yeah, with a 4-inch dual-purpose battery.
Full radar arrays,
4-5,
Vanguard style. I'd say Vanguard style radar arrays of how many radars? Yes.
Although probably, although
it's not nonsense. I wouldn't agree. I would agree. It's not nonsensical.
Although Dragon, myself, and Foxo disagree on whether the ship would be all forward or not, but that's probably just a matter of opinion.
All forward would be amusing. I just don't necessarily see them wanting to do
You
so.
see, the issue with all forward is that at this point you're going for a very long ship.
Yes.
Which means the weight distribution becomes a much bigger concern.
It's not the reason that
it's the need to shorten the ship, which makes the main frontal main battery work so well.
But the reason that I'm going all forward is to try and mitigate some of the problems with shock and blast, which is becoming a real problem with electronics by this point on capital ships.
It's still going to be an issue though.
With all forward, there were reports that you could from certain things that the John Bar could actually have some more advanced radar mounted aft and not have it fried or damaged when the guns went off because her battery was forward and there was enough.
It's not an
room.
As far as I'm aware, that would only come in the 70s for Doppler, is it?
They were already
radar. Well, when it starts to get to the point where the radar gets accurate enough.
Oh no, they were
the shaking of the ship
as we were discussing with Clark, I think 2 weeks ago now. By the 50s, blast from main guns could damage radars.
It was already a problem. It was already a problem. I mean, they'd already.
It was by the 70s. Yeah, no. If you're firing a main gun, that ship's doomed. That ship's radar's doomed.
By the late Second World War, they were already having problems with some of the more advanced radars.
Yeah, I'm thinking sort of mid-50s, your radar is a bit more delicate at this point. Now, let's quickly mention the point. A 6-gun battlecruiser in the 50s is nonsensical. Well, what are you fighting?
Cruisers. Aircraft.
Yeah, you're not
the question is, why do you need, say, a 9-gun heavy-duty broadside?
Yeah, for example, Dr. Clark.
This does depend on the gun caliber you're using. If you're using 12-inch, 9 guns make sense.
Yeah,
15-inch, 6 guns will suffice.
For example, Dr. Clark has demanded that in exchange for me dragging him to the Red Fleet, he gets to make Sea Otters design a modern capital ship for the post-Falklands RN. We've gone with 4 14-inch guns in 2 twin turrets forward. That's it.
That's the 80s. Right, yeah. In that case, yes, but Moe. So, think of it this way. You're in 1950. We'll be generous. We'll just go in the middle. 1955. The enemies most people, the enemies you're looking at from the NATO side is cruisers. That's it. Maybe the Stalingrads, but you've got your older fleet still exists, and you're now supplemented by a 6 or potentially 8 gun if you're doing a more Vanguard style thing of heavy duty guns. That's more than enough to destroy cruisers and good enough to deal with Stalingrad. From the Warsaw Pact side, well, you're already minorly crying in a corner, but you've got, assuming you get your bunch of Stalingrads, and you're now having to deal with whatever the new ships are, plus the old. Yeah, honestly, Scoop, that is something I would see being vaguely like it. Makes it more. Expecting to replace something you already have? Yes. Most nations will be replacing stuff. Britain, you might have Vanguard, and that's basically it. America's probably still keeping the Iowas around, though.
Yeah, America's going to keep the Iowas around. They're fresh.
America is just going to say, we don't need this. I know, technically speaking, this is not... I know didn't actually specify a nation, but to give it some actual context we can work with. America's not going to bother. But if they were going to come up with something, they've got the Alaskas. And they have already said they don't like the Alaskas. You've got Britain, who will maybe want a new style, what's called King George or Vanguard. Not King George, sorry. New style Vanguard, or some sort of much more advanced, renowned style design. Because you're not expecting to engage battle line threats too much anymore.
No, that's not
This is no longer the age of the battleship. We've already the missiles aren't around yet, but keep in mind you've still also got the carrier is now. This is the whole thing the Star didn't mention. It mentioned missiles.
I mean,
the carriers are still on their way.
They're not even technically battle cruisers. They're basically this. They're part of this new catch-all term, which comes in around this period. Large surface combatants. They're larger than cruisers. They're designed to have flag facilities, be somewhat heavily armed, whether it's with missiles or guns, and serve as the other large component to fleets. You see this coming with things like the US cruisers, the larger US missile cruisers. Again, large surface combatants. So they are no longer treated like battleships. Wow, we really are losing people today. Christ.
Yes, I've already noticed that, but...
Yes, because you're right. Can we just change question? Because that question's shy.
It's...
Okay, come on, don't be like, no, let's not...
Honestly, no.
Yes, it's a sort of information you need so much more information on. Yeah, you need so much more information on it.
You're looking to operate and rotate with Vanguard? Yeah, I agree, Moe. We've said this. And I honestly, for a British one, I see 6 or 8 guns. You will be wanting to replace the KGVs. That's probably what will happen anyway.
Well, the KGVs, the ones that remain are worn out. And they were already
I
very
am agreeing with you, Moe.
ships.
It just... I agree. The thing is, you just don't want necessarily too big of a... Britain won't want too big of a ship. America won't care. France won't care. Honestly, in general, Stalingrad is probably the best example of what you'll see for a power that wants a battlecruiser-sized ship in the 50s. Because no one else really needs them.
If 50 pre-dreadnoughts versus 4 hours, 4 hours. Next question. Lazy Author-san asks... oh, sorry, never mind. I've missed one. If Turkey got and kept HMS Agincourt, which would be... she was going to be named Sultan Osman I.
Sultan Ottoman?
So, yeah.
Would
you see them doing the same thing with the Goeben with a modernised 1970s Agincourt? As in offering her back to the UK? Basically, because remember, Goeben didn't bow out to the scrappers until the 70s. She went out of service in the late 50s. But Yavuz didn't actually bow off to the scrappers until the 1970s.
Also, Fleet, check your stream chat. Also, we've got another rune alt on the server.
Oh no. For Lord... Wait a minute. Hang on. Let me just...
Hello, Clark.
Oh boy. Here he is.
Anyway.
Okay, Dragon, I was wrong. 2 hours this time. I was wrong.
And I'm just trying to quickly look at... So what actually happened to Yavuz post-war? Because I don't actually know what happened, basically. Apart from she was stuck in the med and that was it.
In my
genuine...
Oh, hello?
In your defense?
Hello?
Oh, there we go.
He's alive! He's alive!
He's
Sorry,
in
I was feeding
pain.
12 people dinner today, so that's why I'm running late.
Oh, well, to be fair,
Sorry,
you're not...
Fleet had a bit of a thing of...
Yeah, to be fair, you're not even...
think before he at least makes an appearance saying, or popping your head in to say, yes, I exist. Goodbye.
Yeah, because at this point, you're basically another co-host at this point, because I can't seem to do a show without you turning up.
Yes.
Sod it!
Well, you know.
Then again,
What actually happened with Yavuz in general, though?
Yavuz had a long and active career with the Turkish fleet. She was rebuilt in the immediate World War I post-war period. She laid in a bit of a rut for a while. Then the Turks found the money to rebuild her at around the same time as, surprise, surprise, the Greeks were considering buying a bunch of new modern destroyers. And then, after she was rebuilt in a basic form, she went in for another major rebuild in the early 30s, which, surprise, surprise, caused the Greeks to order another tranche of modern destroyers and refit the Averof. Again, this keeps happening. The Turks will do something, and the Greeks will respond, and the Greeks will do something, and the Turks will respond. Yavuz serves mostly in a rebuilt capacity. She doesn't change too much. She gets some AA batteries on the roofs of her turrets and wherever the space that the blast effect isn't going to pulp the crew when the main guns fire. But she's mostly, and she gets a really funky superstructure as well. But she mostly remains unchanged. Memorable highlight of her post-war career is exchanging a salute with one of the Iowas when one of those ships visits Turkey. But she is paid off, I believe, in 1956. I will just check that.
That's gonna bring on feelings of inadequacy.
What do you mean?
Being on the U's and looking at an Iowa.
Perhaps, but you've also got ha 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 ha. I'm... let me see. Yes, so she
I'm
was...
the only German capital ship still afloat.
Yeah.
I'm the only member of the High Seas Fleet still around. I'm the only member of the World War One still around. World War One battle fleet still in active service. Let's be honest, because Texas wasn't by this point.
Yeah, she was decommissioned in 1950, stricken from the list in 54, and wasn't sent for scrap until 1973. She was offered back to the...
toying with the idea of making a museum.
Yeah, and then they offered her back to the Germans to be a museum, but the German government categorically didn't want her. And more to the point, if you'll allow me to go on a tangent, what fucking right have they got to claim her? She's a Turkish ship, through and through. She served their navy far longer than she ever served the German one.
Yeah, but it was a good way to get a museum on the cheap for the Turks. Because I think they were actually, what they were angling for was the Germans would pay for it to be a museum in Turkey.
Oh, well that's different.
So you make an offer of gifting it back to them, and then when they go, well, we're not sure we want it, well, would you like it? Would you like us to preserve it as a museum, but you pay some of the money towards it?
And the Germans just said, we're not interested on that.
No, but it was a long enough negotiation, it went on for pretty long. Now, here's an interesting question for you all.
Oh boy.
I've just had this comment on my YouTube channel, and I have no idea how to respond to it.
Alright.
This is from someone called My Recreational Channel 7181.
Oh.
So I'm not sure who they are in reality. But they've commented, I've always thought good for Lutyens looked like John Cena in that photo.
Who the what now?
Good for Lutyens.
Yes.
Admiral Lutyens, the gentleman who went down with the Bismarck.
Uh-huh.
Apparently he looks like John Cena.
1 second.
I hate them. I will never unsee that.
Oh my god, he's not wrong! No!
Oh, good lord.
It's official. Fleet's lost it. Dr. Clark, I need you to step into this building. It's definitely not a giant guillotine. I swear.
I didn't realise it until they said it, but then I looked at it and went, oh my, and I have no idea how to respond to that.
I am probably going to get myself killed for this before we move to the next question, but now that you've punished me, Dr. Clark, you now have to settle a debate.
They even have the same ears.
Yeah, Dr. Clark, you now have to temporarily settle a debate now that you've done that.
No.
Okay.
You can't bring him in on this.
Yes, I can, and I'm going to.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Yes, I can.
It's between two amateur historians.
Nope.
You don't bring in the big guns for it.
No, because I think you have a capability to be right, and so do I. Scharnhorst class, battleships or battle cruisers?
Battleships. Don't even have to think about that one. They've got the subdivision, they've got the everything. The Germans would have liked to fit them with larger guns, which is often used as a reason for them to be battle cruisers, because they're only fitted with 11-inch guns. But the reason they're fitted with 11-inch guns, and the Germans admit this in their own papers, is because if they go wait for anything else, they'd have to wait longer to put them into service, and they want them in service for national pride and national status. They want battleships in service. They are fast battleships, but they are battleships.
Armor's a bit anemic.
It's reflective of what they could actually do at the time. This is the thing, they're not just having to rebuild their armaments industry, they're having to rebuild their armor industry. Look at what armor they've actually produced since the end of World War One at this point.
Jack shit? Question mark?
They are basically having to rebuild everything from scratch. So basically, what you have is the Deutschland class are rebuilding those capabilities, and then the Scharnhorst class are trying to expand a Deutschland to a battleship, and actually doing quite a good job of actually producing quite a decent fast battleship. Okay, yes, its armor's a bit anemic, its guns are a bit anemic, but for a German take on a fast battleship, it does compare into the Dunkirks, which are also fast battleships. And once you go from that, you move up. Now, I know there are lots of discussions over the Dunkirks, whether or not they're fast battleships or not, whether they're battlecruisers. But again, you have to remember that the French are building them with the treaty limits in mind. And the French are trying to get the most out of the treaty limits, so that's why they're the size and displacement they are. But they still are built battleship scale in terms of their subdivision and in terms of the armor coverage.
Oh, coverage, but not thickness.
Yes, and this is the thing. When people start trying to rate it on thickness and go, this one, I often point out, look, thickness, it's more of a, how do I put this? It's how thick can we build it?
Oh.
That doesn't, that's an infrastructure issue. That's you are this nation. If you are talking about nations which, if you decided that they have to have 18 inches of armor to be able to call themselves a battleship in World War II, well, there are only 3 nations in the world which can build armor that thick, because there are only 3 nations which have the rollers which can go to that size and that scale.
So you're saying that in the World War II interwar period, whether a ship is a battle cruiser or a battleship is dependent on the coverage of its armor scheme?
Yeah, that's far more, and the subdivision within inside.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
That's the interesting. That's the question I get. Well, this is the way I was always taught to it by my dad, who was a naval architect. My dad used to go, well, if you want to have more armor coverage, you actually need to. There are 2 reasons why you increase subdivision in terms of a battleship going from a cruiser to a battleship, and this is how I design the entire spectrum I talk about when I talk about capital ships. The entire battle cruiser, 2 words, to battleship, dreadnought battleship spectrum, with the battle cruiser 1 word and fast battleship in the middle, and how it works. It's all based on the level of subdivision and armor coverage, and how much that sort of affects versus your speed. And the thing is, if you want a higher speed ship, you need larger compartments because of, in terms of less dense in the compartments, because you need to have more space for machinery to work together, and you can't have that machinery keep going through bulkheads. So it just creates a nightmare. So if the faster you want a ship to go, the more powerful you want a ship to be in terms of speed, the larger the compartments are going to be, the more closer it's going to be to a cruiser. But if you want to hang a lot more armor on a vessel, and if you want to increase the armor coverage, you've got to have more positions within that hull, more subdivision, for that armor to be connected onto and to be held onto, because otherwise it'll create problems in the hull and the shaping of the hull. The actual weight of the armor can deform hulls. This was the problem when they were looking at the Renowns and even Hood. When they're talking about upgrading their armor, there is a limit to what they can do before they have to start working on them internally and structurally. And that's one of the reasons why Renown takes as time she does, and it's also one of the reasons why I argue the Congos, in the case of more than a couple of them, because of the work they had to do internally to make their new armor scheme fit, and especially the subdivision they built into them, they actually crossed that line to become fast battleships.
So when... Wait a minute, I thought you being a structure purist meant you were talking about the structures of fleets. No, you mean the internal structures of the ships themselves.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, our ship's actually built.
Well,
this is the thing. This is the thing which causes quite a lot of my colleagues to be worried about me when they're dealing with me on academic conference and they're debating me. Because I'm one of the few historians who, big thanks to my father and other intentions, has the skills to go back and read the plans. And I do a lot of what's called how do I put this? I tend to call it linear archaeology. And it's when you go back, but some people call it forensic engineering. Okay, if you come from an engineering background, it's forensic engineering. If you come from a historical background, it's linear archaeology. It's when you go and look at the designs, look at the construction plans and how a ship was built to try and work out what that's telling you about the ship. So that's also the difference you can talk to when I'm talking about the tribal class destroyers versus the American, the Fletchers and the larger Japanese destroyers, etc. Why do I describe the tribal class destroyers as destroyer-built cruisers, or rather cruiser-built destroyers, rather than the other ones I describe as large destroyers? And it's entirely to do with the shaping of the subdivision internally and how they're shaped and laid out and how the framing's put together. So this is one of the fun things, and this is one of the fun things me and Drac have, because this stuff can lead to us sitting there going, we're either in complete agreement, complete disagreement over a very minute detail, and with the Congos, it's literally, it's such a fuzzy area. You can make the case either way, and I will make the case that I think at least two of them have gone the path to being fast battleships by that point, and he says no, they're all still battle cruisers. But they are built originally as battle cruiser one words. They're built originally as battle cruisers, which are supposed to be able to form a second line for the battle fleet, like the German battle cruisers are. Whereas the British battle cruisers are built as economic warfare battle cruisers, so they are supposed to go out and destroy enemy cruisers. They're not supposed to be second line in the battle fleet, which is why what happens at Jutland is so frigging stupid. Because whilst the German battle cruisers are built to be there, the British battle cruisers, other than arguably Tiger, are not. And this is the fun thing I have with Tiger, because she's heavier built and far more strongly built than Renown and Repulse are.
That I didn't know.
Tiger weighs more, displaces more in standard displacement every single way than Renown and Repulse.
Fuck
He is
me.
far more densely constructed than Hood is, even when Hood's completed.
Bloody hell.
So when people ask me what is ask me if a Hood's is a fast battleship or no, I go, well, no, she's a battle cruiser, and she's not even the most densely constructed, best provisionally armored and structured for armor battle cruiser the Royal Navy ever built. That's HMS Tiger.
But you'd argue Tiger is still a battle cruiser.
He's still very much a battle cruiser, but it's a one-word battle cruiser. Because there's also, here's the interesting thing, when you start off introducing the Invincibles, they are called the Dreadnought Armoured Cruisers, and then they're changed to Battle Cruiser 2 words. And then by the time you get to Tiger, they're being introduced as Battle Cruiser 1 word. And there's a difference between that. Because a Battle Cruiser 2 words is built in a world where their threat they're going to be fighting is cruisers. A Battle Cruiser 1 word is built in a world where there are battle cruisers it's going to have to fight.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for utterly and completely shattering every designation that I've used to apply to warships since I started becoming a hobbyist in this field, and a historian in this field. Thank you. And thank you for basically...
It's even more fun when I get onto aircraft carriers, and don't get me started on torpedo boats.
Like, me and Foxo basically fought each other to a standstill over the Scharnhorsts.
Yes.
The problem was both of your points were reasonable, which is why it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, we couldn't actually make any headway because she had fantastic points, and I had good points.
Well, they weren't that good.
Stop trying to be modest. Anyway,
do yourself some credit.
One of Fox's points was, for instance, the Scharnhorst seem to primarily be economic warfare capital ships, primarily. Or at least how they were used.
The thing is, you have to think about that's how they're used, but as they are, what they are is the Germans trying to warm up their industry and to reassert themselves in the world slowly, but also warm up their industry to get on to building things more. And this is the other fun, you have the Bismarck class, because you can argue that the Scharnhorst, the Deutschlands, the Scharnhorst, and the Bismarcks are entirely experimental. They're about building capacity until you get on to eventually the H-class, which are supposed to be the proper things. And the Germans are planning their own new class of battle cruisers as well. So that tells you again, the Scharnhorst aren't battle cruisers because they're planning a class of battle cruisers. And they give them a completely different name.
Yeah, because you've got the O class, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And those things are weird. Really,
I actually quite
weird.
like them, honestly.
Lazy Orthsad asks a really simple question. If a battleship or battlecruiser had its keel just laid, but a short time afterwards was ordered to be converted to a carrier, would it still be considered a converted carrier or a purpose-built carrier? It's a conversion. Unless a carrier is designed from the keel up to be a carrier, it's a conversion. If the plans are laid in place and the steel laid with the...
Let me say there is a caveat here.
Oh boy,
Okay.
here it comes.
Here's the fun thing. Guess where they got the hull shaping for all the original carrier designs from?
Don't you
Battle
dare...
cruisers?
Battle cruisers.
Oh, for flippity-flip's sake! Putting holes in my perfectly succinct questions.
Here we go once again.
Basically, if you're starting... it's one of the interesting conversations I had with someone about Ark Royal, because her hull shaping and design, when you look at it, and when you actually take that hull shaping away, it comes from the F. It can be argued to come from the F3s.
I'd just like to very quickly announce a milestone. I've got more people watching on YouTube than on Discord for the first time ever.
That's good.
It's only by one, but still. Look, details.
Anyway. But,
Next question is actually one that I'm glad Dr. Clark is here for, because I don't think the three of us could do it without you. Could the British battle fleet from Jutland fight the Japanese center force from the Battle of Samar? Because that's a case of numbers versus quality.
Let's see. Center Force. I'm just reminding myself of the actual ships in there.
Of Samar, you've lost Musashi. She's gone.
Yeah.
But most of the cruisers are still there. The destroyers are still there. And you've got Nagato and the three... Or is it two Congos? I'm not sure. It's either 3 or 2 Congos.
Let's put it this way. Whilst I don't expect it would be a nice time for the Grand Fleet, I have a feeling they would lose more ships than they'd actually be happy losing. I have a feeling they would win.
Hello, Sweet.
The
sheer volume. It's the sheer and also that with the Grand Fleet comes Jellicoe.
Oh,
And
that
that's
is
your other
true.
problem.
That is true. But what I
I'm
would...
fairly sure the center force that is Yamato, Nagato, Kongo, Haruna, and their heavy cruisers would wipe out BT. I'm absolutely certain BT gets wiped out.
I don't think he's
But
even
the
there.
Sheer...
Like, it says battle fleet,
just-
not the battle cruisers.
Yeah, but didn't it say Grand Fleet?
No, it said, could the British battle fleet from Jutland fight the Japanese center force?
Well, that would be the whole thing, wouldn't it?
Would it? Yeah, you know what, Sonny, we'll go with the
Grand
whole
Fleet
thing.
would be, the Grand Fleet and Battlecruiser Fleet combined would be the Battle Fleet. The whole fleet. So, if you consider the sheer quantity of ships the British would have, and the sheer volume of fire that would be generated, I think that whilst I am certain Yamato, Nagato, and Kongo and Haruna would have an absolutely whale of a time, especially Yamato, there is the fact that there would be... And this is me just bringing up my Jutland notes because I have the full fleet line out in terms of my ships on an Excel spreadsheet.
Like, the thing that, like, you've got the Japanese destroyers and the cruisers and their torpedoes. Those are going to sting. And the Japanese destroyers are just going to...
You say that, but let's consider the fact that the Royal Navy fleet at Jutland has...
You've basically got to look at RN cruisers.
It has those and lots of cruisers. The British would have 79 destroyers.
Which...
They would have...
The problem is those destroyers
light cruisers
can't you're basically having to rely on RN light cruisers to go toe-to-toe with Japanese destroyers.
No, you're not.
Because of the capability gap.
Well, that's...
I mean, RN destroyers at this point have what? Four 4-inch guns?
Or a 4-inch gun will still hurt a destroyer quite badly.
Yeah, but the difference in fire control and range is you're gonna need the cruisers to step up.
Perhaps, but fleet. Sheer quantity has a quality of its own.
79 of them.
How many Japanese destroyers were there?
Would it be analogous
11.
to...
So what? That's 7 to 1.
Would it be analogous to a destroyer getting attacked by Schnell boats, whatever they're called? But yes, they're getting attacked by things that are so much smaller, but they're so much.
They're not
more
that. They're also British destroyers, so they're not as smaller as you might think. If you were saying the German the German Kaiserlich Marine, that you'd be definitely right. Because even their Großtorpedobots, and even their Hosh Sea torpedo are smaller than the British destroyers. The British destroyers at Jutland are large for the time.
Oh, you're right, Dr. Clark?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, for a second there, you had a moment. I was like, so we're saying...
Well, basically, I looked up the M class, and the M class, which would make up quite a large chunk of that force. It's the M class and of both 1914 and 1915, and the differences between them. You are talking about vessels which are capable of 34 knots. They're roughly 1,100 tons fully loaded, yes, but they're 900 tons normal loaded, so they're smaller, but they're not so much smaller. And they are armed with 3 4-inch guns, some pom-poms, and 4 21-inch torpedo tubes and torpedoes.
And the one thing that could mitigate the Grand Fleet's advantage would be air power. The Japanese don't have any air power. So it'll be a bloody win. It'll be bloody. I mean, Yamato is going to take some pounding to put down. But
also, you've got to consider the sheer number of cruisers the British will have there.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll have the 3 Minotaur class, the two of the Warrior class.
Oh, the
Edinburgh class.
The Minotaurs and the Warriors are going to have fun laughing as the 8-inch cruisers bounce off their armor and the 9.2-inch just obliterate the Toneys and the others.
Devonshire class, and then you've got the light cruisers, which are Arethusa class, HMS Royalist, C class. They pretty much got the entire C class there. They've got some Town class. And they've got, of course, got the Actives, the Blonde, and the Bodicea class. And this was the other point I made when I did actually do the Building the Fleets of Jutland video for the Royal Navy. If you consider the Germans, they had only 5 of their cruisers at the Battle of Jutland were younger. 6 had been launched before 1907.
Good lord.
Only 6 have been launched before 1908. The British didn't have a single one which had been launched before 1908. And the German ones which were launched most recently were the Wiesbaden class, of Wiesbaden and Frankfurt from 1915. And they were in terms of ships launched in 1915 being in service in 1916. So it's about as close as news you can get. The British had Royalist, Constance, Champion, Castor, Canterbury, Chester, and Birkenhead. And the Germans then, for 1914, had Regensburg, Pillau, and Epping, which were Grandaz and Pillau class. The British had Calliope, Cormus, Caroline, Cordelia, and Galatea and Phaeton in Inconstant. And then 1913, I don't think the Germans, did they have any? They didn't have any launch in 1913, but Britain had Nottingham and Birmingham. And then they had a Karlsruhe class Rockstock launched in 1912. The British had Southampton, Fearless, Dublin, and Dublin from 1912. 1911, the British had Active and Yarmouth. 1910, Falmouth. 1909, Gloucester, Blanche, and Alona. And then 1908, Bodicea.
Oh, bloody hell.
The German cruisers are all Königsbergs, Bremens, and Gazelles after that. This is the point I make about Jutland and about the German fleet running up to World War I, and people forget about it. The Germans, to build the capital ships they built, had to build, in order to get that fleet to the numbers of capital ships they wanted, had to not build cruisers, pretty much, and had to not build very large destroyers.
Oh god, this makes so much sense.
You then look at the Royal Navy, and the Royal Navy outbuilds them in capital ships, are still building huge quantities of cruisers, and their destroyers are massive for the time.
Bloody hell's bells.
This is the point, and this is the thing again. The Royal Navy's doing that, and are building all that fleet, and about 4 shipyards, major shipyards, which can build capital ships, which have built cruisers, which build destroyers, go bankrupt in that time period as well. Just to show you how much the British aren't straining during the Anglo-German naval race.
Good god.
It's why every time someone turns around and goes, well, what happens if we give this to the Germans? Or if I've got a video coming up, which is what happens if the Kaiser goes all in on the German Navy prior to World War II, prior to World War One. You know, decides in 1913 he's going to fund the German Navy with everything he can get. It's a total wipeout because the British respond by just pushing up the point just a tad.
Yeah, turning the dial just a bit more, which they can afford to do.
And the Germans are just... And also, again, the thing that's worse for the Germans is the more the British build, the cheaper it gets.
And yeah, but also the German army...
Economies of scale.
Yeah, the German army was entirely correct to take funding away from the Navy in 1912. It was entirely the correct geostrategic decision. But yeah,
yes, but it's the actual question. I've got a June Patreon video.
That's
coming up in.
That's gonna be fun.
That's the second one in June, which is the Patreon premiere. Kaiser chooses Kaiserlich Marine over the Deutsches Heer.
Well, the Deutsches Heer is cooing the government. Probably. Loyalty to the Kaiser be damned. They kind of did coup the government in the First World War anyway. In a soft sense.
Well, basically, the only way I've got it able to happen is if the Kaiser gets rid of Tirpitz. Because the only way he can actually support and push it through is if he makes the Navy very much the Imperial Navy, and he puts someone who's actually acceptable to all the right sorts of aristocrats in charge of the Navy.
Oh, bloody hell.
So Prince Henry of Prussia has to take over.
Oh, dear.
And he's actually good.
Oh. Good God. Well...
And it's the only way it would happen. But,
yeah,
it's an interesting long video.
Yeah, Centre Force is buggered then, basically, is what we're driving at. The RN's going to come out of this bloodied, but Centre Force is buggered.
Yeah, the Royal Navy's going to come out of this having lost a lot of ships. Centre Force is going to come out of this going, what the frigate happened to us? We're all sunk. And you are talking about a Navy, let's consider the destroyers. And also, we haven't included, of course, any Harwich Force, which were also at sea, but not part of the Battle of Jutland. They were kept away just in case the Germans tried to go too far south. But still, there was HMS Spitfire, which literally lost part of her bow. Came away from the battle with the armor plate of a German battleship on her bow because she rammed them.
Ah, yes. I'm sorry, but your battleship is coming with me.
Yeah, I'm taking your armor home with me. I can't penetrate your armor with my 4-inch guns, and I'm out of torpedoes, so I'm taking your armor home.
Yeah, your armor.
Wasn't she the one that had her entire bridge blown off, but was too close to be hit after it?
That was HMS Spitfire, yes.
That's very British destroyer hours. Like, your armor is now our armor.
And, you know, that's the shit which they could name a fighter after in World War II.
Oh, that's funny.
And then people are sort of going, where does Spitfire come from? And I go, look at the history of what the name does in the Royal Navy service. Naming a fighter for it just seems appropriate. And the RAF didn't realise where the name came from. But they forgot Supermarine, built for the Fleet Air Arm, and had traditionally worked for Fleet Air Arm, and had a very strong inclination to naval names.
Yes.
So the RAF's premier fighter of World War II, that is synonymous with the Royal Air Force, is named for Royal Navy Royal Navy destroyer from World War One.
It's very funny. Without the London and Washington naval treaties, how would the Japanese Navy look in January 1940? By Brackman.
Bankrupt.
Well, I mean, they'd have to lay off the construction at some point. They would have had to.
Oh, they would have kept trying to build, but the thing is, at a certain point, they'll either not be able to build they'll have to make a decision like the Germans did. They'll have to cut either cruisers, destroyers, or capital ships or carriers. They won't be able to build. They'll be able to build 2 of those, not 3 or 4 of those.
Can't the British?
They won't have without expending a lot of money on their infrastructure.
Can't the British convince them to ease off and let, because without the treaties, there's no need to break up the Anglo-Japanese alliance. So in theory, Britain go, just look, build a...
Yeah, but in many ways, the British want to break off the Anglo-Japanese alliance, and the treaties provides a good cover for that, because Japan is starting to become victim to its own internal forces. Now, there is a scenario where they try and do the building, they end up causing themselves so much trouble that those internal forces end up losing their capabilities and power, and things become far better, in which case the British alliance will keep it going. Let's put it this way. What you will have is the British and the Americans will engage quietly, nicely in a qualitative race. The Japanese will also get involved in the qualitative race. Because the Japanese can't really do a quantitative race with the Americans, it will probably ease down to a qualitative race level. At which point, nations will probably be able to afford it. And the thing is, qualitative races very rarely lead to war. Quantitative races, i.e. who can have the most ships, does lead to war, because that's multiplying of threats. Whereas a qualitative race is basically... How do I put this politely?
You're basically building up for a conflict.
When people... when you're doing a qualitative race, it's the equivalent of, we don't do penis measuring competitions anymore. So what we do is we buy fancy cars which have long bonnets, and whoever has the longest bonnet is coolest.
Oh no!
It's the national version of that. Whoever has the bestest battleship wins.
Dr. Clark, it's a return of a legend. Paul Amos says Yonai is Prime Minister earlier. Like, by the way, also, Voxo Dragon, you weren't here for brew ships last Monday. Like, I got... You were there?
You assume you can escape me, Fleet.
Anyway, so,
I was watching, I saw them in the chat.
I didn't!
I literally commented saying, I literally even mentioned you, Fleet.
But just to very quickly caveat this question, give it a nice and end it on a nice round bow. Let's take a hypothetical. Let's say January 1940. Let's use our imaginations a bit. Let's say that Dr. Clark is correct, and the expansionist forces within Japan get their teeth kicked out when the inevitable bankruptcy happens, and it settles down into a qualitative race. We can't predict what the Japanese fleet will look like in terms of composition. What we can do is predict what sort of vessels make up their cruisers, destroyers, battleships, battlecruisers, carriers.
Well, let's put it this way. The thing is, unless they've managed to radically invest in their infrastructure and grow things, and they have got yards which don't get used properly, so there is an option for that. But not much of one.
I feel I should also have to mention this point. The question did actually say nothing about the IJN.
What? Oh god, no, it just said navies. It just said navy.
Yeah, but sorry, continue. I just assume this is the Japanese perspective.
Like, touching on the IJN is one thing. Touching on all 3 powers that's a timeline and a half.
Look, the basic problem is, if you've got no treaties and you've got the qualitative races going on, then probably the British are looking at 16.5-inch and 18-inch gun battleships, and probably at some point someone's built a class of 20-something-inch battleships guns. And so will the Americans, and so will the Japanese. Everyone will have had one batch of 20-inch before they go, oh frigate, this thing's annoying as anything. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with the British going with a rough policy of 16.5-inch for battlecruisers or fast battleships, and 18-inch for the big heavy battleships, because there's a certain point at which one's your lumbering firepower and one is your agile maneuver vessel.
Now
your strategic maneuver vessel. The thing is, that sort of fits and doesn't really bother the British that much, because the British are going to be a large enough fleet, they're not really going to care about having 2 of them. But having a showpiece 20-inch gunship is going to be interesting. The Americans, on the other hand, because they've got people who like big guns, or rather would like to sing a version of a song, "My big guns bring all the boys to the yard." Not milkshakes, it's big guns.
Funny.
Would probably have one with about 22-inch guns. And knowing the Japanese, because will have to go bigger, they're probably trying for something with 24-inch guns, which is about the biggest you could make a possible gun as on a ship. But good luck trying to launch it. The person you really should be worrying about in this atmosphere is, if you consider Germany would still have the Treaty of Versailles in this scenario, imagine the person who's who's talking about designing battleships, I think, or things like the Scharnhorst class.
They're just going to get laughed out the room.
In the 1930s, and they're looking at a world where the fleets have 18-inch and 16.5-inch and 16-inch and 21-inch and 22-inch and 24-inch guns, and just going, we can only build 11-inch guns! At that point, the Scharnhorst class are rather large cruisers. Because also, I wouldn't be surprised in a world where you're talking 18, 16.5-inch, 16-inch, 21-inch, 20 sort of plus-inch guns, if not most cruisers are 12-inch gun ships.
Yeah, absolutely. So, whenever these questions are asked, to you, me, Drac, etc., a lot of focus goes on the big three. But I've always been interested on what the French and the Italians do. Well, yeah, I know that, but once they've done panicking, what then?
Try. A lot.
And once they're done... Dr. Clark, come on, work with me here!
Okay, so the thing is, you have Fat Boy Fun Boy, the unimproved World War II edition, in charge of Italy. He's probably going to spend his time trying to develop 18-inch guns, because he might try to go for something bigger, because he's got the ego, and he's got the very small erectile issue to make up for. I'm fairly sure, like most of the dictators.
What I will say is that...
this is becoming a theme of tonight's conversation. But the trouble is, it often does when you're down to battleship guns, because that's what they are assessed with, size and length. So it's an easy thing to come to. I think he'd probably go with the 18-inch guns. I think he'd probably try and work on those. But it would take the Littorios would end up being an 18-inch gun battleship. As for the French,
the Italians are actually better placed.
Two options.
The Italians are better.
Let him finish.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
The French are. The French are special. The French have had themselves absolutely gutted from a leadership, political, and strategic perspective. They have got a population which is either dead, walking wounded, or frankly, you can't see those scars, but by gum are they there. For a vast majority of their people, they are either versions of PTSD or what I would call emotional shock, emotional trauma, because long-term emotional shock and trauma, because of the amount of people they've lost and the impact, the big lump it's taken out of the population. You see something rather similar in the Soviet Union after World War II, with the sheer losses that they've taken out. And I know the lovely communist governments try to cover it up, but you can see it when you start to look around, look into the discussions and things going on. That's what a lot of people were suffering from. And it's an understandable scenario. So, what they're really going to probably do is, about the same time as you get to the Dunkirks, they're going to be noticing what everyone else is doing. They're going to be noticing what the Italians are doing. They're going to be noticing everyone else. In a non-treaty scenario, they might have tried to do some low-grade construction. They probably have kept something going. But their options are probably going to be buy machinery from the British and build domestically. So they will probably end up going with 18-inch guns, which they buy the machinery from the British. Because whilst they can technically build it all themselves, to actually get up to the level at which they can build it will take a lot of effort. Whereas they can build it domestically themselves, they've got the skilled people, but they haven't got the machinery to do the rolling.
So, the thing that interests me most about the Italians and the French is not the end goal, it's the 20s, what are the Italians and the French doing in the
nothing much
20s?
is going to change in the 20s. Because the reason they're doing what they're doing in the 20s is not just because of the treaties.
Oh no, I know. Oh
Because
no,
of
I
the
know.
situation that they're recovering.
Oh no, I'm aware of that.
You have to remember, for most of the 20s, Mussolini is trying to make himself into a dictatorship.
Yeah.
And we all see how close he gets. I'm sorry, anyone who calls themselves a dictator and yet people can stand up in their own in the Parliament building every day and basically call them fat, lazy, useless, and various other rude names is not a dictator. Especially if that person then can go away, have a nice sleep, feel completely comfortable in their bed, then come back the next day and say exactly the same. I mean, there are people doing this the whole way through the 20s and 30s.
Oh no, I know.
Being incredibly rude about it. So it's a case of that. That's a dictatorship of an interesting thing.
Don't the Italians have monetary issues?
The only two things I could see is
they have huge issues.
Yeah.
So I've got two words to say. One of the Normandies and Francisco Carachuelo.
No,
that's the only two ships I can see either of them completing. They each get one. So because the French. The
reason why I just mentioned those economic issues, I'm sorry for cutting in, is as just said, they chose not to because they couldn't afford to finish them.
But there's a difference now in the lovely.
In a non-treaty scenario, you might finish off them, but I'd say that the French, I think they're more likely to finish off a Lyon.
I suppose that there's enough parts commonality that you can scrape together enough parts to finish off a Lyon. And actually, and thing is, Carachuelo's in even better shape than a Lyon to be finished. It will cost far less to finish her.
You just need to find the actual guns and barrels and all the turrets mechanisms as well, because they use them on other things.
Like those ships are going to be bandied about as fleet flags. Those two ships are going to be bandied about as fleet flags. But there'll probably be a gentleman's agreement. Like, even if the treaties aren't there will probably be some form of gentleman's agreement between the Italians and the French.
No.
Why?
Same reason
French government changes too often.
Oh. But there was historically.
Yes, Mussolini's an absolute but honestly, that's within the framework of the treaty system.
Ah.
That's within the framework of the treaty system. So there's lots of other people guaranteeing that. When you'd want to do a gentleman's agreement just between France and Italy, you can't really have any faith if you're Italy in doing that if the French government changes every 6 weeks.
Fair enough. Who gets off the mark first then? The Italians or the
French?
If
you want a good example, it'll be the Italians because they actually have some consistent government. But if you look at the, and they can actually do it. The French prime ministers of France in the 1920s and 30s, they are just... It's almost absurd how many they go through. Let's see. I've got it in front of me, the list somewhere. Yeah, between 1920, January 1920, and let's say let's stop in 1939, shall we? They go through. This is in 19 years. 32 to 51. So that's 42. 19 prime ministers.
They what?
Yeah, and some of those prime ministers, their terms are broken up into 3 or even 4 election, 3 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 4 election cycles.
Oh my sweet Jesus!
Actually, no, the 3. So and they have constant different changes of governments and change their governments over and different coalitions and. Yes, you have some stability with the president, but you have to remember the president doesn't have the power, and some of the presidents actually return as prime ministers, which tells you which is the person which actually has the power. A good example of that is Raymond Poincaré, who is his president from 1913 till 1920, and returns as prime minister in 1922, and actually managed to stay in post till 1924, which shows you how long some did last, And then he returns in 1926 to 1929, and he has quite long stability. And then there are other prime ministers who literally, Pierre Lavelle lasts from the 27th of January 1931 to the 20th of February 1932, and he has 3 different governments in that period.
Fucking hell's bells, if you'll pardon the expression.
So, the point is, France is very much a traumatized nation, and they are having stability issues. And this is one of the things you look for, sort of seeing countries which are going through a level of trauma, is how stable their government system is and how long their governments last. And France, this is also the other reason why the French army is in the state it is, with all the positions it is in that period, because there's been no one for them to make the case to and long-term educate. They're out of position before they get a chance.
And of course, there's the French government of the period is partially convinced they're going to be overthrown by the army.
Well, yes, but mostly they're overthrown because, let's be honest, how insecure can you feel as a government minister if you literally, your government, you have, let's say this, you in the Edouard Dudlier, who was the elected prime minister from 10th of April 1938 to the 21st of March 1940, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In that period, you're talking about 23 months, right? We're happy 23 months?
Yeah.
Okay. He has 3 different governments.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Because they keep having to change over.
Oh,
so in 23, basically roughly every 7 months, he's got a new government.
Bloody hell. Well, I think you've made the point, Dr. Clark. If we can move on.
I'm not saying Italy is actually in any way, shape, or form better than France. It's just, the trouble is, as we all know, every time you get a new naval minister or minister of defense, they have to have a brand new idea and have to change everything their predecessors done. So if there's one comes along every 6 months, your procurement is up the without a
You're not on your channel anymore, Dr. Clark. You're fine. You're on mine.
It's up the creek without a paddle. But it's not a good situation. And that's the one good thing about Mussolini, because guess who's Minister of the Navy?
Il Duce?
Yes, he's also Minister of the Air Force.
Funny that.
Which probably explains why the Air Ministry and the Navy could never talk to each other or get along, because he designed everything so it would have to communicate through his office.
Oh dear. We had a long form question about the 1047s.
Man was compensating for so many issues.
We had a long form question about the 1047s, which we've already answered. But Darcidius asks a related question. The state that it's important for me to give context. The state we had the 1047s in this question that we decided upon was not quite worked up, but fully intact and ready to sail within a couple of days' notice in Dutch harbours. So, Darcidius asks, and there's 3 of them, what if the Germans managed to capture these 3 almost complete 1047s?
They wouldn't.
Yep, I think that sums it up pretty well.
There's a reason they wouldn't. Either the Dutch would do something too, or frankly, who has ships in every single one of the Dutch harbours evacuating people?
Oh yeah, the British would torpedo them.
The Royal Navy literally has destroyers sitting in those harbours. They would literally be a case of get off your ship and torpedoes to the side, fire in the harbour. And British torpedoes can arm in that distance.
So basically the Germans have no hope in hell of capturing even one of these ships intact.
Not afloat.
No.
So, and they don't have the resources to repair them.
The Atlantic Wall would get some very useful extra guns.
But that's
and there'll be a couple of 100 extra Stunga shots.
What, with 11-inch gun?
No, armor steel, high quality steel.
Thanks for giving me that idea, Fleet. 11-inch armed Sturmgeschütz. What do you have to build tank-wise to be able to fit an 11-inch gun as your main cannon?
I'm sure the Germans would try it out if they had enough of them.
Well, we actually know what their plan was for an 11-inch armed mobile vehicle.
We know
No,
P1000.
no.
I know, I'm just answering RBG's point there, but
Um,
the idea of a Sturmgeschütz-style thing with an 11-inch gun is
yes. Well, not a Sturmgeschütz, but they basically said, you know this K5 railway gun we've got? Yeah. It has 2 mounting points to its bogies? Yeah. What if we
stick some
use...
Tigers beneath it.
Yeah, what if we use some Tiger 1s to replace the railway bogies and create the world's biggest mobile artillery piece? Hans, you're a genius! No one thought about actually the... Luckily, none were ever built because, well, obviously.
That's the thing with authoritarianism. Authoritarian regimes. You need the massive big dick projects to have national prestige.
Well,
so don't question why you're in charge.
the K, the
This
K5s.
is why we call them dictatorships.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
It sums it up so well.
Well, I object to the K5s as railway guns being called big dick machines. They were incredibly useful pieces of mobile artillery and had some of the longest and best service records.
They were lovely.
If you want to talk about silly railway guns, I'll direct you to the
Gustav?
No, the K12 and the Schwer Gustav. The K12 because there are only 2 of them built and their ridiculous 120-kilometer range, which you can't hit anything. And the Schwer Gustav because it's, despite being the biggest gun ever built, has the shortest range of any of the German railway guns. I'm not joking. The Schwer Gustav has the shortest range of any of the German railway guns in active service during the Second World War.
Both of those were designed to crack open the most extensive fortification network ever built. No, they're going to be on the extremes.
Well, the K-12s were a prototype just to prove that the Germans could build a gun that fired more than 100 kilometers because they wanted to. Because propaganda.
And also, that'd be really useful in getting past the Maginot Line.
Not really. It fires an 8-inch round. It's not nearly big enough.
Okay. I'm just gonna... You see, there is a small issue here.
Yes, Dr. Clark?
You're saying it's maximum fire... You're giving me its maximum fire range.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
120 was the maximum test range for that gun.
125,765 yards. So that's roughly 115 kilometers or 71 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, maximum firing range is exactly 70 miles or 1,000 or 115,000 meters, yeah.
And bear in mind, I'm saying gun singular. They only built 1.
They built 2.
Well, the other one was a slightly different design, but yes.
But it's still part of K-12.
Yes, it's K-12s. It's still K-12s.
Close enough.
Okay? But the effective firing range is what I would be interested in, as someone who is coordinating my artillery fire.
28 miles.
Yes. Less than half.
Oh, well, that's without the rocket projectiles that the K5s got later.
Yep.
But they weren't designed for the rocket projectiles, were they?
That wasn't an intended feature on construction, I feel.
No. Let me see, how many...
Yeah, the Abbott could have 105
how many
projectiles. It wasn't built for them.
How many K5s were actually built? I used to know this off the top of my head.
K5s, I literally just had that up.
25. 25 K5s were built.
And of course, the British 15-inch railway gun we can't find.
What do you mean by we can't find?
The British had a few...
Please tell me they didn't actually lose one.
I won't say they lost it, just that we also had an 18-inch one in 1914 called the Bosch Buster.
And we've still got that, I think. Well, we've still got the gun, but
we know where that one is. The 15-inch one, which might have been operating as an AA gun in the south of London. No, all we know is it was put in its storage position, and no one seems to have cleared it out of its storage position. And its storage position might well be a tunnel which has had its entrance filled up, so it could well be somewhere under South London.
That's horrifying.
No one's quite sure
where. Find that if that's real.
But Dr. Clark,
it's even better for its 15-inch gun, which the previous ship it had belonged to was HMS Hood.
Yeah, we just meant Clark just mentioned the 18-inch one, RBJ.
But it's a case
well,
to find
what
that.
we-
Yeah.
To find that, people would have to go to South London,
Oh yeah, definitely.
and
But
I
the
would
thing
not want to
is-
curse anyone with going to South London.
The point I would make
Oh, hell
though
no.
is, and this is the often discussion thing I have with people about it, that sort of go, oh, could Britain have done this? Could Britain have done this? Done that? Again, the answer is Ellswick Ordnance Company, because look who makes the 18-inch guns for the railway guns. Look who makes all sorts of things for the British. It's Ellswick, and this is one of the problems you have if you're Germany, because your option is literally Krupp. By World War II. The British still have Ellswick, they have Vickers other plant, they have two other manufacturers who are capable of manufacturing battleship grade guns.
So what are you driving at, Clark, with this?
The point is this: when it comes to infrastructure, when we're talking about these things, the fact is, Germany in World War II, in World War One, it doesn't have exactly a depth of maritime infrastructure. In World War II, it has a puddle of maritime infrastructure compared to what it had in World War One in terms of its depth.
Are you saying that building the railway guns gutted German naval gun construction?
I mean, for them it was an either-or scenario. For the British, it was a surplus scenario. We've got spare capacity. Because look at the rate of German big gun production.
Well, yeah.
And it's the same for the Americans. And it's again, the thing is, people sometimes sort of start critically saying I'm being anti-Germanist when I'm not. The thing is, the Germans have a choice they have to make in prioritization. Do they fund the investment into the building the factories necessary to support their army and the Luftwaffe, or their navy? And yes, you want to try and fund all three, but you only have so much money. You don't have a magical money tree. You can't just go, my name is Adolf Hitler and I want money, and it appear. Doesn't happen. Even a dictatorship, no matter how big the dictatorship,
Funny.
still has limits in how much they can spend.
Well, a lot of the German railway gun fleet is reconstituted from older barrels.
Mm-hmm.
The K5s
But
are
again, if you're
the K5s are as far as I'm
relining them, resupporting them, if you're relining them, if you're refurbing those barrels, what does that all take?
as far as I'm aware, the German railway gun fleet, the only new construction and relining they did was for the K5s. As far as I'm aware,
You'll have to do that for every single barrel. If you want them to actually be anywhere remotely accurate, you're going to have to line those barrels.
No, the reason I say is when I say old guns, I mean the old guns that they had weren't from Germany. They were war booty
Austria?
weapons. No, they were war booty weapons from France, Belgium, etc. That was the majority of the German fleet. And yes, Dr. Clark, you're quite correct. They did literally just fire the guns until the barrels wore out and even beyond them, because they stopped caring.
But then you're not going to hit anything. There's no point. You're just almost no point in firing that gun at that point, because you're never going to hit anywhere remotely near your target.
I know, funny, isn't it?
If the points for saturation of, say, a city-sized target, like
Yes.
they were used for in Barbarossa, does that matter?
Yeah, most of the guns were used at Sevastopol
When you
and
hit to the
Leningrad.
size of a factory complex.
For any,
Yeah.
Precision still isn't nice to have.
from what I'm aware, whenever
Because, let's put it this way, the bigger the gun, the bigger the order of magnitude you can have it going wrong if its barrel lining's gone off. Because if the shell comes out spinning weirdly, it can wobble off anywhere. And yes, if you're aiming for a city, great, you'll hit the city. But if you're aiming for a factory, you might not hit the factory.
from what
You might end up hitting your own troops.
From what I know, Dr. Clark, I think
The other side of the city.
I think the German industry did focus on keeping its railway gun fleet in action once the last of the German capital ships entered service. You do see a large number of German 15-inch and other. You see a large number of guns recalled to the fatherland in 42, 43 for work. Basically, because Krupp's big gun plant needs something to do. And you do also see a bunch of spare barrels for the German 15-inch capital ships turned into railway guns when there were no plans to do that beforehand. To be fair, funnily enough, those guns are actually worse than the K5s in accuracy, range, and fire rate. Which is funny, but there you are. Moving swiftly... Hang on.
You missed Zuikaku's question. It's actually a really interesting question.
No, I know, I've seen it. But how did we even get to railway guns?
Actually, I've got a quick question about railway guns.
Go on. Yeah, but
Everything comes down to railway guns.
So, you know how you said, like, what's the margin of error on the barrel life between using it as a naval gun and a railway gun?
Well, that's going to be a problem because it's going to depend on how much power, how much powder you're using. It's also going to depend on your angle of fire, because with railway guns you can achieve a far higher angle of elevation, which is going to spread the wear in different parts of the barrel. Especially if you want to get maximum range, you're going to use maximum charge. And if you consider also the way the gun is going to be supported on a railway carriage versus in a ship, and how it's going to deal with the energy, all these things will affect barrel life. And by the way, if that gun goes wrong, there is a picture somewhere where a railway gun misfired, and the gun has literally buried itself into the ground beneath the tracks, and has literally caused the entire body of the train to go down. I'm not sure. I don't think that was a German one. I think that was a British one from Model 1, but I'm not 100% sure.
So, to put it simply, it's very variable depending on the railway gun itself, essentially.
Right.
And barrel life is important. Barrel life is important.
Okay.
And now we're back up to 10 viewers again. Interesting. People do come back.
The reason why, actually, I know the reason why you've been having issues, Sleet.
Oh.
Discord's been having issues. I've noticed a few times in the chat. Various people are having terrible audio issues.
Oh.
And so, probably the reason why you've been having more people on YouTube is people have went to YouTube to actually be able to listen in.
Thank God. My views are up. The algorithm will be pleased. Zuikaku asks, Fleet, as you know, Japan had no modern light cruisers other than the Aganos. If you were to start a light cruiser building program alongside the heavy cruisers, what would be the next 3 generations? One with the Miyokos, one with the Takaus, one with the Megamis. And Dr. Clark
it's not exactly next generation. It's not exactly next generation. It's just
no, that's not what he said. He said next 3 generations.
Yeah, but with Miyokos, Takaos, and Otago's, Anango is after those by quite a bit.
Yes, I know. Dragon, you didn't listen to the question.
I've actively been reading it. It is. If you start alongside the heavy group, what are the next 3 generations? You can't have a next generation when an Agano is like.
That's not what he's asking.
Let me finish.
No, what he's asking is the question's
Let him cook.
The question is grammatically correct.
It's not though.
But it is. It's very easy to read. He's basically saying that if Japan had built it, if Japan
I know what he's saying, but when you're saying next gen isn't technically the correct term.
He didn't say next generation. He said next 3 generations. It's right there.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here in Scarpa Flow looking at it. Anyway,
either way,
the problem is, well, there are a few problems, but the first of them is that the light cruiser doesn't exist prior to First London. So
Yes, it does.
no, Dragon, the light cruiser doesn't exist prior to First London as a concept.
It does. The heavy
It does.
cruiser doesn't exist.
But
What's
you
the-
have
what's
the
the C
scout
class-
cruiser,
what's the
the
C
light
class
cruiser,
cruiser?
Town
and
class
the
were light cruisers. The Hawkins class were light cruisers. They're all light cruisers.
I thought they were just classed as cruisers.
They're all light cruisers.
Yeah, because you have armored cruisers, protected cruisers, and light cruisers, don't you? Are the big three.
Yeah. And scout cruisers. And battle cruisers.
So if the Japanese are building smaller light cruisers with the Miyokos, the Takaos, and the Megamis, well, they've got to find the yard space first of all.
Well,
And I would say, actually, you do have a light cruiser after your gun.
all I'm gonna yes, you do, or you order, but all I'm thinking is Humour, Nagara, Sendai.
Well, yes.
These are all
See it?
cruisers. Yeah, but these are all light cruisers that were built alongside these heavy cruisers.
Well,
Like that's why I'm just saying in general, they do actually have light cruisers of this era being built. They're a little bit older in some cases, but others are about the same point. Like Sendai is 2 years before Miyoko in terms of being laid down exactly.
oh boy.
So this is what I'm saying. Like,
He's
but
most
what-
looking.
so right, because technically speaking, Suikaku, your point is being if excluding Miyoko. So I guess the question would then be building a cruiser like end of the 20s, early 30s. What are the Japanese light cruisers? Yeah. After the
Probably-
Sendais, what light cruisers do you do to go alongside these potential heavy cruisers? That come later?
You're basically looking at a Japanese.
Leander, I'm seeing
Yeah, basically. Something like that.
4x2 140.
They're not getting a light cruiser like the Towns or the Brooklyns. No.
Light cruisers like the Town of Brooklyn's are
No.
much later.
No, they're much too
Well, let's
big
be
for
honest.
starters.
The Sendai class, I'd be almost tempted to say it'd be something like the Omahas, but we'll leave that to one side. I'd say the Sendai class, when we consider when they come up, they're kind of equivalent, in my mind, to the Enterprise. And I think what you would have is probably something, yeah, you're right, probably equivalent to the Leanders, but maybe a 9 6-inch gunship with triple turrets, because they are, by that point, already really pushing the triple turrets. And they do go with the 666s for the it's on the 6-inch cruiser, honestly, Governor, that they rapidly convert to 8-inch cruisers. So
I'm also
going with a
thinking
triple turrets would actually provide extra cover for that. Let's say what they do is they take one of their yards and they actually turn them into a light cruiser constructing facility. There's actually some space they could do that. There is actually a yard. There's a couple of yards which literally the Japanese do not build anything in due to political reasons. For the entirety, even in World War II, they don't build anything in them because of political reasons. You sit there and go, oh, it would be one thing if you could say these yards had no infrastructure, but actually they had actually quite good infrastructure to support them in their regions. They could have built stuff, maybe not quickly, but they could have built stuff if they'd been let to build it, but they didn't build anything in them.
I kind of see a 4x2 stock because Yubari is 2x2 140, and Ninghai, which was originally built for the
Yubari
Japanese-
is.
Let me finish. The Ninghais were all, which were 30s, were 3x2. Which, even though they're smaller, Yubari is still around this. Is the way they were looking to go on potential light cruiser development.
Why
as
did
well as improving
why
their
did the
destroyers.
Japanese stop? Did they just stop because they wanted to focus on heavies?
No, it's the same reason the Americans stopped in the 1920s, and the British stopped in the 1920s after the Enterprise. Everyone was building 8-inch cruisers because that was the cruiser you could build, the light cruiser you could build. Maximum gun, 8-inch guns, 8-inch, so everyone builds an 8-inch cruiser. That's what the county class are, they're 8-inch light cruisers.
Why didn't the Japanese then resume building 6-inch cruisers? Well, Megami's honestly go blah blah blah,
guns.
etc. But
Because of the way that the treaties, and because the Japanese felt that an 8-inch gun cruiser could assist them in their battle line, whereas a 6-inch gun cruiser can't.
no, I mean after First London, when the
Well, that's what they're doing. They're doing after First London is they're stretched out their infrastructure. That's what it's saying. The Japanese infrastructure is overwhelmed for quite a large point of this period.
oh dear.
I agree. An Ango Kai, a 4x2 150, would make sense after an Ango.
This is the point I was trying to make earlier about Germany, etc., versus Britain. Look at the sheer scale of construction the British are doing in 1939. The sheer number of ships being built, the number of carriers, number of cruisers, number of destroyers.
Not everyone can do that.
If World War II had held off till 1942, the Germans could have dreamt all they want about having the Plan Z fleet by 1948. It wouldn't have mattered. By 1942, they'd have been out of the running.
That's what I was thinking, Reaper. Sort of. Because I've
And
seen
it's the same with the Japanese and the Americans and the British. Again, by 1942, if war didn't start before 1942, by that point, if there's no war going on, the sheer amount of production the British and Americans would have done would mean that as far as anyone could realistically be concerned in the entire world, that in naval terms, there's Britain and there's America, and then there's everyone else a long way down below. Or rather, the British Empire and America.
Yeah, this is
Britain's not doing that alone, Chief.
Yeah, this is the thing. The age of multipolar navies passes by the time of the Dreadnought period. It's no longer the case that France can, with help, fight Britain. No one can fight Britain anymore, apart from the United States.
And the difference between that is America has infrastructure potential, Britain has infrastructure.
Yeah.
America can build the infrastructure to build that fleet. Britain has the infrastructure to build that fleet.
Even if the French had kept building capital ships continuously and hadn't had that horrific break period that killed their naval infrastructure, you're still looking at France.
Oh, thanks to the Junicole.
Yes. You're still looking at the French sliding gradually backwards.
Yes.
But they will still be able to mostly keep one of the top 3 slots until the Germans really get going. Russia is another nation that has potential if it doesn't self-implode. If Russia invests, they have the raw material and the space to attempt to become a great naval power, as we see during the Cold War. But that's going to take time. A lot of time. But the potential is there. Yeah, exactly.
Because periodically throughout their history, both of them have built up very strong navies. The trouble is they are such complex internal organizations that they can become very easily distracted by internal matters, and then navies get short-tripped and dropped. That's their problem.
Yeah. And the thing is, we were seeing this in the build-up to the First World War. We were seeing a Russian navy that had thoroughly gutted itself of a lot of its, some of its politically connected officers and had digested the lessons of Tsushima. We were seeing the Tsar was committed to rebuilding his fleet.
Look at the problem. Well, you say that, but who does he go to build his ships? Who does he go to build his ships?
Britain. Well, to help build them.
No.
Germany. He goes to Krupp specifically, doesn't he?
Yeah. The German cruisers, the Wiesbaden class, which I was talking about, their most modern cruisers, they're not built for the German Navy, they're ordered by the Russians.
Wasn't that more to supplement Russian
yards? The newest cruisers they have available in World War One for the Battle of Jutland were ordered for the Russian Navy.
Weren't they built because the Tsar wanted to supplement his naval build-up? To get back on his feet, as it were? Because the Ganguts are mostly built at home, the Imperator Semares are built at home,
The Ganguts are mostly built at home with the other ones with the help of the Italians and the British sending supplies to them. But let's be honest, if you want to build your fleet up quickly, you go to the yards that can produce them.
Oh, absolutely.
He goes to German yards.
Oh, absolutely.
Which can't produce them quickly.
Oh dear.
Because a lot of the Russian aristocracy, especially in the West and the Baltics, is all East Germans, German aristocracy.
Yeah.
So
And they
I
have
go
a
with
lot
the
of
German
connections.
ones, and I go and use the German connections. But let's be honest, we're using the German yards. Who can build a ship more quickly, Britain or Germany?
Britain,
In that
obviously.
time
That's
period.
not even a contest.
And what's the third option if he doesn't want to go with either Britain or Germany?
The United States of America.
Yeah.
Italians?
And the thing is, now the
To an
Italians.
extent, but the Italians are in such a quantitative race with the Austrians that, frankly, their yards are getting maxed up by their own needs.
Yeah, the thing with the Italians are in this weird situation where they have a lot more naval infrastructure than you think they would for a nation of their size.
Mainly because they're building against both the French and the Austrians for most of this period, combined.
Now, I love.
Despite the fact that the French and Austrians spend more of this period fighting each other over who can control Italy, the Italians are always preparing to fight both of them at the same time, just in case they have to face an unholy alliance. And that's the entire reason which gets them into the tripartite pact, is the idea of protecting themselves against the French. And then they decide that, hang on, no, we signed up for a war against the French. We did not sign up for a war against the British. We're not that stupid. We're in the Mediterranean. We've seen their fleet on a lot of occasions. We're going neutral, and then they switch sides to the British.
Yeah, because I thought Italy had a lot more infrastructure than it did. Because the pre-Unification Italian navies had a lot of infrastructure and quite big fleets themselves.
The
would have been...
the pre-Italian navies weren't that big.
But it wasn't exactly small. Because you got...
Dragon,
like
please.
Sardinia,
I
Piedmont.
was waiting till you wait.
Dragon. Okay, I'm gonna divert off this because we're kind of just going round the houses on the World War One fleets at this point.
You've got a couple of questions before you get to that, at least.
Have I? Let me see.
Yes, you've got one from Gunnery Officer and one from Moe.
Where's Gunnery Officer's question?
2031, your thoughts on the Fargo class light cruisers?
Where?
Why?
What are the Fargo class light cruisers? I've never heard of them.
You haven't heard of the Fargos?
No.
They're
Look them up.
basically Cleveland 2.
Oh, that's why they're just the second batch of
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Yeah, they're just
Cleveland
Cleveland's
2
under,
Electric Boogaloo.
They're just Cleveland's under a different name. No wonder I've never heard of them. They're not that interesting. They're just Cleveland's.
TF2 is a very weird game.
They're just Cleveland's.
They're
There.
better Cleveland.
Yeah,
basically.
that's
They
about
are an
my.
improvement on the Cleveland class.
That's about
As
my
far as
like. The
I'm aware.
Clevelands are good. Fargo's are better Clevelands apparently. So, you wanted my
There's only
opinion?
two of them actually built.
It's just, you've made
you got like two
a
of
good
them, I
cruiser
think, in
better.
total.
Well done.
Yeah.
Do you want a cookie?
You had Fargo and Huntington built.
Yeah, and that was it.
And of those, I would say Fargo managed to be available for service longer, but I would say that Huntington had a slightly weirder career. Yeah, Fargo was sent on. Huntington was sent on the goodwill tour of Africa and South America. Went through the Suez Canal, visited Argentina. Went to
actually did some
Uruguay.
stuff.
Yeah, while it was in Uruguay, if I remember correctly, it took part in some of the final clearings of the Grass Bay and stuff like that.
Uruguay and Emmaguel.
Foxo,
Always make
please.
It actually always makes that fleet like 99% of the time.
Moe Waifu asks, either way, somebody throw something for fleet. It's 1939, and I'm given a blank check and priority to build the fleet air arm. What are you doing? And oh, we should mention I have no future foresight. Well, I'm gonna set a bunch of plans in motion. We're gonna get the sea fire, and we're gonna upgrade the skewer, and we're gonna
39.
and we're, no, let me finish.
Oh, wait.
No, let me finish.
Let
Let
me
me finish.
Let's see
And I'm
where he's
gonna put
going.
all
Let's see where
these
he's going with
and I'm
this.
gonna put all these wonderful plans in place, and I'm gonna get a new torpedo bomber worked up, and then war's gonna be declared, and the RAF is gonna nick all my fucking engines.
I just see.
Okay,
Clark
so shall we
Clark.
start off with a realistic one? It's 1939 and I have all the money, right?
Yep, unlimited money, and you have priority of.
And no, but we have no foresight apparently.
Yeah. Okay, no foresight. Doesn't matter if I don't have foresight or not. If I'm dealing with the Royal Air Force and I'm basing it on Eastern War, because in January 1939, I'm actually the Royal Navy's pointing guns at the Japanese, and the Japanese are pointing guns back in the Tsingtao incident, January 1939, and they did something similar in about February 1938. They've been doing something. Did something similar in August 1937, they would do, and again 36, 35, and 34. There's plenty of instances of them pointing guns at each other. So I'm going to want to build something in the Far East to support me. So I'm going to go to Rolls-Royce, I'm going to go to Bristol, I'm going to go to Fairey, and I'm going to go to Submarine, and I'm going to go to Hawker. And I'm going to go, can you build factories if I give you all the money now, get them running this year, in Ceylon, so that I have them and they're in position that they can support the Mediterranean fleet but also provide me support for the Far East. And it's also in an area which I can readily secure the Navy. And that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to build engine factories and aircraft factories in Ceylon.
So, oh no. See, this is why I'm glad you've become a regular, because you know things about industrial
Well, I thought also this
complexes.
would be interesting because Clark's brought it multiple times previously about fleet air arm and wishing that things were done slightly differently.
And the thing is, let's put it this way: if you do that, if you build those things, then if the RAF goes, "Oh, but you can't," we don't want the Supermarine doing the Seafire. Well, you've got the case of, well, hang on, no, don't worry. The factory in the UK can concentrate on the Spitfire. That's fine. There's a factory in Ceylon. They're going to take on the work on the Walrus, and we'll give them the work on the Seafire as well. Oh, you can't have any of the Merlin supply. That's fine. You keep all the Merlins in the UK. We'll use the Merlins from Ceylon. Ferry production. Oh, we'll use the ones in Ceylon, and they'll use the engines being produced in Ceylon. So you suddenly, all those issues you have where the Air Ministry and the Fleet Air Arm are fighting over engines, don't happen. You just go, the Navy has primacy for the ones coming from Ceylon, the Air Force has priority for the ones coming from UK.
Well, wouldn't that just exacerbate other issues, though? Like,
not if you build whole new factories. And
'cause
let's be honest, the supplies don't go. The supplies that you need for those factories, the raw materials. Where can you get them from? You can get them from Australia, you can get them from India. You can't get those supplies going around to the UK. They take forever to get around to the UK. If you're talking about efficiency, if you've got the supplies, if you've got a Merlin factory producing Merlins in Ceylon and Merlin supplies, you do not have any problems supplying a North Africa campaign, do you? Because all those ships have to do is run straight from Ceylon to Suez and back.
But
The only thing you have to do is make sure you deal with the Indians with the Italians early.
Yeah.
Also, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't there like processed as stretched aluminium and aluminium alloys? Like, there's very few places that can actually produce them in the world at that point.
Fuck it, we'll do it fabric.
Yeah, Australia's one of them.
Are they?
At this point.
Huh. I thought they didn't.
It's part of their own building. As part of their own aviation aircraft industry.
I thought it didn't become a thing until the 50s.
As part of the factory, I would also be putting aluminium stuff in there, aluminium processing, because you can get it. And also, then think about it again from the point of view of logistics of supplying convoys to that. If you want to bring aluminium from America to it, well, if you think in World War II, what could you do prior to the entry of Japan into the war? Merchant ships can come across the Pacific and go that way round to Ceylon. They never need to touch the Atlantic. You don't need to convoy that route.
I'm always adding an add-on to this, or would you make any design alterations to the Seafire as we got it, or since you've got unlimited money, and such,
God,
would you
no,
actually-
why-
I'm guessing that a 1939 Seafire is the gull-wing variant of the Spitfire which Supermarine were developing, which was designed as a gull-winged version to prevent the very same issues which the Seafire had. So it would have been a gull-wing Spitfire. So it would have been a heavier built, slightly slower version of the Spitfire, but it would have had gull wings, and it was also going to have, I think they were designing it from the get-go with a 20mm and 4 machine guns. 220mm cannon and 4 machine guns in its wings. I think that's one of the things I've seen written about it in various documents. But honestly, we are patching together stuff based on... there were a few other companies involved, probably putting forward ideas, but Supermarine seems to be the furthest along. They're certainly the only ones who built a flying model that they tested.
Also, I want to see what Blackburn would do with his engines.
Oh no, we're not giving Blackburn.
Blackburn plus
No,
plus Meteor?
no, we're not.
Let's put it this way. Actually, you probably would want to give Blackburn control of factory, because whilst Blackburn might be interesting when it comes to design, who builds the most fairy swordfish, Fairy or Blackburn?
Blackburn.
Dr. Clark, no, come on, there are things
Who
that are...
builds the
Blackburn's
largest
not the
number of
worst.
Who runs the factory that builds the largest number of Spitfires?
Isn't that Morris Motors?
And who's the factory that builds the second largest number?
That's
It's Blackburn.
Because I do
I'm
remember
sorry,
the
I
whole Morris Motor thing.
I wasn't
If
expecting the
Blackburn-
Morris Motors, by the way. That's something I wasn't expecting.
Well, no, it's an actual
Well,
thing,
the
though.
really interesting thing is that the companies behind them, you know, they're good. But one thing Blackburn is good, and this is because their history of doing it. They are very good at mass production of aircraft. They are very good at it. They're not necessarily good at designing attractive-looking aircraft, but they are very good at designing at mass-producing aircraft. And so you would want them involved, if not as consultants, designing and overseeing the factories.
And then we get the beauty of the Blackburn Buccaneer later.
Yeah, but Fleet, for content about Morris, a large portion of the attention, the massive, I think it's in Birmingham, the massive Morris Motors plant was built in the 30s funded by the RAF, so they could convert it into an aircraft production facility during wartime.
The Morris.
So it's subsidized by the RAF.
Give me
Not the RAF, but by the British government, yes.
Yeah,
Give me
but
the...
it's subsidized
There are
for the
people who
RAF.
claim it's funded by the RAF. It's
For the
funded
RAF.
by the Ministry of Public Works. Funds through, and there was a debate as to whether it was going to be turned into an aircraft factory or a gun factory.
Wait, they made the right choice for once.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Gun.
Looking forward to this next one, Fleet.
Yes, you have, because now I get to say something that I never thought I would ever say. I found something worse than Drake's drum! And I never thought I would say that, but there it sits!
To be
right
fair,
in
Fleet,
front
I've
of me!
got more corrections about Drake's drum. I've been rereading.
Oh
some
no,
bits
there
to
is
give more
nothing
context.
you can do to prevent me and Dr. Clark tearing you a new arsehole, sunshine,
Oh no,
over Drake's drum.
Oh no, that's more than welcome. It's just there's certain points that last time I couldn't
Actually,
quite
no.
remember.
I've had a note about that. We're not allowed to do that until we're joined by Drac.
Wait,
Oh.
wait, what?
What?
Oh.
What?
Dragon, prepare
Involved in it.
Please tell me that didn't come from Drac himself. It did come from Drac himself, didn't it?
Actually, I have one better than you, Dado.
Please.
Because I keep appearing on here, there is a very good friend of mine called Andrew, who listens to quite a lot of the videos I turn up in on my channel and link to.
Andrew
And he
who?
also feels he should be involved in
Andrew
tearing
who?
something like Drake's drum.
Andrew
Well,
who?
he's got a small academic post. He's the Lawson Chair of Naval History at King's College London.
You want to what?
You might have heard him. He's called Andrew Lambert.
You want to bring Andrew Lambert onto ramblings? Are you?
Or maybe a more proper thing, Fleet. Like
What?
get some proper, get some
What's
whiskey
in
or
the
something.
what?
Get some scotch.
You.
Fleet,
You.
you're not going
I
up in...
realise, I will say this. is that half of my colleagues from the Kings do listen to whatever some of the videos that come out, especially if I put them in the WhatsApp group occasionally. Go, this was fun. So Marcus Faulkner has listened to this and feels that you make enough use of his atlases, but otherwise thinks it's very interesting.
Are you telling me? When I said that I'd reached a wider audience, I thought it was just a few people of minor note, but no, apparently not.
Please, you're not in altitude. You're a ballistic missile.
One of my friends played an excerpt of one of your episodes recently to his class in Annapolis.
He what?
He was teaching.
I'm now curious which episode you're referring to, not the topic, but hey.
I'm not sure which one, but he said it was interesting, and he used it in his class to illustrate some of the diversity of thought.
I've been played at Annapolis, as in, we are talking about that Annapolis, right?
Yes.
The U.S. Navy's Annapolis, not some different. You'll forgive me for having.
What other Annapolis is there?
Look, I'm having a hard time believing this. All right.
Look, in the nicest way, I have a lot of fun with these things. It's like, yeah, you've now got a bit of a. If you go to Glyn Stewart's Facebook following, there's a few people on there talking about his chatting with Fleet of Oceans, or the Foo, rather, as my mum insists. My mum's trying to make sure you're called.
Oh.
The Foo.
Oh God.
Resistance is futile, I believe.
I'm sorry, I tell you, resistance is defutile.
So possibly Drakenifel Drac. Fuck, why do I call him Drakenifel? I call him Drac. I've known him long enough.
Because it's called being respectful.
No, I am, but so
yeah, no, I'm not saying you're not.
So
it's automatic.
When it comes to Drake Strum, not only am I not allowed to do this until Drakenifel shows up, but there's a possibility that Andrew Lambert will show up.
If you book in enough in advance and give me enough notice, I'll pass it on to him and see if he'll be free. You could get a couple of interested people from King's KCL, because there's a lot of the War Studies Department likes those sort of things and finds them interesting, and taking them apart even more interesting.
Oh my God!
One of the reasons I like reading through them is because it's a case of some of this makes the most minor of sense, and some of it is, why the hell are you come to this conclusion? Especially the German stuff.
If the tearing apart we gave it on Dr. Clark's Discord with 12 people in the chat was anything to go by.
I wasn't aware of that one, I have to admit.
No, you weren't, and you probably would have wanted to be there for it, because that was a night.
Shame that wasn't recorded.
That's
that would have
basically
been very fun
after my lives on Thursday, I have an open Discord session where I chat with my listeners, subscribers, and want to chat. And we will chat through naval history. And the Foo occasionally comes and joins us, which is most welcome. And I'm blessed with some very good admins, and one especially I always have to bring up is Paul, who's listening. Paul Amos is listening, I think, at the moment on the YouTube channel.
He is
He's
indeed
always very, very good. Between him and Leslie, and Steve and Runon, who are the four who mainly take on the assisting of the role on in the Discord chats and long sort of the Discord lives discussions. They managed to curate a very good chat and a very good discussion. And Paul is the type who will listen quietly and then dive in with a very, very well thought through point that will make everyone think. Leslie has a wealth of experience from time in the army, from time in working in computers and all sorts of things.
Leslie tore those ships apart.
Yes.
You know, you're making me just more and more.
Runon is a career electrician who will also tear those ships apart, because they will work through the electrics on that ship as like no one else will. And then Steve, how do I put this? Steve is a very good person when it comes to working out systems of systems and how you organize the bureaucracy of something to make it work. And he will point out very quickly how that's not going to come about, because it just won't work like that.
Yeah, Steve, if I remember correctly...
Out of curiosity, did you go through any ships in particular? Because this is a bit curious.
The entire...
We went through the entire Japanese, Italian, German...
No, we didn't do the Italians. British we did. Germans...
Oh no, we're saving them for next time, aren't we? The Italians, then there's the Americans.
Yeah, the Italians and the Americans are the
Oh,
ones we
French.
didn't do.
Well, if you saw the Germans, you saw what I mean by it's a very much a
What?
somebody was.
We took every single one to pieces.
Oh, you should have seen the, yeah, so, like, we were all a bit irate at some of these ships, and then we got to the battle carrier with the quad
Oh,
turret.
well, you mean the only ship in all of Drake's Drum to have a quad turret? There is no other ship at all that's ever brought up or mentioned or designed.
Look, we
that has a
can't
quad
talk
turret.
about too much about Drake's Drum because Drac isn't here, and Andrew Lambert isn't here, and Dracker's base. And because this is Drac's server where I do these, I have to kowtow to the Overlord. And if he says no Drake's Drum until he's got free time, then I have to agree to that.
If we're going to do no. Basically, if you want to do a special taking it apart, I think he'd like to be part of it.
I think that'll be fun to listen to.
I've got to plan that now, because this is happening. I mean, just getting Dr. Clark, myself, and Drac in one room
Freya,
is enough of a miracle in and of itself, especially with Drac's new commitments. Getting Andrew...
I would say the other thing that's an option for you, and this is not an option, this may or may not include Andrew being available, but the whole ship-shape team are, with luck on our side and everything sorted out, and we managed to get the funding through in time, we'll be spending 18 hours on a train between the 19th and 20th of June.
You mean the same time...
All four of us.
You mean the same time that I'll be in Finland, in roughly the same region of the world? With access to possibly a motorcar? Middle of June. I think from the 16th onwards.
Oh, dang, because we turn up in Finland on the, 3rd of July, I think we arrive in Finland.
Oh.
But otherwise we're in Sweden for most of that part.
Well then. I mean...
We go to we start off in Stockholm, we go up to Narvik, we then go down and go round, spend some time in Stockholm, and then go across to Helsinki.
Well, I think it's all Humour in Finland, but if it is, I think it might stretch into late
Whenever
July.
I can hear that, I said, I'm sad I missed that initial one, but whenever I can hear the rematch, oh.
Well, funny thing is, if the entire Ship Shapes crew is available, it depends when I'm in Finland. But...
Well, to be fair, there's always just organising.
Well, because my uncle moved out there and married a Finnish woman, I've got 2 Finnish cousins now. So, I have a half-Finnish family now, which is just interesting, and it never gets old.
You say you had a half-finished family?
Pardon?
A half-finished family? Or a half-finished family?
Oh, come on! Don't do that! Come on!
I mean, you've got to finish off the planning.
Foxo, please. Have mercy.
No.
I forgot Heinrich Himmler was in charge of the Freya.
That explains so much.
Until he died.
How did he die?
I believe he was assassinated.
Haha, funny. So, now then, getting back to the after that massive tangent.
The other monstrosity that you said that you found that's worse than Drake's Drum. Let's see it then.
Oh yeah. So, the Atlantico. I hate this.
It's a fun as hell ship to play in the game. But...
For many good and valid reasons. First of all, what in the flying fuck is a dreadnought battleship doing with 9.2-inch secondaries when it has 10 15-inch guns as its primary armament in centerline turrets? Secondly, the crews of those rear 2 secondary mounts are fucking dead. Because...
Okay, where is this picture?
It's in the chat.
And I've put 3 pictures below it, which
yeah.
Yeah. I've also put 2 pictures below it because the crews of the rear 2 secondary turrets on either side of that ship are fucking dead because of the blast effects of the midship's 15-inch gun turret.
Oh, by the way, you are aware, Fleet, that that thing also has 4 5-inch tertiary on each side.
I'm still looking for it.
Scott's just
should be
reposted
horrified.
it. Scott's literally just reposted a mostly top-down view of it.
Which is where most of my
Oh,
problems
good.
start. Those are
Lord
9.2.
and lubber duck.
You see what I mean, Dr. Clark, when I said this thing is worse than Drake's drum?
I believe you're being pedantic, but
I've seen
I wouldn't
some of
actually
the...
argue this is necessarily worse, but it's definitely not a logical. You know, when he has to do that, it's always amusing and worrying. Because he did this with Drake's drum, if you remember. Yep, it's got the 5-inch 38 pedestal dual purpose.
You're not just going to be massacring your own 9.2-inch gunners.
That's right, 5 on each side.
You're going, and your 4.7-inch gunners. They're going to be gone. Presuming they're 4.7-inch or for a single.
Those are 5-inch 38s.
5-inch 38s for their air guns. Oh, cute. But has anyone looked at the boats?
Yes, I have. I'm crying internally.
I actually have this ship in game, so I can try and get some better angles if needed.
Has anyone considered?
I don't bother, Dragon.
I
We're
just
done.
consider this an important thing, but it's just a small issue. But has anyone considered the magazine requirements of this vessel?
No, of course they haven't.
I think it's a powder keg.
No, of course they haven't, Dr. Clark. It's a paper ship from World of Warships. It makes no fucking sense.
Crew accommodations?
No, because it makes
Anyone?
no... Okay, then again, I will point out this is supposed to be a Brazilian battleship, so what's a crew accommodation?
They usually have quite good crew accommodations because they have to
No.
compete with the logging industry and various other industries.
Remember the Jin Palace, Ajin Corps?
Yes, but
Yeah.
that was after she was commissioned for the Ottoman fleet. The Brazilians do not have a good record when it comes to
I seem to
crew
recall
quality
that she
and
beginning with was meant to have
accommodation.
quite good.
They tend to buy good quality. It tends to then descend into madness because they don't actually do any maintenance on it. But they buy good quality space.
And then, of course, there was, the whole mutiny over crew conditions, which led to, I think it was Sao Paulo firing on Sao Paulo.
Can I also ask why someone's decided to spoil my day by reminding me of the Freya and its existence?
That's
We
right.
were mentioning that earlier.
That's Dragon. I'm not at fault. Don't kill me.
Because people were asking.
Why?
Because remember how Fleet brought up the battle carrier?
I deliberately
That is
didn't
a
name
battle
it. I deliberately didn't name it because I wanted to avoid this, and you've decided to bring it.
Yes, and it's got a quad 11-inch gun. For what particular reason?
We don't know.
Keep in mind, I've only read the first book, and it's not actually brought up in the first
Also
book.
trying to work out where the bridge is, because you look, it's got windows
Uh-huh.
underneath the takeoff position of the flight deck. But it's
Actually,
also
give me a
got a
moment.
island superstructure.
It does.
Unless, of
I've got-
course, it's
I've
some
got a
sort
terrible
of...
quality image for you for it.
Unless, of course,
Going in now.
Unless, of course, it's some sort of warped QE with a ship control bridge and a flight control island, which is just cursed beyond all belief. And of course, then there's the whole thing that me and Dr. Clark discussed, which is the ranges of these ships make no bloody sense.
Yeah, because if I could do 10,000 nautical miles at 16 knots on 7,000 tons of fuel, I'd be very, very lucky, even with modern ships.
You'd also have every naval architect the world over coming to you and asking you, "How have you done this? Tell me your secrets."
Also, one of the things I find fun about these ships, and they do this even when they're doing these productions of these fantasy fleets for Germany, etc.
where's steel?
They're still filled with Parsons turbines, Parsons steam turbines.
Yes. Well, Parson Gear turbines, 8 Soral boilers is what's listed.
So it's got French boilers and British
Yeah.
turbines.
It's because
Okay, good
Freya
luck getting
is formerly
spare parts.
Clemenceau.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is.
Freya ex Clemenceau.
Oh.
But
They're
the
based
trouble
on
is,
the captured French battleship hull Clemenceau, ceded to the Germans in the armistice of 1940.
Don't remind
but
me.
the trouble is trying to get the logistics for that to work.
Where?
It's often forgotten about the reason why they have to be quite so. A lot of their turbine ships is because they have Parsons turbines, and if they break them, they need to replace them with their own with German-built turbines, which is great. But that's going to mean the ship's going to be out of service for months, and repairing them, they've got a very limited stockpile of spare parts. Almost as if the British hadn't given them enough to have a stockpile of spare parts. And people turn around to me and tell me, oh no, the Germans making the British entirely dependent on their detonators was a great piece of German industrial espionage. And I sort of go, well, it was, but it was also a great piece of British laziness, considering how quickly the British managed to build a detonator and get it working, broadly speaking. But the biggest thing you have to consider is the British did the same thing to the Germans, the French, the Italians, the Russians, even the Americans, when it came to turbines in that period, and the Japanese.
What in the name of Michael?
Look at how many nations, how many ships have Parsons turbines, or Browned turbines.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not denying that. Zubikaku, you're trying to get me to remove your spine.
For the record, that one you can't blame World of Warships for. That one you have to blame Leicester for.
Oh, that's the Russians. Okay, yeah, we can disregard
That's the
that.
Russian dev, so.
We can disregard that. That's bollocks. Moving on.
That's based off a H39 hull with twin Scharnhorst guns.
I'll tell you what it's based off of. Russian vodka-fueled madness. That's what that thing is based off of.
I actually know the components are based
Draken?
off Friedrich der Gross from World of Warships, and it's using Scharnhorst's guns.
I literally could not give two monkeys. It's just ridiculous. I don't care.
Even so, even if you don't care, it's something I do actually care because I like to know the reasons. Why has something been designed the way it is, even if it makes no sense? What are the reasons behind it? In this case, it's mostly
Those forward flat guns are going to get destroyed.
Oh yeah, those forward flat guns are just gone, just absolutely gone.
The ones at the base of B turrets.
Oh god, those poor fuckers.
They're just dead.
Well, they're not going to be crewed if the main guns.
Do you want to know how I know that I've made it in the world? The fact that I have people with actual Wikipedia articles who want to appear on my show. I've made it.
Calm down, Fleet.
Calm down, Fleet. Calm down.
I am
got
calm.
A long way to go.
I am calm.
You're not at your aperture yet. You've still got a bit more to go before you start falling back down.
I'm not making any money off this.
Right.
Yeah.
Who said anything about money?
Because Fleet, you've only just completed the first boost phase of your ICBM cycle.
Why am I
enough Delta V to get high? You've got enough Delta V to get higher, but make sure you get the aperture high enough you can enter orbit instead of crashing back down.
Okay.
Yeah, you wanna fly like a train.
And Fleet, I will admit that I am considering organising what I'm going to call an academic roundtable for my channel and try and get both Norman and Andrew on there. If I can. And I would certainly probably invite you and Drac, definitely.
But I might
see if I can get Gary. I might see. Basically, my idea is to have a mixture of academics and people who are able to keep up with them, who are of the naval-inclined YouTube sphere, and just have a discussion about modern naval history and sort of the modern way naval history is percolating and how it's being discussed and how it's being approached and how to get people interested into it. And I think Norman and Andrew would enjoy that. And if I can, I'd like to get Marcus and the Chieftain as well on there as well. Because I think having them all will be quite fun. Having all of you.
Oh wow, I actually have a people I actually come up if you search me on Google. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Dr. Reaper, I don't have a
do
wiki page. That's something else. Which is related.
But there will be enough people on the thing who do have a wiki page who'll enjoy it. I think Norman has one.
So Andrew
Lambert
make your
definitely
wiki page
does.
and fill it full of lies.
Yeah,
Fox, so no.
Does Norman Freeman? I'll have to Google him and see.
Norman Friedman definitely does, I'm fairly certain. Let me have a look.
Well, that's the Norman I'm talking about.
Oh god, yeah, Norman Friedman has a wiki page. As in born 1946. That Norman Friedman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's lovely.
You want to put
Calm.
if you could see
He's really fun.
Dr. Clark, if you could see
But
me right now, I've got.
If you get into his British friend list, when he comes to a conference here, he will expect you to turn up someplace so he can feed you pizza.
This is.
I approve of this sentiment.
Okay, so this is happening. I am entering this sphere. Apparently, this is. I think this all started when Dr. Clark decided to become a regular on Ramblings, so this has just spiraled out of. I used to be low key, and now. And like one of my biggest achievements was getting the chieftain, and now Dr. Clark's like, "Hey, Fleet, would you like to talk to all of these world-class historians?"
Right. Again,
as a
you say
near
you're
peer?
low tier Fleet, but you might right. You might be low tier compared to quote unquote academic ones, but even then, as Clark was just saying, that's not necessarily true. But you've done stuff with Drac, done stuff with Rex's Hanger, you've done stuff with Chieftain, and I'm pretty sure you've done one with someone else, which I can't remember their name, who was relatively important. But anyway, so you've went through basically land, air, and sea so far.
Whoopee.
Of people who are relatively well respected in, well, the online communities for people who are interested in this stuff. Like, you've got people from World of Tanks who are interested in yes, you've got Shipyard, that's one as well. You've got Chieftain, who's very well known due to World of Tanks and all of his other materials. Rex's Hangar is well known in aircraft fields due to people who are interested in War Thunder and such well. Drac, people who are interested from, say, warships and other games. You basically got people who are interested in gaming spheres, people who are interested in it as a hobby, and just in general. So overall, you work with relatively reasonable people who know their stuff. You also know your stuff enough. You can cause an interesting debate.
I have gaps.
Even if you don't know everything, you can at least talk about stuff. You don't have. No one has to know everything.
You're also in for that kind of discussion of how do we keep naval history growing as it is growing and becoming more and more relevant and people getting more and more people interested. You're a perfect example of someone who is interested. You see, one of the things is that, especially I notice this with the senior academics when I'm talking to them a lot, they're sitting there going, we're missing generations of academics, we're missing generations of people who are professional naval historians, we're missing generations of people who are just interested. There are gaps. We are short of people, and we can't afford to keep having generations skip if we're going to keep the study of naval history and we're going to keep the learning from naval history so we don't repeat those past mistakes that were made alive. And if we're going to keep it relevant, and being put forward in a way which people will actually read, and people will actually listen to, and people will watch. And you're good at those things. And so having you there as part of that discussion makes perfect sense. And that's one of my ideas of things I'd like to organise towards sort of Christmas time. I'd like to organise that kind of discussion. It's going to be an interesting one to do. I might try and do it live. But trying to do it live with coordinating all those different time zones will be interesting. But Norman is a hoot. And Andrew's lovely as well.
And you're telling me that I basically, if Norman does consider me as, what did you call it, part of his English-British friendship circle?
Pals? You will be forced fed pizza.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Well...
Like, keep in mind, there's different levels, and you are basically...
He also has... I do love Norman in that there have been conferences which I've gone, oh, I didn't get an article in that, so I'm not coming. I can't afford their ticket when I was back as a PhD student. Me and Andrew were talking about it, and Norman was coming over, and Andrew said, oh, I'm sure they'll be disappointed. And I got invited to, I got a ticket sent to me for the conference because they said, oh yeah, PhD students are actually getting in reduced price. And I went, I can pay that. Okay, got in. Went, so what changed your mind? Why do you do this? Oh, well, Norman rang up and was upset that there were a load of PhD students who couldn't afford to come.
Do you want to know the funniest thing?
Seems reasonable.
The reason I recognise the names Andrew Lambert...
It's interesting enough, there are some... the good thing about naval history I've found, and I have gone to conferences which are not naval history ones, and I've gone to... is that the senior professors in the field of naval history all seem to remember the days when they were PhD students or master students and they were poor. They didn't have the money for a 90 quid for a 3-day conference or something like that. And if they find out there are people are seriously not funding or not providing a way for the PhD students and master students to get in at a reasonable rate, they will complain quite happily. And, you know, I have never seen anyone shut down so fast than when someone tried to turn around to a female historian on the panel and said, well, why is a lady introduced in that? Than when Andrew and Norman both raised their heads up and looked right at them. Then sat down like it. I have never seen any. It was just beautiful. It was just that. Look at why is it a lady like you interested in this? And the two faces just popped up from the side. I was getting ready to say something because we all know how blunt I am. Being the only boy in 40 cousins, I'm incredibly blunt on those circumstances.
I would have said something as well.
They're getting interested in,
yeah,
and I don't care about what dangles between their legs. The better for what they're interested in. It really makes no difference to me.
Exactly. The funniest.
The point is that those two faces just looked up, and they went white because they realised A, they were in the room, and B, they just heard them say that. And I think their career flashed in front of their eyes. As in, my career is over now.
The funniest thing about this is, you know, the reason that I recognise Norman Freeman and Andrew Lambert? I'm not sure if any of you remember this, but when I was younger, there was a DVD that I got bought, and it was called Battleships, and there were a bunch of historians on it. And now you're flashing two of the faces that were giving interviews on that DVD that literally got me into naval history in a big way in front of me, saying, yes, Fleet, you'll get to talk to these people.
The thing about you'd have loved to meet him would be Eric Grove. He was absolutely lovely, and he was the reason I got my first TV role.
Eric Grove. Let me see. Oh, him. Yes. Oh, he died. Oh.
Yeah, he's died.
Oh.
And the other person who I would love to get on to chat, and I think you'd love to chat with, is Harry Bennett. He was actually one of my examiners for my PhD.
Harry Bennett. Let me see. Don't think. How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Harry Bennett, Bennett, and publications of his are long and massive. He has done a lot of books and a lot of chapters and a lot of other things. He is a massive in terms of publication, but he's associate professor and reader in history at University of Plymouth.
Found him.
He does TV work as well, and you would love him. He is an absolute character. He's also one of the nicest men you will ever meet in your life.
The problem,
one of the nicest people.
The only problem with all of this is that I'm overly modest to perhaps a fault. So I would
whenever someone's important around.
So, I'd almost feel unworthy would perhaps be the word I would use. I mean, I'm old enough that I've spoken to Drac and you and Shipyard and Rex and Chieftain.
You just be polite, let them get their points across, and then when say people stop talking, make your point back.
No, I'm aware of I'm aware of that, Dragon.
The reason I think you'd like to talk to Harry. The reason I think you'd like to talk about Harry is because I know you have some interest in some of the coastal convoys in World War II, and you like those sort of interesting battles and operations that happen in those, and those are the scenarios that were going on, and the Schnell boats and all the things involved in them. And he is probably the leading researcher in those.
Yeah,
he is probably the finest researcher we have in what you would call the literal coastal combat of World War II in the Channel, all around the coast, North Sea, both Axis and Allied. He is absolutely amazing. It's an area of history which doesn't get discussed enough from World War II, and he is absolutely great on that.
So, seeing that I have to lock in a few things now, First of all, in order for me to talk Drake's drum, Drac wants to be there, so I've somehow got...
Oh, Josh has met Professor Bennett. Yes, see? And it's also agreed me that he's a lovely person. He is a really lovely person.
I don't doubt it at all.
The fact, I have never met anyone who hasn't met Harry who hasn't come away going, oh, he's so nice. He is one of the nicest people. I've also only ever seen him angry once, and that was not a good experience for the person who was on the receiving end. Because again, they've been very rude when they hadn't realised they should not be very rude. Although you should never be very rude, but they didn't realise that they had a Professor Bennett behind them, and he kind of towered over them. I was going, why are you saying that to my PhD student? Oh.
Okay, so the problem is...
Don't insult a PhD student's research and call it silly.
No.
When you're a professor, when you're a lecturer, when their professor who's their supervisor is standing behind you.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well.
No. So, the only problem I've got... Well, I've got a few problems at this point. One is that I may be in Finland by the time you lot are on that train up Scandinavia when you're going to have 18 hours to kill and nothing to do. If I'm not, I'll definitely be available, which probably may or may not result in me being bodily dragged from whatever I'm doing to a computer stand to grab a pair of headphones and apparently be dragged into...
In case of emergency fleet, grab a satellite phone.
From where and with what money?
Outback.
Again, with what money? I am broke.
Tell me how much it'll cost.
Do
I'll
the
get
British
back
Army
to you.
method.
I'm as broke as Brokeback Mountain.
If it's not nailed down, leg it with it.
I don't have anything
Use
worth
your-
selling, apart from my car, and I need that.
That's not the British Army method. It's pick it up and run off with it.
In this economy?
No, that's the Royal Marines method.
That's the Royal Navy
yes,
method. If it's not, the Royal Navy doesn't even care. If it's bolted down, don't worry. We've bought an oxyacetylene torch.
So,
Why not?
so there's
Does prize law still exist? Does prize law still exist? I wonder.
Possibly.
If you capture a ship these days, could you theoretically claim it under prize law?
There is salvage law, where
There's salvage law, but-
if you do find a vessel abandoned on the high seas, even a navy crew can get salvage for it.
Yeah, actually, prize law
There's a
wouldn't
difference
work
between
anymore.
salvage and
Because
prize.
I think it's the Declaration of Paris that made privateers illegal.
Well, no, prize law's not privateering. Prize law isn't privateering. Prize law is
but
the
because you'd be a non-state actor, it would be piracy and privateering,
Well, yes,
which
but
would be illegal.
first of all, I don't have a warship to my name. Second of all, I can't go borrow a paddle steamer from Duxford. Well, not much if I go to Duxford
Why
anyway,
would you
it's
get
not a port.
right? As someone who was at Duxford recently, why would you get a paddle steamer from Duxford?
Look, anyway,
Without a
as I was,
submarine,
as I was,
ironically,
Right,
Ironically,
all
if you're
you
after
need-
a submarine, you can get one of those at Duxford.
Catalina. You could get a Catalina.
I
You
could.
get
I
a
know the
former-
submarine.
Right,
Duxford has a-
Look,
Duxford has a
okay,
submarine.
just to make that point, I'm not going to go and get the BLS paddle steamer Lutschberg and somehow sail her down the Rhine all the way to the North Sea, and then use this oil-fired bit of Swiss magnificence to go and do piratical nonsense on the high seas.
Where is it? Duxford.
look, all you need to do is you need to get in contact with the captain of an astute class submarine, and they will help you steal another submarine. Like they regularly steal bits off other submarines.
Foxo, what part of the civil service were you in exactly? Because you know more than you let on.
HMRC.
Exactly, I knew it! She knows more than she lets on!
But, just to prove my point, genuinely, Duxford has an actual submarine.
Yeah,
And it
right.
worked.
Put it this roughly, I was for a time less a secretary in the HMRC. Like, I know shit I can't tell you about.
Foxo, I knew you were... Dragon, you found yourself a keeper. Don't let her go ever. But,
You know, it keeps
Obviously,
chewing through
please,
the
do you
chain.
think I'm gonna let my dragon let my
I'm sorry, what? Anyway, before I get side...
What's it called? Just because I posted it. I believe that midget sub was actually commanded by Hans Langsdorff's son, and he died in it, unfortunately.
Look-
The fumes choked him out, and it washed up ashore in England.
Well, first off, if that works, I have no torpedoes. And I have no
Kill
deck.
issue.
I have no deck gun either, and I can't bolt that thing in the background
Right.
to it because.
Oh no, right. All you need to do, if you need to go to Birmingham, get a very large bit of scrap metal, sharpen it, and turn it into a bayonet.
I'm gonna use the
Hang on, I
submarine as a ram.
If needed,
Yes.
I've actually got a better one.
I mean, isn't there a precedent for submarines ramming things?
Just
Yes,
claim
but usually they
salvage
also
rights
get
on
rammed.
torpedoes.
Yeah, you know there probably is some torpedoes sunk somewhere that you could claim,
This-
but I don't know if I would want to use torpedoes.
This
we
is
do
why-
know that we do know the location of sunken nuclear weapons.
I'm not going to pull a Spectre from Thunderball and hold the UK government ransom.
Why not? I
Sorry,
mean,
you just
what else are
reminded
they
me.
good for?
Has anyone ever heard of Clive Cussler?
I mean,
Amazing little actor.
I
One of his plans was
love Clive
one of his plans
Cussler.
was threaten the world's governments by planting nuclear bombs inside Japanese cars that have been exported across the world.
Clive Cussler's books are, they're
They're amusing to read.
yes, that's what I'll say.
Leave it with that.
They're a moment.
Yeah.
But
All I'll say is
but
they're on the same level as TF2 law,
yeah,
and
but
that has the legendary Shakespeareicals in it.
yeah, but what I'm trying to, if I can very quickly, like, there's a lot for me to process right now because I've learned a lot of things that are making me go wow. But I could steal the Type 21. Those 20 mils would be good to hold up ships with if I could replace them with something. But look, Dr. Clark,
Dr. Clark?
Dr. Clark, how much armament do
How
merchant
much
ships
damage
have
did 20?
nowadays?
I'm just trying to think of the current Type 21s and exactly how many and the condition any of them are in.
Can I pinch off with an O-boat? Question mark.
You might have more luck with a Type 12. I think all the Type 21s are gone.
There's one left in Kiel somewhere,
Or-
apparently.
No, that's
I've
not a
got
Type
it.
21. That's a Type 12, possibly, but not a Type 21.
I'm sure there's a Type 21 U-boat somewhere.
No.
Oh, U-boats! I thought you were going frigate. You want to take a Type 21 U-boat out to sea with those batteries now?
Oh, wait, wait, there are frigates I can pinch off with?
A
Yeah, there's
fleet?
Type 12 frigates.
Well, you do know that
I
you
can-
could probably run off with, I don't know,
Well,
a Trafalgar-class submarine.
well,
'cause they're all
better
laid up now.
I know what
Well,
I'm
I
I don't
doing.
want to take any of the Trafalgars.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
Fleet, if
hey,
you
Dr.
need a
Clark.
small crew, HMS M33 is still functional.
Hey, Dr. Clark.
Well,
I'm
Clark,
definitely,
think about it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely.
Since they've got a reputation of being a bit leaky with radiation, you can just park it off their coast and go, we'll dump radiation if you don't give us what we want.
Yeah, Dr. Clark, I'm definitely stealing the Type 12, and I'm definitely calling it HMS Hero for no reason at all.
Hey, I
If
know
you
funny
get that,
Oh.
if you get
There's
that
a-
reference.
Oh, I
there's a
do
couple
know
of
that.
questions.
Call me Niles, because I'm going to go shoot things that shouldn't be shot at.
But yes, you were going on about the Atlantico before this long tangent.
But I was, but the
Ask that
I'm
more
sorry. I'm sorry. The tangent is Before I stop the tangent, I have
Tangent
to.
had tangents.
Yes, I have to wrap it up very quickly. So, I've got to make sure that I'm possibly free mid-June for possibly being shanghaied into, what would you call it? Shippity...
Ship shape, keeping us amused.
Yes, so I've got to possibly make myself available to be shanghaied to that, which will not only be the first time I've spoken to Drac...
If we've been really lucky and we're feeling really cruel, you'll have the full 5 of us because you'll have the extra Dan as well.
Because, well, that'll be really funny, because that'll be the first time I've spoken to Drac since, well, long before he had, the Draquette. Then...
Is that really what you're calling it now?
Look, I don't know the name of
Excuse
it.
me, why are you being rude about Princess Draconophelia?
I'm not, I swear, I thought that
Her Highness Princess Draconophelia that's the full title you're supposed to be using. Her
Apologies.
Highness Princess Draconophelia.
Apologies. Since Drakenfell had Her Highness Princess I can't pronounce.
Draconophelia.
Drakenophelia.
Draconophelia.
Since the first... That... Hang on, 1 minute, brain. Rewind.
You broke him. Clark, you broke him.
This will have been the first time I have spoken to Drac since the birth of Princess Dracinophelia. There, done. I can English.
Highness, Princess Dragonfly.
No!
Highness.
This will have been the
Princess Dracinophelia, the defender of the faith and God Empress of mankind.
That'll do.
Future God Empress of mankind, yes.
That'll do. Alright. Then
Considering I'm told she's already developing great skills when it comes to ship analysis.
Then I've somehow got to arrange for myself, Dracinofel, Dr. Clark, possibly Andrew Lambert, and other people besides, to tear Drake's drum apart over hopefully one, possibly two ramblings. Then, on top of that, I've got...
Hey, if you wait till after I've organised the group get together after we get back, after we get back, the whole discussion thing, which I'm planning of trying to get Norman involved. You might also be able to invite Norman to tear Drake's drum apart.
He'd be interested in that. Okay,
What do you mean? Having fun, being able to tear apart the technology and development and the whole strategy of why they're building that ship.
So basically,
Have you met me?
You are aware.
Have you met?
Yeah, Dr. Clark.
Most of our most historians.
Myself.
This is what we dream of being able to do.
Myself, you, and me may not attract the attention of the author. If I bring in big names like Norman Friedman and Andrew Lambert, that may attract the attention of the author themselves, and I dread to think what they might do.
But I don't think he. I don't necessarily see that occurring, Fleet. But hey,
if they want to wander into that, scenario, they're more than welcome to wander into that scenario.
That wasn't what I meant. I meant certain egos might be bruised, and my channel might get slapped.
I highly doubt that. And also, Fleet, you're on Discord half the time. They can't exactly do anything about that, can they?
Yes, but all the ramblings go up on the channel, and this would possibly
You've got an archive, right?
I do,
Yes.
but
Then you're fine. Also, I highly doubt.
I would point out that if you phrase it as we're doing analysis of it according to historians. How viable is this world as in terms of the actual history, in terms of how ships and things really are?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's an opinion, and we're not going to be personally rude about the author.
No,
we might wonder occasionally what kind of very fruity substance he was imbibing at the time when he wrote some of the things he did. But that is neither here nor there.
So that'll be at some point later this year, which... Oh, okay. I have to... So, not only have I got Shipshape to look forward to, I've also got the possibility of myself, Drac, Dr. Clark, Norman Friedman, and Andrew Lambert tearing apart Drake's drum. What have I gotten myself into?
If we're feeling really nice, we might might bring along the Chieftain and Marcus Faulkner and Alessio Patalano as well.
Well, if you really want to, if
you're doing that, I may as well.
Chieftain, because Chieftain could deal because Drake's drum actually has a tank department in the books.
Yeah.
They've got a full set of armored development in Drake's drum
I want these people to actually like me. And I feel like exposing the Chieftain and Marcus, and if I'm bringing them, I'll bring Rex as well for the aircraft, because sod it.
Oh, I was about to say, yep, I've just found there is indeed the appendixes for the military aircraft.
Yes.
Between the Royal Navy and Royal Air Arm, as well as the same for the German, their air arm.
I wonder if I could get Vicky Taylor as long as well.
What?
Yeah, Victoria.
Gloucester Gannett. I haven't actually read through the aircraft yet.
It's official.
I've chaired her at committee panels and when she's been presenting papers, and I've presented papers alongside her. She's wonderful. She's very cool historian.
It's official. I'm losing my mind. This is actually happening, and I don't. What the?
Oh, we have to get.
And actually,
Honestly,
and Rex's hangar would be having fun. Seriously,
How-
between the two of them, they would be going into the town on those aircraft.
How did I get here?
Oh no! I was about to say, oh, actually, their planes actually look pretty reasonable, until I come across the Bolton Paul Cormorant.
No,
What if we turn Bolton Paul Defiant into a naval fighter?
we don't talk about the Drakestrom aircraft dragon because we don't talk about them. Because we don't fucking talk about them. Because we don't talk about them.
Sorry, speak for yourself.
No, like genuinely, these are fascinating. The Sorrow
Because
Seagull.
he'd be an interesting take to have on it.
Dr. Clark, how many people are you digging up to come along?
I just think Michael Clapp and Julian Thompson could be fun to have along
You
for it.
want to what?
How long before we can make Fleet blackout?
Next thing you know, they're going to say, oh, why don't we bring King Charles along as well?
No, he's
I mean,
got
King
a little
Charles
bit
is-
of past experience to him, but yeah, I have.
Hearing him
fairly
recount
good
war
contacts
stories would
with-
be pretty cool, though.
Charles has no
a
war
few
stories.
things. It would have been fun to have Prince Philip. Charles has some interesting experience. Remember, he flew helicopters with 845.
Charles who again?
King.
Oh!
King Charles.
Oh, yes, King Charles. Look,
Yeah.
there are so many names that I partly know through my
I'll take a look
connection
at
to
you,
naval history that I'm trying to
I
make
don't
sure
need
I
to
look
read-
all these people up so I know who they are.
Other appendices.
I think the other person you want, of course, is Steve George, because it's always fun to have an aero engineer along.
This panel is ballooning to near double-digit figures at the rate we're going.
Yeah, it might have to be multiple panels to look at the ships, the aircraft, all those things. And
Yeah, it's sort of split into maybe 6 or 7
Yeah.
ramblings. Like you've got
at least
Drakestrom, the
three.
Drakestrom ships, Drakestrom's tanks, Drakestrom's aircraft.
Vince, is this something less like a panel and more like a conference?
This...
Oh, we're already looking into that, and don't worry, you're all three of you are down on that as part of the people who are definitely going to.
I mean, I knew I was going to be there,
What?
but
I'm looking
Dragon...
right, but I don't see one of them.
Dragon and
What?
Foxo, you can't escape this! You can't escape this!
Bayonets?
If I'm going down, you two are coming with me!
Ah, but Fleet, you forget one thing. Unlike boats, dragons fly.
Fair.
Ocean can
Yeah,
only stay
but-
on the water. Dragons can fly away faster.
But I have good friends in 809 Squadron. They can usually track you down for me.
Hmm.
And watch
That
Gate,
would
you
be
know
a
what happens when Dragon meets AM9Gs.
Aha. We've got a symbol. Dragons may be shot down, but clearly this is where we have to use the Kitsune and make illusions. How
No.
good are AIM-9s at finding, at figuring out which one's the real one?
I'm sorry, I can't deal with fucking what's it called? IR sensors.
Ah.
It's too advanced for me. Make it look like a cow though. Anyway,
But honestly, that does genuinely sound interesting because it's always fun tearing apart all timelines and what, especially when they actually give you material to tear apart. Like during all this, I've been
That's the
looking
thing,
at.
they
yeah,
put a
I've
lot
been
of effort
looking-
into this, and it's interesting to talk it through because honestly, you can reveal a lot about the reality of the history by talking through as why it wouldn't work out this way.
It's official.
Like I've been reading through the Freya and just
Yes.
reading just how many design problems it had. Like genuinely, from when it was built, from when to when it was finished, they have never said anything good about it.
And of course, Callum could be a good one to have along.
Callum...
yeah, next thing you know, we're gonna be you're gonna
Douglas.
say, oh, I'll just get Jonathan Ferguson to discuss the firearms of Drake's drum.
I wish I could do that, but unfortunately, I've not been able to find it. I don't think there is actually one, but as I think it is.
Yeah,
firearms they're mostly
yeah,
I was
historical.
being sarcastic, Dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Zui...
Moe actually asked me to see if I could find Drake's drum firearms.
Yeah,
so-
Zuikaku. There is no way in hell this magnificence/disaster is not being recorded. There is no way in living hell that I am
It'll
not
be
going
live
to
if we could
restore
We
this.
could organise it.
Also, I love the fact
Yeah.
that Foxo and Dragon were prepared to string me out as the token dry dock member.
Oh, no, like,
and
hey.
and Dr. Clark's like, "Oh no, you don't."
Oh, hey, if I have to
It's
be
just-
on the ship to see this ship go down, I'm more than willing.
I just don't see what I could bring to it. It's like, yes,
Look.
big naval names. Then you get me.
Oh dear.
Unless
If you say it
All of
enough
the
times, I will.
Oh.
If you say it enough
Oh.
times, I will introduce you to Kate Jameson and have her give you a talking to of, yes, you count, you make your noise heard.
Well, one of the Drakestrom
I
books.
do
I've
it. It's
read
just,
and came
my
quite close, I
specialization
put it
is
in the-
TV and electronics repair.
Josh, is that meant to be
and of
bin
course,
instead of pin?
you know, being an undersecretary in HMRC, because that's not an insignificant
I
position
was
at
the
all.
undersecretary to the undersecretary.
Motherfucker, you're still female, Humphrey. I see you over there.
You know,
And
genuinely
besides,
doesn't
most
surprise
what I
me
dealt with was checking over tax returns.
I see you over there, you. And
Like, it's amazing what you can figure out about someone through their tax returns.
the fact that Foxo handled tax returns
Used to.
is not something that I. This fills me with both confidence and horror, in equal measure.
I was
Don't worry. So do quite a lot of my. My Discord server. They seem to have been involved in HRMC.
Is it weird that
Which is why
I'm now?
Yeah.
Is it weird that I'm now imagining a fox in Sir Humphrey's suit doing a yes minister but female?
You know, ironically,
So they wouldn't be in Sir Humphrey's suit. They'd be in something slightly more stylish and foxy. Because let's be honest, foxes are naturally quite stylish animals, whereas Humphrey is a very conservative dresser.
you can be stylish and conservative.
Yes, but I would never say Humphrey is stylish. I would say he is dresses for the occasion, but not necessarily in a stylish way, in a timeless, but this is the default male clothing of this scenario.
I mean, if we want to talk stylish civil servants, Bernard just absolutely swaggers into view, and he's just wearing the good tie and the good suit. That man has class.
so I've actually found a place where the actual author has been writing. So, I've just found, what's called Secret Project actually has them do. Yes, that is, and yes, Rikaku, that is to quote Nixon, so I'm assuming it is actually them. BB-68 Ohio modernized in active in the 90s is the image I posted.
It's official. I'm never going to see the end of this. I'm going to have to beat Drake's
Oh,
drum
don't
into the
worry.
ground, into my grave.
Unfortunately,
We
appendix.
could also do a science fiction author's take on it. We could get the authors in to talk about it.
That would
Because
be.
they're also they're the equivalents. Although I have just found the greatest photo of Glyn Stewart.
Oh. Well, let's see it then.
Because I'm going to copy this picture and I'm going to put it in the thing because
Here,
it's
let's see.
literally him with his books. And this is not even the recent picture of books because this is the books from out to 2022. The number of books he produced.
My God.
Like, and he's giving Fleet mental trauma. It's gonna take several.
No.
weeks to fix.
I don't have mental trauma. It's just all a bit much. Look, the whole name dropping two fantastic naval historians on me was one thing. Then, of course, was all, oh, by the way, Fleet, just a little thing you need to know. Your excerpts from one of your things has been shown at the USN Naval College. Just dropping that little tidbit of no particular consequence in there.
Yeah, it's not. It's just this part of life.
What do you mean it's not of any particular consequence?
All I
please,
just
stop
looked to
and
the
think
left.
about it.
I just looked at the left image and see all of these sort of what's called D&D style dice, and just go, yes.
I mean, legit.
Oh yes, he has an absolutely amazing collection of of dice.
I'm trying to remember
He's
what the actual
really
name
into
for them is.
D&D. And the books, I know I sing their praise a lot, but I'm going to keep singing their praise because this is what I found recently, because this has been since our friendship with him, but you may remember the Shipshape crew, when we went to Canada, before the Shipshape crew, we sort of working out and seeing what it'd be like to travel together, well, we could actually put up
Wait
with
a
each other
moment.
before we could do
I
that
actually
sort of
think I
trip
recognise
together.
one of those books. I was planning
We
on
met
buying
Glyn,
it.
we met Glyn, and he very kindly, he and his partner Jack took us, wife Jack took us to hosted us in their house for dinner and all sorts of things, and basically we abducted him for quite a fair number of days because he was supposed to have some time off, and according to Jack, he's not very good at taking time off. So basically, they bundled him into our car and told us to take him wherever we were going. And we very nearly took him all the way to Halifax. We were considering actually getting the plane ticket to take him with us. And he had a great time, and he's really, really cool. Whenever he comes to the UK, he meets up with us. But since I've known him, I've started looking more and more into science fiction authors. And I started to realise very quickly that the science fiction authors who we all know and hear about are ones who've mostly been dead for quite a while. Very few of the current ones have actually broken through to the point at which people hear about them. And they're writing good good science fiction. They're writing good stuff. Glyn his first career was as an accountant, and still is an excellent qualified chartered accountant. And he still does this stuff, his training and all the things to keep up his qualifications. But he has a huge history book collection. He spends ages reading history books, and he makes these things as accurate as he possibly can do. And they're really good books, and they're really interesting reads, and they're for all sorts. I have to say, not all his books are my cup of tea, because some of them have a lot of magic and things like that in. And I'm sorry, but the last books I actually read and to an extent mildly enjoyed, which had a lot of magic in, were
Great. Now
Harry Potter a long time ago. Because it just isn't. When I'm reading a book, I like the hard science fiction. I like the science fiction which is science in space, not magic in space. But he does both sides.
Some would argue that even hard sci-fi is still magic. I've had this debate too many times.
I can see that argument and that discussion, and I can support that one to an extent. But let's say this way. Maybe I like my magic to have a scientific rather than a literal magical sort of basis. But one of his most popular series is called Starship Mage, and I have read bits of that, and I have thought it very interesting. But it's not the type of, because of the thing, because it literally, its title does tell you exactly what it's about. It doesn't get me interested into buying the whole series. But then there are books of his like the Battle of the Carrier.
I was going to say, so is he the author of Castle Federation?
Yes.
Because they popped up in one of my feeds. I was interested, and I was tempted to buy them. From what I was reading, it sounds fascinating.
It's absolutely exceptional. If you wanted to try and test them out, there's a novella which is set prior to all the rest of the history, so you can read it on its own in the Castle Federation series, and that is absolutely fantastic. Let's go to the Castle Federation universe novellas.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm fine. I'm not on Wikipedia. This is fine.
Yeah, a Question of Faith, it's called, and it's an absolute. If you want a one-off book just to see what his writing's like, go and read it. I'll put the picture of it in the chat area, people.
Also, it's got I approve.
And it is so worth reading. It is a really, really great book to read, and it is that's the other thing I do like. Quite a lot of his books, he has the series. Will have a standalone book, so you can go and read the standalone book and decide if you like that universe, and then you can go and start the universe. I don't think he did that with Peacekeepers of Soul, but that's because, honestly, Peacekeepers of Soul started out a bit as... Actually, no, there is one. For Peacekeepers of Soul, there is... Oh, that is a gorgeous book. I remember reading that... How could I forget that book? This one is really good. If you want to, it's Royal Navy battle cruisers in space. Is what I call it. Honor and renown.
Ooh. Me has the hit name renown happy noises.
Yeah, it's a great. Well, yes, but this is the thing. This is what I love. Glyn, when he's worrying about making sure the naval side of it is right, will send a message to me and Drac, and whichever one of us responds first, it will help him out. And so he's always making sure his naval history is absolutely great. It usually is correct. Anyway, without us, we're just basically extra confidence, I swear. But he is absolutely amazing. And oh yeah, this is another one. Now, how many of you like the idea of diesel punk? Not steampunk, diesel punk.
It's an interesting thing that just doesn't come up often enough, I'd have said.
How about a diesel punk? How about this? A diesel punk paddle wheel icebreaker battleship.
That's just complex that I like.
The only thing I have problems with is the paddle wheels, but that is diesel punk. It makes it's a case of if those get taken out, you're in trouble. But still,
read it and love it.
Why is he calling lightning on like that one? Unless he's the one calling that lightning, he's gonna have a bad day.
It's not lightning. I won't tell you what it is, but it's not lightning.
That
well,
that is
red for one, which
that is that's
But remember what you said earlier about even the hard science ones can have magic in them? That's got that debate at its heart.
I will be honest, that does look like a floating hotel.
It's a battleship, but there's also a lot of glass, and also there's open casemates on an icebreaker. It's also a paddle steamer, icebreaker. I want to love that image, but I have so many questions.
Well, honestly, the only problem I actually have with it is probably the
paddle steamers can't be icebreakers.
Of course they can.
No, they can't.
And if I tell you this paddle steamer, its bow and hull are actually formed from the hull of a spaceship.
I can believe you.
Which they've discovered by archaeology.
You know, that genuinely isn't the most outlandish thing I've heard.
You reckon you're a 40k fan?
Yeah. Foxo.
Which is enough said.
Yeah, Foxo. A icebreaker has to have enough force to either push ice aside or rise up over the top of it and crush it under the bulk of its hull. You don't get that much motive force and forward momentum through paddles.
Well, you just have very big paddles.
That's not how paddles work!
I will say this. I realise what you're arguing, but I don't want to get into explaining how he's solved that problem and how he explains that problem through and actually does it in a very clever way, because that also explains a lot about the book. So I would suggest go and have a look. And the thing I would say about the Honor and Renown, the Peacekeepers of Soul thing, is that started off as him being tempted to write some Stargate fan fiction.
Oh no.
And it turned into this because what it did was turn into a universe of him asking questions. So what happens next? After you've taken the big bad, you fought the big bad and taken them down, how do you deal with the world after that? And the thing is, though, I say it's got a mixture of that with Warhammer 40k, because the big bad in the Peacekeepers of Soul universe, oh my, they are right out of the... They are special. Oh, they are special.
Well, more books for the list then, I guess.
I cannot recommend them highly. I use them for teaching, as do quite a lot of my other colleagues, because the thing is, when you're teaching current students about about strategy, etc., and you want to teach them to analyze things, start off with a science fiction scenario, teach them the skills to analyze with that, then take them to a very old historical scenario, and refine their skills more, and then bring them to a current events one. So they've got the skills honed before the personal, the emotions get involved. Because the closer you get to you in realistic terms, instead of where you're living now, the more and more likely you're going to have emotions in the room of people going, well, they're my side, so they must be right, or they're the other side, so they must be wrong, or something like that. And the whole point is you're trying to teach them the skills so they can work through while sort of keeping their emotions away, so they can actually learn the lessons of what went on, not just be blinded by their own emotions. So that's why you start off with science fiction, because no one has a personal connection in that. Well, you do sometimes if you have Star Wars or Star Trek up there, but that's why you avoid them. You use things like Glenn's books.
As someone who's a fan of both Star Trek and Star Wars, oh boy, yeah. People.
Yeah, and let me put it this way: Dr. Reaper, it's not just a nuclear war. It's a full on. It's a whole thing. I mean, there are so many things in this, because I would say with the Icebreaker fleet again, it's dealing with society which was a spacefaring society, but through events has been forced to regress and then redevelop itself. And how do they deal with some of the legacies of being a spacefaring society? Like, if a significant proportion of the population might have been genetically modified, how do you treat that if you don't have the understandings of how to do genetical modifications? Do you treat that as a form of magic? Do you treat that as a form of science?
Any advanced enough science is indistinguishable from magic, is usually the common statement.
This is why the Icebreaker book is just so good. And he keeps telling me, he says, if enough people buy them and actually want them, then he's got ideas for follow-on books. But at the moment, not enough people have bought it, because if you look for it in Amazon, it goes into a really weird section.
I mean,
I think the only reason these popped up for me is another friend of me and Foxo's was somehow we got talking about some of the Russian novels that were made from a Russian perspective, like Battle Cruiser Kirov and such.
Oh, not that thing! No, not that thing! I had an entire rambling on Battlecruiser Kirov. That monstrosity of an alternate history made me want to tear my hair out and throw myself off a cliff!
Like, that's where that's sort of things that we went, and that is...
Dr. Clark, you do not want to know. Do not look into it. I promise you.
Is this the same bloke who keeps finding his way onto .su websites?
The same one who, you know, signed the Russian government up to some of their own programs. Yes.
Dr. Reaper, there wasn't...
it's not Dr. Fleet.
I'm doing it deliberately at this point, until he changes it back, until he unshortens it. Let me put it this way. The Battlecruiser Kirov develops I'll just say this. The Battlecruiser Kirov develops a fault that means it can travel back through time. It does this on multiple occasions and intervenes in world affairs. The Battle of Tsushima takes a radically different turn. One of the crew steps off and helps the Tsars consolidate their power, which results in the Battle of Jutland being radically changed by the arrival of a nuclear reactor-driven Russian dreadnought toting 12 16-inch guns, radar fire control, and a secondary battery so bizarre it's not even funny. Angelico's wondering why the German fleet's popping like chestnuts until this fucking ship hoves over the horizon, having fought its way out of the Baltic and single-handedly clapped the High Seas fleet in the face with a sledgehammer.
Oh, you're missing some points here, Fleet. How about how, you know, Kirov was commissioned in 2020 and is made of the bones of 4 other Kirov-class battlecruisers?
I didn't know that because I didn't dig that deeply into it. But also, what I've said...
Most powerful combatant ever put to sea, built from the bones of all 4 prior Kirov-class battlecruisers. With lethal weapons, given back a name and recommissioned in 2020. Tensions at the breaking point between Russia and the West completes missile trials in the Arctic, where a strange accident teleports her back to one day before Churchill and Roosevelt meet in a secret summit.
And then, of course, that's not as far back as she goes. She goes back further than that.
Yeah, that's just the first book out of 74.
Yeah, that whole thing makes me want to throw myself off a cliff. Also, the thing that makes me more concerned, worried, and excited all in one equal measure says, Paul Abbott says, this gets better and better, this could go to TV. Who
Hey,
in their
thankfully
right
unlikely.
who in their
But-
right mind would look at Fleet's random ramblings and go, this is a format we can put on TV? Or look at me in
You
any
know-
form of panel and go, we can put this on TV? Dr. Clark, do
Fleet,
not
if
look
I
at me
ever win
like
the
that.
Fleet, if I ever win the lottery, I know what I'm doing.
Dr. Clark,
Well, Fleet,
do
think
not
about
get
it, right?
ideas.
TV agent who's very good at organising these things.
You wouldn't. Like, I'm not ready for television. I mean, dear God, I couldn't do that. Nor could I ask you to do that either. I mean, it's not. I mean, what would I talk about? What would we discuss?
Don't worry,
Who
Fleet.
would I discuss
By
it
then,
with?
Fleet, don't worry, Fleet.
Right,
By
Fleet,
then,
really dumb
we'll
idea.
have the Hosh VTuber avatar.
Oh no, you
Yeah.
don't. I'm not having that with being
Oh,
my
yeah.
TV persona.
Yeah. Look, the issue is, so when Saul's finished hit this set of his courses, he's gonna have the first drawing.
I
Yeah.
have someone. You remember Leslie from my channel?
Vaguely, yes. Why?
I think he might be interested in joining us because he keeps saying you seem to be you're an evil man. You poor Fleet. You seem to be torturing poor Fleet.
What do you mean we're torturing
I mean,
him?
he can come and join if he
No, I
wants.
think he's worried I'm torturing.
Oh, there's
Honestly,
Leslie.
yes.
There's Leslie.
Who wouldn't want to watch a naval historian version of Loose Women?
Now, just a minute.
Because that's what it ended up
The,
being.
the only organisation that would
Unfortunately-
put that on programming would
Leslie's
be the
only able to
BBC.
connect on the phone, but if you do, Leslie's only able to connect on the phone. But if you do want him to help you out, he will come help.
He
you
can
out.
come if he likes. I've never turned down a guest on Ramblings, not once.
You turned me down repeatedly.
Now that was different.
Hey, Leslie.
So, you do realise, Dr. Clark,
By the way,
quite how much steam you've put through my brain right now. Look, I haven't got the turbines
Glorious.
fitted yet. I've still got the old triple expansion engines up here. They can't handle the pressure. Not only have you laid on me the fact that apparently I'm shown at Annapolis now, not only have you laid on the fact that Norman Friedman and Andrew Lambert want to talk to me, not only have you laid on the fact that, there's others you want to bring in as well, but also apparently you've got a TV agent who could possibly turn Ramblings into some form of television extravaganza.
See, that's the one you mess with him with.
Like,
Oh, no.
the thing is that Loose Women is popular for a reason.
Oh no,
I
the
think
rest of
Leslie's
it.
chatting away because he's flashing green, but I'm not hearing him.
Huh?
Is it working?
There was
you hear
noise
me?
there. Yep,
There we
Yes,
go.
we can hear you, Leslie.
Right.
Leslie,
yeah,
the
come to work.
Foxo, Dragon, and of course you know the Foo. Leslie's here
Yeah.
to protect the Foo because apparently I'm torturing him too much.
Yeah, I said Dr. Clark was being evil to you.
I mean,
Is
I
it really
wouldn't.
that evil?
I wouldn't call
Like,
giving me.
it's
I
an
wouldn't
excellent
call giving me
amusement.
access to some of the people who literally got me into naval history, plus the possibility of other things besides, evil. It's more just messing with my brain in a way that I didn't think was possible. Because apparently,
Yeah, exactly.
because
That's evil.
because apparently I have connections now, in a way that I never did
Well,
before.
This is the fun thing which I think caused poor Drac NFL to be. The only time I've ever seen Drac completely speechless was when I took him to a conference up at King's. And Andrew was there. And I walked up to Andrew and said, Prof, how you doing? And Drac was behind me, and Drac went completely mute. And I then sort of turned around and went, Hi, this is my friend Alex. He's Drac NFL from YouTube. He does all that stuff.
I would say spoiler
Um,
alert, but Drax
He's
already
just sitting
name
there-
dropped
he's just sitting there
himself.
going, yeah, he's already name dropped. They confused him for me for a while at this point. Nice way. I'm just name dropping so people realise that we just happen to have the same name and both have beards, okay? But I do tend to refer to him as Drac because it just makes it easier for people rather than.
Well, at least my name's a secret.
When I was introducing to Andrew, I did. Sure.
No, it's not Fleet.
It is. It's mostly a secret.
Fleet, you said it on stream during Empire at War.
All right, then. What's my name then, Chuckle Nuts?
I'd have to go back and watch through your Empire at War
No,
streams.
no one in here can tell me my name up. It's all safe. Unless Dr. Clark's sitting there with a smug look on his face because he apparently thinks he knows. All right then, Dr. Clark. Name drop me. Do it. I dare you.
Don't need to. Alex told me.
Alex told you. I don't recall I've ever told Drac my name.
He knows.
How does
Do
he
you
know?
think do you think he lets people do all the stuff they do on his Discord without them being checked out? Or rather, would you imagine the friendly sea mine would?
Oh. So, oh. How does... Oh.
I will, if needed, I will go back through those Empire at War streams and find
That's something I wasn't... Drac trusts me that much after checking out, like... He trusts me? That's something I didn't realise.
Why
You're
wouldn't
not-
he?
Wait, Fleet, why do you
Yeah.
seem to keep thinking you're so untrustworthy and so you know...
What did I...
I've said to Leslie a few times, because Leslie seems to have a similar view as you on this the food. If I'm going to make you an admin or someone representing me on my channel, then I'd better be damn sure I trust you with my life, because I'm pretty much trusting you to act in my name. And I know that might be an old-fashioned approach, but that's something me and Drac share.
I think that's...
Oh,
I think
no,
that's
In
pretty
that
it's-
good.
if we are
it's not
trusting
so
you to
much-
act in our name, we are going to trust you.
It's not
And that
so...
means we're going to know you.
It's not so much that, it's that my online presence apart from the Fleet of Oceans is slim to none. I have a Facebook account, but that's not linked to anything else. So I'm not quite sure how he would have found my first name. Unless I dropped it at some point and I forgot about it.
Fleet, I'm pretty sure you have.
Wouldn't
No,
surpri-
Fleet's not called Vasily.
Do I look Russian
It's
to
called
you?
Kyle.
No, Foxo,
Just
I'm
one
not.
one
I'm...
ping only, please.
No, you look French at the moment. You've got the host up as your thing.
That
and
will...
I keep being nice, and I've not taken the host to pieces yet. But
That will
you
never
know.
change.
Look,
She
all
is...
right, Clive. Do you think blonde hair or brunette for Hosh?
Don't.
Because me and Sol can't decide. Blonde or brunette.
Don't.
Yeah, I've seen a number of blondes. Blondes is typically the Japanese interpretation of the French.
Oh god, they're gonna make it brunette. Well, then again...
Because
brunette
Sol
could
was
also
like,
work.
it's French.
Well,
and he's
think-
Moroccan, so he was talking about red skin
Well, the
and
th-
evil. But
well,
I'm
well-
convinced about that one.
well, the thing is, I'm technically a blonde, but I'm a dirty blonde.
don't worry, I
Ah.
started out that way. Now look at my hair.
No, as in I started out pure blonde, but it's rapidly dirtied over the years, and now it's
Well, don't
did
worry,
I.
Fleet. Don't worry, Fleet.
If you
Soon
look at the
enough,
pictures
we'll
of
make
me
it
from
grey.
back when I was a teenager, I'm completely blonde. I started out like my mum did, completely blonde.
oh no,
By this age
I went
now. Look at me.
I went dirty blonde about 12, and I've never looked back. I'm not brunette. I know that much. No, stop guessing names. You're all way off.
Even if you get it correct, he won't say.
Maybe I will say. Maybe I won't. You don't know.
Fleet, do not make me
We
actually
could always,
go
we could
back.
always make up a name
It's
for you.
Dragon.
My favourite
Mhm.
one is Richard Cranium.
Richard
Yes, what's up?
Cranium.
If you name drop Fleet, I'll name drop you.
You see, Leslie
Yeah, but
came on here to say
yeah,
he'd
but
be
what?
nice and protect you, but you know, he just joins in.
Wait, but Fleet. Oh, not Fleet. Sorry, Foxo. Why do you think I'm scared of someone naming me? It's not like you've got access to my true name or whatever, and actually have some sort of power over me.
I thought you two had met up
I know
face to
your
face
sister.
by this point.
I just ask your sister, I could ask your mother.
Technically speaking, yes, that would work, but you already know. You've
No,
literally
you
got my
have a
address.
phone number, Dragon.
I know you do.
Considering the fact that you two were dating, I'd think it weird if she didn't have your address.
No, that's more because of the 40k being sent back and forth.
Oh yes, Dragon is funding. Sorry, Foxo is funding Dragon. This
Yes,
is
and I'm funding her Pizza Addict on occasion.
Yes.
But
I picked
No, but,
such great
but,
people to be my
but,
subordinates.
let's
I
go
can
back
really
to
pick
Link
them.
nah. Yes.
Hey, actually, I think we have a good thing because we have Leslie here, and when it comes to wargaming and 40k, him and Steve have some really interesting experience, which you could probably draw from.
Always good.
Alt
Well,
JS.
I'm friends with
Go on.
I'm friends with Rick Priestley, if that counts. I know Alessio. I used to know Jarvis quite well.
Next thing you know, you'll know Matt Ward or something.
I used to go to tournaments at Games Workshop, and I used to come home with half a dozen eggs.
What? You got me that one.
Rick Priestley used to have chickens,
Ah.
and I took him home one day, and he gave me some half a dozen eggs. And as a joke, my partner said, "Oh, you're not allowed to come back. You're not allowed to go unless you come back with some eggs." So it became a joke between myself and Rick Priestley.
Yes, Alt JSDFM 1947 guy. It turns out the Fleet of Oceans is in fact Rick Astley.
I suppose that fits for Hosh, because you're never going to give her up or let her down.
Oh, for God's sake! No, I should have seen that coming.
You're never going to
Or
run
turn
her.
her around, because let's be honest, that took forever.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no!
No matter how much you like that Chilean, Spanish harlot, Hosh is the one for you.
Look, me and Pelayo were friends with benefits, all right, but anyway, moving swiftly on from that one. Yeah, like Dragon.
That's good, because Hosh did get the Belleville water tube boilers in 1898, which is that's a fun way to go with a vessel, really. Belleville water tube boilers.
No, you didn't rickroll me, because that requires
what
the
was
video
wrong with
being
them?
played.
Because when you say it's a fun idea,
Hello,
no
guys.
one means there's something wrong with
It's the Dutchman!
Yellow.
Yes, it's the discount Dutchman! Wait, well, not discount, he's actually a Dutchman, but anyway.
Discount?
What do you mean discounts?
I
I
don't...
say
I'm not from Flanders.
Well, you see,
Oh!
the thing is, I'm sorry, you're a discount Dutchman because you don't fly. We all know real Dutchmen fly.
The flying
It
Dutch...
is true. I've never flown on a plane before, so
Really? Wow.
Yes,
Yes,
it is surprising.
that genuinely does not surprise me. The actual number of people who have flown on planes is actually getting less and less.
I've flown on a plane lots of times. I've been to America twice, Lanzarote double digits, Mallorca 3 times, Greece twice, France 3 times, although one of those was driving. Finland.
That's why you don't have any money. You went to France.
Finland twice. That'll be third time this year. Where else?
Finland.
I assume these are all historic things. Because to be
No.
fair, if you want to say that, Fox, though, I've been to the US 4 times, Athens once, Portugal once, Menorca 4 times, and a whole bunch of others.
Yeah, I would
Technically,
point.
the country I've been to the most was the Netherlands, because I've been to Amsterdam 23 times.
I will point out
Damn.
that
Tok-
all of this was when
Tokyo
I was
4
younger.
times?
I will point out that this was when I was much, much younger. The last time I went abroad was in 2018, 2019.
I've been to Kiev once.
Oh, sorry. And
Warsaw last year.
and I forgot. Cuba twice, Dominican Republic twice.
I've got the Amsterdam's pretty easy for me because Amsterdam I can just get a ferry for like 50 quid.
How
and
dare
go
you
over
go
like
to
a day.
Amsterdam? You've got Foxo. You don't need no red light district.
No, I don't because I do.
Canals.
No, like Amsterdam in general is a beautiful city.
It's like,
I
the
couldn't
thing is,
resist
like,
making the joke
I've
though.
lost 4 family members in the Netherlands.
I'll tell you what, if you go to Amsterdam, there's a really nice burger place.
I'm very glad that went that way.
There's an excellent
It
pizza place just outside
sells
the main city.
burgers that are made from English beef.
Very nice.
But to be fair, actually, genuinely, you can get that pretty easily in there because the sheer amount of trade going back and forth between Newcastle and Amsterdam is
Right,
insane.
Dragon, I'm in Jarrow at the minute.
I'm just outside Tynemouth.
Oh,
So
right.
I'm very used to things going out the mouth of the time.
Oh my.
I just saw the ferry leave today.
Because you
Dear.
have the Nissan factory, which is the major export of all Nissans across Europe, in Sunderland.
This,
Yep.
They send like basically a ferry once a day. It's quite impressive, actually, the logistics chain.
you
I
know,
do love that
this
your
is part of-
car has a claim to fame. Mine just has the largest Sainsbury's in Europe.
yes, we have the large Sainsbury's.
Like, genuinely, Newcastle used to have some very good features, like swan hunters. where we built battleships and a couple of carriers. You've then also got the old Vickers Armstrong factory, which was one of the largest factories in all of Britain, which is still there and might actually get recommissioned, which we hope. George Stephenson was from around the area. We've still got most of the museums in this. Like, genuine. The area between
Got
basically...
great archives nearby.
Yeah, like, genuine.
Farmers.
While we now might be dead now, we used to have a lot of good stuff. We just now have, the shadows and bones of it all.
You want to talk about shadows and bones? Don't get me started. I could go on.
You live in Lincoln, to be fair.
I do not live in Lincoln.
You live in the middle of nowhere, Fleet. What do you expect?
You live in the Midlands. Like, I live in the agricultural wasteland.
I'm a Sheffield man, born and bred, and Sheffield is not in the Midlands.
I'm
Yes,
from
it is.
Leeds. Get fucked. We actually have something relevant.
Now you listen
But
here,
yes,
you
it's
little.
knife crime, but still.
Now you listen here. Sheffield produces more steel now than it did in the 80s. So
I mean, wasn't its output of the steel in the 80s like one steel bit of rebar? Because you had all.
I'm still wondering how a country, how a city which is directly in the middle of the country can described as not being in the Midlands.
because it's not. Because the
Got you
Midlands.
there.
We're in the north, Dr. Clark. We're not in the Midlands. Don't
Right,
you
wait.
dare describe the.
Fleet,
No, no,
you're
in
the
the
north,
nicest
please.
way.
Just by a Londoner's perspective.
Fleet. When you leave Newcastle on the A1, it says Durham and the south. When you leave London, it's Watford and the north. So if you're not in the north, if you're not in the south and you're not in the north, you must be in the middle. Ergo, Yorkshire is in the Midlands.
Well,
Oh, those be fighting words.
yeah, there
We're
goes
not
the
rich
entire.
enough.
Yeah, there goes
We're
the.
not rich
yeah,
enough
there
to be
goes
part
the
of the
entire
Midlands.
northern Yorkshire audience of Fleet's random ramblings.
Look,
Just
like,
like,
I am a
we're
loyal-
like we've all grabbed
everybody-
pitchforks. We've all grabbed pitchforks and we're on our way to
all I'm
Leslie's
gonna
house.
say is, unlike Fleet, I'm a loyal citizen of the People's Republic of Yorkshire.
What do you
right.
mean a loyal citizen of the People's Republic of
No.
Yorkshire?
I have got the official terminology for Sheffield, you wish. It is officially described as the North Midlands.
That just makes it worse.
Yes, the worst of both worlds. The abject poverty
Quote,
of the
it
North.
is described as the vigorous shopping and cultural centre of the North Midlands. Circa
Motherfu-
1960.
Motherfucker, I'm going to murder the person who wrote that with the sharpened trowel. Yes, that's right, I'm getting the sharpened trowel back out from its case. I have work to do.
Graham
Yeah.
Turner, that would be Graham Turner, 1967.
Right, where is he? I'm gonna. I don't care if he's in the ground. His spine is
Oh,
mine.
Also, as of 2016 and 2020, the BBC also corroborated this. And then
Great, now I have
in
to kill-
1948 by Harold Ingerman, North Midlands, survey of Cheshire, Derbyshire, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, and Staffordshire, including Sheffield.
Derbyshire, not Derbyshire. Good lord. Anyway,
You are officially the North Midlands.
I've got an official government guide here which describes Sheffield as the gateway from the Midlands to the north.
see,
that sounds
I can
right.
accept that. I can accept that because
That
that
still
means we're
means
in
you're
the
the
north.
Midlands,
No, it
It
doesn't.
says
No,
it's
it
the
doesn't.
Midlands gateway. It describes it as the Midlands gateway to the north.
not the North's gate to the Midlands.
At this point, I almost want Dr. Clark to
we
take
all
Ho-
know.
At this point, I almost want Dr. Clark to take Hosh apart. Because that's better than being called not North. And...
Trust me, Fleet, there's not much of value in the North.
Yes,
Okay,
there is.
so,
Yes, there is. York exists. Like the
Your
rest of them are
girlfriend's in
worthless,
the north.
But York exists. No, I'm
yeah,
not.
but she's in the
Yeah.
South.
York.
I'm in the North.
Look,
Guy!
all I'm gonna say is,
Guy, for God's sake, bring up the Dutch!
Like, I know I'm going to
No.
York next. Basically,
What do you mean, no? I outrank you! Oh, wait, no, I don't anymore. I used to outrank you.
look, all I'm gonna say is the only
I've got like a- I've
relevant
got a
part of the
40K game.
Netherlands is Holland, which is why it's called Holland in English.
Look, I used to outrank him, alright? I still have some authority, I think.
I
No,
disagree.
I thank you. But
Not
what's it
real
called?
authority.
You forget. I have the ear of Drakinifel.
Right.
I have soft power.
We have the ear of Hood. And Hood actually does things on the surface.
Yes, but Drak can come down with the hammer.
Yeah, but Fleet.
but
Fleet. It's like
at the
making a
moment,
hand.
I intend to start working in on the fact that the Hosh's compound armor, which of course was.
I didn't mean actually start! Please, leave my girl alone.
No, please continue, please
Let
continue.
me live in the dream. Let me live the dream that she's still...
I won't talk about how the compound armor being up to 18 inches thick was found to at every single refit was found to have still got issues and be buckling in ways which suggested it hadn't properly settled in the center.
It's fine. She's still the best ironclad battleship of the... She's still the best ironclad the
If you're
French
about to
ever built. She's still the first
That's
French free
really not
dreadnought.
saying
It's fine.
much, though,
It's
is it?
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Reality can't hurt me. It's fine.
Can we hit Hosh with VLS?
No.
Well, if we play Rule the Waves 3, you could probably, or Rule the Waves, you probably could.
You've got more the fact that whenever she tried using her side guns, the 10.8 inch ones, the crews got motion sickness, and they usually had to replace them because a combination of firing the guns and the movement of the vessel in anything above calm waters meant that those crews were out of action within 3 or 4 shots.
How do you get motion sick from
It's
being
fine.
on a
It's
you're on a
fine.
boat?
This
Because
is,
they're on the sides and the ship does that!
It's fine.
They're not centerline mounts, they're wing turrets.
It's fine. I swear it's fine.
And
Have
what we
you
could
seen how they're positioned?
What we could do, Moe, is instead turn it into a tumblehone escort carrier. If we just strip the top
I
of
am
off
not
and make a carrier out of it.
I am not having the last of the French ironclads turned into some discount carrier wannabe.
No. Obviously, we tear out the boilers, put a nuclear reactor in it, seal it, and sink it like a nuclear submarine.
No. It started off with 8 fire tube boilers and 12,000 indicated horsepower. And those supplied 2 compound steam engines, which are always the great things to have, driving 2 propellers, and gave
Yeah.
us 16.5 knots. She then was fitted with 16 Belleville water tube boilers, supplying 2 triple expansion steam engines, and despite having new boilers and new triple expansion steam engines, her speed actually apparently seems to have dropped. Yes.
Ouch.
Weren't quite sure how, but they think they might have mucked up the shafts of the propeller shafts. They also, how do I put this politely? Well, with the changes, they reduced her weight, which meant that she actually rose and
I thought we
kept
were...
restored to her original intended waterline, which was good for her armor and increased her cruising range. But unfortunately, it also increased the movement of some of her positions, which is why some of her guns are replaced and changed with newer guns, and well, let's put it this way: the 10.8 inches, 8-inch guns became even more interesting to try and use.
Did it just become like a spinning top? As soon as you touched it, it rolled over.
No. Hosh wasn't that bad.
No, it didn't. It didn't roll over. It was actually worse. It automatically rolled back. So it would never go. You push it that way, and
She
it would
had
automatically
no
go back
roll.
to that side, and then go back to that side, and then
She
it
had-
would just keep rolling.
yeah.
It didn't stop. It had no stability at all in rough seas. It just constantly was doing.
It's my worst fear realised. It's my worst fear realised. We're actually talking about Hosh's deficits. I can't live in ignorance anymore. My life is over.
Look, it could be worse. She goes from having 18 5.4-inch guns in the model 1881 type to having 12 in the 1893 type, which were an improvement.
End the
They
panel.
also had the reason they had to drop from 18 down to 12 is because of the issues they caused.
Yeah, Brackman, end the panel while I'm having so much fun and I'm about to spring something on somebody. Not a chance.
Brackman, in case I need to try and drive him more over the edge.
If what you're going to spring on me is Hoshi's bow, then frankly it's going to be fun because
No. Thing is, I now get to put somebody else on the hot seat for doing a famous thing. For you see, Drac, in all the history of his channel, has precisely one video that is not in the English language, that has been dubbed over and translated into the native tongue for where the ship was built. That is the video on the 1047, and that was done by Guy. So he has the sole honour of being the only non-English language video on Drac's channel. And
This is true.
And he is the voice for it.
Which appendix do I go to try and drive Fleet into further despair?
You can't drive me into further despair. How
about the contra-rotating Mustang? I've
not been in despair, Dragon.
Okay, are you doing these pictures from Drake's drum again?
Oh no, you don't, Dragon. I'm not doing. We can't do Drake's drum. Remember, we're under marching orders.
Gunnery officer, I do agree. Zumwalt does have a far better tumble home than Hosh.
Which is
far
true.
Better tumble home than Hosh.
Although, to be fair, if we're going to talk about bad French battleships, at least Hosh wasn't Brennus.
And let's be honest, unlike HMS Dreadnought, whereas Dreadnought actually could ram a submarine with her ram and survive, Hosh couldn't.
Honestly, I've actually seen someone make a proper scale model of that ship.
Not Captain Hiraga's bloody proposal for that maximum battleship. I'm going to throw myself...
Have you actually seen the person who made an actual model of it? Because it's genuinely impressive seeing a
Those
physical
are
model
18-inch guns, aren't they?
16s, aren't they? I'm pretty sure. They're Nagatos.
It's just...
They're Nagato. Yeah, they're the same as Nagato.
You have heard of this silly proposal, Dr. Clark, right? That this Japanese captain came up with.
Yeah, it's along with the Tillmans. It comes about.
Right.
It dwarfs the Tillmans. It dwarfs the Tillmans by a country mile.
Would that thing actually be able to float? I am genuinely curious.
It would float, but the actual question you should be asking is not whether it would float, but whether it would actually be able to move.
Or where are you going to build it?
Good question.
Sections and bring them together, but good luck trying to maintain it.
So what are we going to do for a dry dock? Oh, yeah, we're going to close off a strait at either end.
We're going to convert a small island.
No, converting a small island requires doing more digging than is actually feasibly possible.
No, you encircle a small island in concrete.
There was in 1920 there was the Shishikama valley was dammed off, so it could be used as a dry dock.
Did not
so
know
the
that.
Japanese have done that before.
Yes,
Leslie has done a lot of work on Japan in this period. Leslie is an he will not like me saying this, but I would say he is what I would describe as a self-taught expert. Now, this is partially by interest, partially because someone, and I'm not going to say who, set a writing competition which he put an excellent entry in for. And partially because someone else who may or may not actually be the same person who set the competition keeps talking about a guy called Mitsumasa Yonai, and Leslie goes off and does a lot of research on him. So, you know, he is very good when it comes to Japan.
I wouldn't call myself an expert. I understand some of the philosophy.
Okay. Then would you mind if I ask you a quick question then?
Yeah.
I'm personally quite a fan of the Amagi, Tosa, and Key class, yet I have been told numerous times by certain two people here that the 5-turret design, especially with 3 turrets at the back, is an utterly stupid design. Basically, because it goes too... Why did the Japanese go with the 3 turrets aft, 2 turrets fore design? If you know.
Because the idea was hit and run raids.
There's one thing... Sorry, I've realised I've just walked back into a conversation and put my foot in it. But there's one thing I love about having Dr. Clark on that I kind of don't get to have with Drac. Drac can be very straight-laced at times. and also when it comes to dealing with alternate history, he's not too keen. Dr. Clark will jump right in with the comedic value and tear things to shreds.
Fair.
Yes, but I have, and this is, please don't take this as me putting him down in any way, shape, or form, because he's a very good friend, but I have an advantage over him.
Oh my.
Because I have the PhD, I don't have to worry so much of people trying to claim I'm not a serious historian.
I don't think anyone would claim that.
He especially when he was growing his channel, he had to be very careful of that one because he was worried about it, and he still does worry about it because he cherishes the work he gets to do, and he cherishes the amount of stuff he's able to bring to history and the amount of work he's able to do that, and the amount he's able to live with life. But it's kind of like everyone. We all have a level of imposter syndrome. Me, I know the reason I got my PhD was because I'm stubborn and people told me I couldn't get it. That means I always mentally, I don't really feel like when some people, it's why I'm always surprised when people go, oh, because you have your PhD, you think you're better than everyone else. I go, I'm not. The only reason I got my PhD is I'm too stubborn to give in, not because I'm smart. I would never claim it was brains that got me through my PhD.
I suppose that's
I'm stubborn and people told me I couldn't do it because of my dyslexia.
I suppose
so
that's
we all have our own sort of areas. And
yeah,
the thing is, with the PhD behind me, it means, and also because of my university dealing with alternate histories, I have no qualms about it. I will dive into it because if anyone wants to turn around and go, "Oh, you're dealing with alternate histories, you're not a serious historian," I just go, "Well, Andrew Lambert was my PhD supervisor, so if you want to go take that up with him, please do. Just tell me when you're going to be there, do it, and I'll bring popcorn."
You know,
that
explains a lot about. That's what I've been feeling this entire fucking thing. I'm having imposter syndrome. I'm like, what do you mean Fleet's Random Ramblings has been shown at Annapolis? What do you mean Andrew Lambert and Norman Freeman want to talk to me? I'm having imposter syndrome. I'm having imposter syndrome. I don't feel worthy.
Say with the sort of the battleships having the more guns at the back, in terms of the Japanese, that's quite standard for, and I did use that phrase specifically. That's quite standard for battleships to have more guns towards the back, because it's easier as weight distribution for you to do it with their hulls. So, for example, I think it is the New Mexicos which have 12 guns, isn't it? Which have 6 turrets, don't they? And
no, not the New Mexicos.
No,
it's the
Pennsylvania's.
No, it's
one of the standards does have a lot more guns towards the rear.
No, it's the the Wyomings. It's the ships just before the standards kick off. They're literally the last US battleships that don't have the right to be called standards.
Yeah, so the Wyoming have 4 turrets aft, 4 12-inch.
4 twin 12-inch.
That's cool, Mo. I hadn't seen that one yet.
And so does the New York class, which of course Texas is a member of.
No, they only have 3 turrets aft.
Because there was a debate a while ago. There was a debate a good few months back now. Basically, what is the maximum reasonable number of turrets you can have on a battleship? And what is the maximum practical? I was arguing 5 is potentially practical, but was I think in the end consensus was 4.
6.
What makes it 6? Because 5 is the stands. Yeah,
A, B, X, Y, and 2 in the centre.
DQ.
You can do that, or you can do 2 sets of 3 turrets, because you can do farms of 3 turrets, and you can do 3 forward, 3 aft.
I mean,
so if you think about that, Nelson, if you're talking about Nelson, if Nelson class or the F3s or all those designs, you could quite simply, if you could take the F3 design, in terms of its turret layout especially, and you could double that and have that sternwards as well. And you could have the 6 triple turrets. Very easily.
I mean,
you can do the same as or you can do Nelrod's, Nelson Rodney-Stein, either end. You can do that very easily because the maximum you can do off one magazine set is 3 turrets without running into a lot of issues. Which is why I usually work in the 3 pairs. which does allow you to distribute it more, but that can also cause issues with engines, and especially as guns grow bigger, it basically becomes 6 with them 4.5. So basically 6, but also what you then do is when you're doing fire control, whilst you can do a combined fire control, if you've got 3 turrets 4 and 3 turrets after, especially if they've got, even if they've got 6 guns, but if they've got 9 guns each one, you've basically got independent fire control, and you're basically, your 4 target can be engaging one ship, and your after can be engaging another ship. They've got enough guns, they can do their own salvo ranging, and all the things they need to do. So that's the thing. It's 6, and it's 2 sets of 3.
I mean, what I will say is that I'm very glad that we got Agincourt as she was. I would have dreaded if we'd have got something worse than what she actually was, like some of the more outlandish proposals that these Brazilians didn't decide on.
Was that one of the outlandish one? Or are you referring to the one where it's got like the 6-8-inch turrets on each side?
No. The Brazilians had an option for that ship but with 14s. Or that ship but 12 14s in 6 twins. Or that ship.
That sounds awfully familiar, Fleet.
Dragon, don't you sodding dare. I'm going to
Like,
move
that
on. I'm going to move on now. Because I want to. And I have a question. Guy?
Yes.
We had a few questions on the 1047s. How much money was the Dutch government prepared to release for them? Did they want 2 or 3?
3.
Oh.
Which is why there was 3 planned.
3. And that must also be said. There were plans to build them domestically.
Hey! Domestic 1047s. Thank God for something. Were they eating up the entire budget? Or was there anything going with them?
No, they weren't eating up the whole budget.
They were not, no.
Wow, finally the Dutch government released funding to the Navy, when before they'd been like, yes, we know you want a modern light cruiser. No, you can't have 8 6-inch guns. You get 7.
You also can't get adequate armor.
Yeah, like Guy.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, Guy gave me a whole lecture on the design history of the De Ruiters. Of De Ruyter singular. It's a trek.
Painful.
Yeah, it's a trek. The Dutch Navy says, look, we want to build this relatively small but punchy light cruiser. The Dutch government says, you want too much money. Revise it. And they revise it and say, okay, we're back. No, it's still too expensive. Revise it again. If we revise it again, we'll only get what? Revise it again. Okay, we've come back with 1 ship. Nope, still too expensive. Revise it again. Isn't that right? That's basically it, guys, isn't it? They wanted, like, what was it? They wanted 2 ships.
They
did not
want to spend. They did not want to spend the money on it.
Imagine if they'd got a pair.
Just the Navy just pestering the government and just continuously about like we need better vessels. And the government is like trying to find any excuse they could. It's like, oh, it's too expensive, or oh no, we can't use this design because it's too weak.
Wait, hold on. So, on the one hand, they're saying it's too expensive, and on the other, they're saying it's too weak. What the
Yes.
Will the Dutch government pick a lane? Please. Pretty please.
Nah, sounds about right for them.
Why?
Aegis refit of Yam. Oh, God.
What do you mean, why, Dr. Clark? Why for what?
Why should they pick a lane?
Because, they have the Dutch East Indies to defend, and actually having a competent
have you
fleet.
Looked at the rate of turnover of ministers for the Dutch in that period?
That's a railgun on Yamato.
I wasn't aware there was a high turnover. I thought the Dutch government was relatively stable during the interwar period. Dr. Clark, please don't look at me that way. Please.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me that way. I've seen your sort on the radio.
I'm not Harry Seacombe, or Peter Sellers, or Spike Milligan, even though I act like a combination of all 3. If any of you know who those are, I'll be very impressed.
I know all
do
of them.
not
I
know
used
who
to
those
listen to the
people are.
Goons.
Oh,
No.
Leslie! Yes! Excellent! Fantastic!
Sorry, man.
Oh, good
I
lord, the
don't know if
jokes
I
that'll be
do.
going backwards and forwards between Leslie and the Foo.
Oh,
You
God,
yellow
I
devil! You
never
remember?
actually
You remember me,
liked
Dennis Blood?
Hunter.
Not you! Come forward, you military Japanese gentleman! But keep your right leg raised. I am General Yakamoto, commander of all Imperial Japanese troops in that tree. Oh dear. Anyway,
One of my favourite ones, which is sort of naval related, was the strange case of the gunboat diplomacy at the Bawami Oasis.
oh god, I remember when I remember when I relayed that one to Drac for an April Fool's idea on the whole Barami Oasis situation, where the British sent a battleship in 4-inch squares, which I think was a Lion because it had 16-inch guns, to the Barami Oasis. And then...
No. Eccles carried it on his back. Get it right.
No. It arrived in 4-inch squares, was assembled by sailors disguised as chickens, and then Eccles and Bloodknock moved the battleship by the pair of them into the Barami Oasis. And then 2,000 Arabs disguised as sailors took the water away, which was actually gin. Take from that what you will. Put it this way, when I sent that plot to Drac in message form, there was about a 20-minute absence. Then I got a message back saying, "Congratulations, Fleet, you've somehow ended up with me and Mrs. Drac on the floor laughing." And I was like, okay, that occurred. Oh dear.
I mean, I got a book when I was about 9 or 10, which had a number of scripts in there, but it also had personal communications between.
Oh, I've got that one as well. I've got that one as well. It's a good. Dr. Clark, please don't look at us that way. We're not
It's
mad.
hilarious when you read Spike
Similar to
Milligan.
World of Warships.
Hey, chat,
Spike
anyone got
Milligan
any idea what they're talking about?
You young'uns won't understand.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the stuff that Moe's posting, and they're actually pretty decent 3D models that people have done.
You young'uns wouldn't understand. You know, like you wouldn't get it.
Least last I checked, you're younger than me.
No, I'm not. I've got 2 years on you. I think.
So what, you're 76?
Foxo, I knew you liked him older, but not that older. Anyway, no, I'm 25. I've been through this.
That's not 2 years, Fleet.
Oh, well, I'm definitely probably the old one here because I'm 60.
Nothing wrong with that.
Dr. Clark is 30, as we all know. Definitely 30.
But
Absolutely.
Dr. Clark's a lot like my mum.
No,
perpetually 25.
No, Dr. Clark, take the compliment and run with it.
Look, those seven years I've done since 30 have been hard years to row. In the nicest way, I'm proud I survived them.
If you'd have been at my school, you'd have got good odds that I wouldn't have made 30 because of all the stupid things I used to do.
Oh dear.
We that all sounds familiar to other people I know.
We all did stupid things in our
you're
youth.
not allowed to make passive-aggressive comments about me.
Oh no, I'm not even referring to. Right, I wasn't even going to mention you. I am surprised you've been locked up. Honestly, the list of things I'm surprised have not got you in trouble is insane. It's more of a case of Anubis' father. You've heard the tales about him, Foxo.
Oh,
the time that he got the bomb squad called to his school twice in one day. Because you've got to love old-fashioned school books which would tell you how to make nitroglycerin.
Explosion.
Yeah.
It's when you've used a very, very a concentrated version of sucrose mixed with an alkali metal.
Uh-oh.
And added it to a certain quantity of fizzy drink, and have managed to blow ceiling windows off the chemistry lab, that is when you've really arrived.
I think they accidentally created 3 liters worth of nitroglycerin.
Yeah, I've made napalm.
Is one of the first bucket was highly explosive. We got the bomb squad called out the first time. After the bomb squad had left, about an hour or two later, when the tutor had finished admonishing them, they said, "Well, what do we do with the rest of it?" Their teachers were very confused. What do you mean the rest of it?
For my 9th birthday, I got given a chemistry set that had been one of my cousins' chemistry set, but he hadn't enjoyed it very much. And one of the first things I found out was how to nitrate toluene. It was the first of the organic experiments.
Most of our books only told you how to make stuff like thermite and such.
I got told off today. I was told I couldn't use thermite to get rid of get a hanging basket frame down.
Oh no, Dr. Clark.
Well, it's not. I'm not able to unscrew it. They tell me I can't use my multi-tool to crack it open to get it off the wall. So I was going, what could I use to actually get rid of the screws without damaging it? And I felt, well, if I did a right application of thermite, I could blow the screws out, and then it would come off the wall.
This is what I love about having guests on Ramblings, and this is why I called it Fleet's Random Ramblings. Yes, we do start with naval history, and we do occasionally circle back to it, and history generally, but we do just have nice conversations about things people do. For example, the conversation that led to the initial Drac meme, where Drac relayed the story in the first time he ever appeared on Ramblings, which is sadly not recorded, of the time he drifted a transit van round a curve to avoid a lorry.
Who-wheeled a VW transporter to avoid BMW X5.
You what?
Yeah. I was going down a country road, I come around a corner, and someone's come around a corner at 30 miles an hour that's blind. I've gone, oh shit, there's someone on the brakes. I've got about a ton and a bit of cargo in the back. So I've gone, shit, I've swerved it onto a verge, and two-wheeled it.
Call her Fast and Furious Foxo, because she is flying down those country roads.
It's terrified the shit out of me.
No, Fleet, when she's going fast is when she starts getting towards the triple digits on the motorway.
I've only done 96 in a van down the M5.
The Fleet's Random Ramblings does not endorse breaking the UK speed limit.
Agreed. It has interfered with various different plans and shenanigans.
You're just mad at had to pay a speeding fine to buy you more Warhammer.
Yes, minorly yes.
Alright, I'm gonna move on to a topic I've been preparing for a while, quickly, while Guy is here.
Jumped over a cop car in Seattle by accident.
Who are you, the Dukes of Hazzard?
But again...
Or the Blues Brothers?
I think a friend of mine's father accidentally went over like 4 German roundabouts in a chieftain one. The Germans were not happy at that.
Look, again, in chieftains it's very easy to do, and also it's also very easy to squash an RAF officer's car in one.
Dr. Clark, sounds like very specific knowledge. What do you know?
It was my first ever driving lesson.
In a chieftain?!
Yes.
That's not a car!
Well, the sergeant major thought I looked bored, so said, would I like to learn to drive? I said, yes. He said, well, got a tank there, let's have a go in it.
Like,
who was this? Battery Sergeant? Was this Battery Sergeant Major perhaps a man talking about having the best job in the British Army? Was a Battery Sergeant Major who happened to be Windsor Davies by any chance?
Not sure, but I was 9 years old at the time.
You were what?
They're remarkably simple to drive.
I had to organise some things to help me reach some of the pedals, but I was quite tall for my age, so that was okay. And the chieftain wasn't exactly designed for tall drivers.
You know, I think
Anyone done much in the military?
I think I've occasionally done things that are occasionally off kilter. I've got nothing on any of you lot.
Look.
Dragon, do I have to tell about the Bible bashing incident?
15th,
You could do.
I did my work experience with 848 Squadron. It was when I was 15, yes. It was when I was 15. When I was 16, I did my work experience with 824 Squadron. 848 Squadron at Yeovilton. And because I was doing work experience, etc., and I was the only one who, with them, etc., and of the people doing work experience, I was the only one who was part of a shooting team, was all sorts of things. We were doing an exercise with the Royal Marines as part of our couple of weeks there, and Dartmoor. They said, "Do you want to go with the Royal Marines and jump out the helicopter and do that?" Yeah, I'd love to. So I got to do rappel and take part in an exercise alongside Royal Marines at the age of 15. And they honestly let me only use simulated grenades. They did not let me chuck a real one.
Watch that, they make good noises.
And they had a bit of fun doing that. And the next day, they said, "Oh, you did that really well. Do you want to see if you can do Australian rappelling?"
Oh my god, what?
Australian rappelling?
Why does everyone I know have done fun things?
Regular rappelling is when you go down butt first and foot first. Australian rappelling is when you go down head first.
This explains it.
Okay, so, why have you people done all the cool things? All I've done is gone flying with the RAF and got to go inside the Lancaster and the, other Spitfires. And went flying in a Grob Tutor. That's the only
very
thing.
glad to say that with the Royal Air Force, I have more takeoffs than I have landings.
All right, that's
Technically, yeah.
I'm the same.
One of my favourite things was getting to go inside the Vulcan.
Is that because you've jumped out of aircraft?
Yeah.
Good. That's fine. That's okay. Because the alternative.
And if you want real fun, jumping out of helicopters into water is freezing. It doesn't matter where you are in the world.
Dragon, what were you? Dragon.
The only real fun things that have jumped up to mind lately was getting to basically drive a tornado for a while.
You what?
As in the steam loco.
You've no idea how jealous you've made me.
I've got to mess around the inside of the ERTMS, not ERTMS, what was it? Oh, the prototype rail passenger train, like the 80s. Got to mess around with one of those.
You little!
Got to fiddle with the interior of the Deltic prototype.
Oh, I'm gonna come over there and slap you if you don't shut up.
Got to board and mess around with the internals of a Vulcan when we weren't meant to.
Oh!
What was the other fun one that we got to make? There was another fun thing that we weren't technically meant to do, but we were allowed to. Did you find a
navigator's chocolate compartment on the Vulcan?
I don't think this one had it, unfortunately.
My dad was a navigator on in his national service. Part of his national service, he was a navigator on Vulcans, and his thing was all the navigators, because they had to stay awake and keep an energy, all had their own extra supply of chocolate to keep their energy up on long missions. So they had a little space they could store chocolate in a way that would keep it cool and stop it melting.
I was always told it was kind of mint cake.
Probably depends on who
they had that as well.
Zuikaku,
I was always told it was drugs.
Zuikaku, what I will point out is
not in the British. The Americans were high as a kite. The British don't like to give their pilots drugs. Yeah. The main reason is the British look at their pilots and look at their destroyer officers and those things and go, "You're aggressive enough without alcohol or drugs.
Yeah.
We'll give you alcohol. We're not gonna give you drugs.
Zuikaku, what
Look,
I will...
I'm sure you can trust a guy on meth to fly above Vulcan at low altitude.
Yeah. What I will say is that while this is seemingly happening, and I am going to get to do a well, first things first, shipshape first, panel later. Which means I'm going to meet... Who is shipshape again, apart from you and Drac? I'm going to meet armored carriers and... Who?
No, not armored carriers is Bill Trumps. It's Garius the Brit, it's Dr. Dan, and it's Dan the chemist.
And none of those people know who I am, right? Or do they?
Probably heard your name in passing.
Or do they know? Dr. Clark, how much of me have they heard? Tell
Hopefully
me
you
now.
are on YouTube.
Look, Garius is... all of us, we work together quite a lot. When I say the shipshape crew, we have at least one guaranteed meeting a week. Where we sit and chat for a couple of hours and talk things through.
Is that face-to-face meeting?
It's usually virtual, but it's usually with full cameras on everything.
So that's Drac.
Chatting away.
That's Drac, you, Dr. Dan, and Dan the Chemist Man?
Darius and Dan the chemist.
Right.
Who we are basically searching for a cool name for, because currently we're just calling him Dan the chemist.
Oh, I can help you there. Chemist.
He's looking for a cool name. It can't be Breaking Bad inspired.
Oh dear God!
Oh, damn it!
Oh dear
No,
God!
dude.
Who on earth would want a Breaking Bad inspired name? We can do so much better than that.
I'm sorry, Breaking
That's the
Bad.
thing.
But yeah, so there's that. Then there's the panel, which is going to take a while to organise because Drac and Dr. Clark, I'm fairly certain I can arrange on somewhat short notice. Drac's going to be difficult because I've somehow got to fit him in on the new schedule he's got. And while finding time for Shipshape and Dr. Clark and the rest of them is easy, Fleet's not got as high of a priority on Drac's list, I'm afraid.
No, the reason we can usually guarantee his attendance is because, and this is going to sound strange, but I shamelessly not only book in advance, but the organizing secretary for Shipshape is now the Friendly Sea Mine. And the Friendly Sea Mine does not take him missing the meeting lightly.
Well, I suppose I could...
Friendly Sea Mine? Question mark?
That's Mrs. Drax's pet.
Right.
It comes out.
This explains a lot.
It comes out. No, it was all born out from the video which I was supposed to voice, but ended up not doing. Which sheer God bless his soul, voices the British actors in. Where Sean Horse runs.
Operation Cerberus. Operation Cerberus. There. Hello, mine.
Yeah, Sean Horse runs into mines.
Yeah.
That's Mrs. Drag.
Well, it wasn't just Sharnos, it was also Gneisenau. Gneisenau had the worst of it.
I mean, the funniest thing is the last time Gneisenau hits a mine, and just literally the angry German Bavarian comes out, and it's just, and I can't follow a word that he's saying, but it's funny as all hell. Oh, I should have been in that, but hey, I got to be in Jutland, and I got to be BT, so I'm not complaining at all.
I would want to be BT though.
I got to say the line.
Yeah, but why would you want to be BT?
I got to say the line. No one else gets to say that.
Jellicoe in that one.
Yes, you were. I remember that. I mean, I also got.
Don't worry.
I also
in the
got to
Drakestrom
be.
timeline. That's not a saying.
I also got to be the. I also got the longest single voice line during the night action. If anyone remembers that, the second
I'll have
video.
to rewatch the Battle of Texel.
No, not Texel.
One.
It was
Yeah.
the night action at Jutland where
Jutland.
where the British cruisers are engaging. I had the single longest voice line in the entire thing that wasn't Drac. God knows why he's.
They Drac do a remaster of the Battle of Texel one.
He's planning to.
Because one of my favourite phrases from that is "steaming angrily over the horizon" is initially the discussion about how these mass shapes look funny and almost squat.
Oh no!
Steaming over the horizon.
The funny
thing
is,
the funnel.
The funniest thing is, I can remember that word for word for some reason.
As being perturbed about being overtaken.
Yes, exactly that.
A very Texas thing to do.
While we're talking about the First World War, actually, and before I get sidetracked onto the fact that I'm actually going to meet some really cool people, and I'm really excited, and I'm trying not to fan too hard right now.
Calm down.
So before I do that, I'm going to redivert, because now I have the Dutchman with me. I get to talk about one of my favourite parts of naval history, the Dutch 1913 battleship program. Because I have a Dutchman here, he knows things.
I know some things.
Good, you know more than me.
The Dutch had battleship plans in the World War One era.
Oh yes, they wanted 9. They wanted 9 dreadnoughts. They eventually.
The Navy wanted 9.
I am
The
now
government
officially
wanted 4.
I'm just going to jump in and say I'm officially worried because I just had a message from because my mum's named the Fleet of Oceans, of course, Defoe.
Yeah.
And she's found a song which she decides it reminds her of Foxo.
Oh no!
And it's by Fuamoko, and it's What the Fox Say.
Oh no! It'll never end.
No.
It'll never end.
So yeah, that's now come, and I'm supposed to share it, so I will share it.
What the Fox
Is
Say?
that-
What the Fox Say is a song that exists.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, this is labelled with Moe. She wants to turn me into a VTuber, which will no doubt
What do you
please,
want? Is
which will no doubt please Dr. Clark's mother, given how into that scene she already is. I am mildly perturbed by this concept, however, but there is nothing
My
I
mum
can.
now has keychains from all of her top 10 favourite VTubers.
Am I gonna have to make merch? Am I gonna have to make?
Project.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to make merch. Oh god. Well, okay, that means
Well,
that
demand it, Fleet.
that means we need a sharpened trowel shirt, a spine removal shirt, a host shirt, a rambling shirt. Well, everyone knows what my face looks like at least, so that's not any big secret. My name is luckily under wraps for the most part, but everyone knows what I look like.
no cake, no.
What's Cake suggesting?
No.
What's it called? Fleet brand underwear.
Absolutely not. I have standards.
Well, yeah, and we know what your standards are. They're like Hosh.
Now just a cotton picking minute. You.
I'm going to leave you all be and go finish putting the bottles, which I've packed up earlier, up the top of this office.
Thank you
And then
very
I'm going
much.
to get on with editing shorts. I
Have a
hope
good
you
evening,
all
then,
have
Clark.
a lovely time and enjoy your
Oh
chat.
my god, I
It's
just
gonna be
realized.
fun.
I just realized
11
what
o'clock.
time it is. I think I need to call this quits now myself because otherwise I'm going to run myself into the ground. Thank you very
You
much
heard of
all.
energy drinks, Fleet?
Yes,
Thank-
but I'd rather not use them. Fleet Theme cigarettes or Crocs? Crocs, obviously. I don't want cigarettes. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and, well, the first bits were mostly sane. The latter bits were utter insanity. I blame Dr. Clark for this because I now know things that I just have blown my mind out of the window.
Oh, hey, I'm waiting for this Drake's drum
Look.
tear apart session. This is going to be glorious.
It's more fun in that there is someone else who's interested in meeting of a whole of historians because they have an idea for a naval history people they have an idea for a TV program, and that's someone I won't say in this scenario, but I will tell you privately later if you want to.
Please DM me. I can't stand the secret. You must tell me.
Torment him more.
It'll be
You,
fun.
you must
But let's
tell
put it this
me.
way. If this person gets their idea for their program off the ground, it will be big and it'll be with Amazon.
Dr. Clark, please DM me that immediately.